Hello my friends, tonight we're travelling back over 2,000 years to meet a man whose name still echoes through history. A fellow who started as an ambitious young Roman and ended up reshaping the world. This is the story of Julius Caesar, and like all the best bedtime stories, it has adventure, romance, triumph, and yes, even a cautionary tale or two. But before we ease in, if you don't mind, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you are new here. Also, please drop a comment on where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now turn off those lights if you haven't already and let's stroll on through, shall we? Imagine Rome in 100 BCE, when the main concern was not your cholesterol or your mortgage, but rather whether or not the barbarians would storm your city gates. Gaius Julius Caesar was born into this world, but everyone just called him Julius because Romans loved their nicknames almost as much as they loved conquering things. Now you may picture a golden cradle with a baby Julius, born to be great. The problem with the Caesar family, though, is that they were similar to that relative of yours who constantly talks about how great they were, but never quite lives up to their expectations. When you consider that half of Rome claimed divine ancestry, their claim to be descended from Venus herself seems impressive. Everybody seemed to have a well-known ancestor listed on their LinkedIn profile. Subura, the neighbourhood where Julius grew up, was essentially the archetypal equivalent of a rough area of town, with its winding streets, dubious odours, and the kind of nightlife your parents warned you about. Imagine it as Rome's equivalent of the wrong side of the tracks. However, for a young man with lofty aspirations, it was the ideal setting for learning about real people and real issues, skills that would come in handy later when he had to interact with regular soldiers and civilians. When he was younger, Julius was what we might kindly refer to as academically gifted but physically unimpressive. Other Roman boys were learning to wrestle and swing swords, but Julius was more interested in words and concepts. After too much wine, he could debate philosophy like a college professor and recite poetry like a medieval bard. His family likely questioned whether they had unintentionally brought up a Greek scholar rather than a legitimate Roman soldier. This is where the story becomes intriguing, though. Think of Julius's uncle Marius as the family's first true success story. He passed away when Julius was only 16, and the political climate in Rome abruptly changed like a volatile weather system. Sulla, Rome's newest strongman, had all the charm of a tax auditor, and twice the ruthlessness of the young Caesar. After observing this scrawny adolescent from a dubious family, Sulla concluded that Julius might cause trouble in the future. When Julius obediently refused, Sulla placed him on what was effectively Rome's first wanted list. He had ordered the young man to divorce his wife. Yes, Caesar was already married at 16 because Romans didn't mess around. Julius Caesar, who was 18 at the time, was hiding in the Italian countryside like a participant in an antiquated witness protection program. The majority of teenagers would have called their parents in a panic and pleaded for them to come home. Julius, though, he took advantage of this time to reflect, make plans, and come to the crucial realization that you must outplay everyone else in the game if you want to survive in Rome. After Sulla's death, which the Romans commemorated with nearly the same fervour as births, Caesar came out of hiding with a fresh perspective on power. He had discovered that you were either prey or predator in Rome, and he had no desire to be anyone's dinner. You've probably experienced the realization that office politics are more complex than international diplomacy when you start a new job. For young Julius Caesar, that was Rome, except that gladiators were used at office parties and the stakes were life and death. In ancient Rome, being a prosecutor was akin to being a district attorney and a game show host. This was Caesar's first real job. Roman trials served as public entertainment, and a young attorney could gain notoriety by putting on a strong front and damaging the reputation of his rival. Caesar proved to have a natural talent for this. He could transform a cross-examination into a performance piece and make arguing sound poetic. Caesar, however, stood out from other aspirational young Romans because he genuinely cared about his abilities. Caesar studied rhetoric like a doctoral student studying for finals, while his peers were happy to rely on inherited wealth and family ties. Even future dictators require a good education, which is why he went to Rhodes to study under the best instructors. Something happened during this learning experience that exemplifies Caesar's personality. His ship was taken by pirates. At the time, Mediterranean pirates were a highly organised maritime criminal organisation. Caesar chuckled when they asked for 20 talents of silver to free him. He was offended, not because he found it amusing. He allegedly asked, 20 talents? I'm worth at least 50. Don't you know who I am? The pirates increased their price, likely believing they had captured either a madman or a high-ranking official. During his captivity, Caesar treated the pirates more like dim house guests than captors. He worked out, wrote poetry, and told them to quiet down if they were making too much noise for his afternoon snooze. The pirates found it amusing that he even vowed to return and crucify them all. Caesar wasn't kidding, though. After being set free, he promptly gathered a fleet, found the pirates, and had them crucified, though he was lenient and had them killed first. It was a precursor to Caesar's unusual charm and ruthless practicality. Caesar returned to Rome and started moving up the political office ladder, or cursus honorum as the Romans called it. Imagine it as a medieval video game, where every level opens up new tasks and opportunities to either make friends or deadly foes. As he advanced through the ranks, quaestor, aedile, and praetor, Caesar learned new things about the inner workings of Rome. Caesar was essentially in charge of Rome's entertainment as an aedile, overseeing public games and festivals. The majority of politicians attempted to cut costs because they believed that this was an essential expense. Caesar believed it to be the greatest marketing opportunity ever created. He organised gladiatorial fights that left people talking for months, hosted parties that made Super Bowl halftime seem insignificant, and somehow managed to accrue enormous debt while rising to the position of most popular politician in Rome. Caesar knew something his creditors did not. In politics, popularity is the most valuable asset. His creditors were likely having collective heart attacks. If you're loved, you can always find money, but if you're hated, no amount of money can help. Rome had a problem by the time Caesar was in his 40s. The Republic was like an old car held together with duct tape and wishful thinking, which was actually the largest of Rome's problems. Now that Rome ruled over the majority of the known world, the system that had functioned when it was a tiny city-state was disintegrating. After realizing the situation, 3 men made the decision to take action. The most renowned general in Rome, Pompey the Great, had conquered more land than most people could find on a map. Crassus was so wealthy that he gave the impression that contemporary billionaires were barely scraping by. A contemporary nation-state would have been impressed by Caesar's charm, intelligence, and debts. Despite never using that term themselves, these 3 comprised what historians refer to as the First Triumvirate. It was more akin to a casual gentleman's agreement to support one another in achieving their goals. Pompey wanted his conquests in the east to be formally acknowledged, and his veterans to be fairly rewarded. To go along with his wealth, Crassus desired respect and possibly a military position. Caesar desired a prominent provincial position where he could gain notoriety and, ideally, enough cash to settle his massive debts. You have to imagine that this partnership was similar to 3 CEOs from separate businesses coming together with the covert intention of eventually acquiring the others. Professionally respectful but always waiting for someone to show weakness, they were friends in the same way that sharks are friends with other sharks. By splitting up Roman politics like a pizza, the 3 managed to make their arrangement work. In 59 BCE, Caesar was made a consul, which was a 1-year term as president with a few extra togas. Often using tactics that made his fellow senators clutch their pearls and mutter about the good old days, he used this position to push through legislation that gave his partners what they wanted. Witnessing a master chess player defeat opponents who were still learning how to move the pieces was like being Caesar's consul. Caesar had the other consul locked in his house and pelted with trash when he attempted to oppose him. Caesar cheerfully disregarded centuries of precedent and declared that the gods were clearly on his side when senators attempted to use religious technicalities to block his legislation, with the same sense of horror you might have when you see someone reorganize your meticulously arranged spice cabinet. The traditional Roman establishment observed all of this. Caesar was accomplishing his goals, but he was also violating numerous unspoken laws that had maintained Roman governance for centuries. Caesar was dangerous, though, because he wasn't merely breaking the law for fun. He was resolving actual issues that the conventional system was unable to manage. The provinces needed to be properly administered, veterans needed land, and Rome needed leaders who could make decisions rather than arguing over protocol all the time. Caesar had achieved his ultimate goal by the end of his consulship: control of Gaul, the enormous region north of Italy that was home to numerous tribes that the Romans regarded as only marginally more civilized than untamed animals. It was an opportunity to achieve great wealth, military success, and enough political standing to be considered one of Rome's most powerful men when he returned. By sending him to battle barbarians in the wilderness, his enemies most likely believed they were getting rid of him. They were unaware that they were going to produce the most powerful military leader in Roman history. Consider yourself a travel writer tasked with covering what the Romans referred to as Gaul, which includes parts of Switzerland, Belgium and modern-day France. The following is likely what your guidebook would say: bring sturdy boots and a good sword. Scenic forests, rolling hills and fascinating local tribes who enjoy painting themselves blue and collecting enemy heads as decorative items. Caesar's new task was likely to be to suppress small uprisings for a few years, perhaps extend the boundaries a bit, and then return home with enough treasure to settle his debts. Caesar, on the other hand, was going to spend 8 years essentially rewriting the European map and establishing a military myth that would live on for generations to come. Caesar found himself in a situation that was a combination of crisis, opportunity and adventure movie waiting to happen when he arrived in Gaul in 58 BCE. The Swiss tribe known as the Helvetii had decided that their mountain homes were too small and were moving through Gaul with everything they owned, resembling an antiquated form of a huge RV convoy that also happened to be spear-armed. Caesar viewed this migration as the ideal pretext for entering Gallic politics. In the battle that followed, he blocked the Helveti's route and proved something that would later become his signature. He could elevate military strategy to the level of fine art. Caesar combined technical skill with psychological warfare, and a knack for appearing precisely where his adversaries least expected him, in contrast to other Roman generals who relied on brute force and conventional formations. The Helvetii discovered the hard way that this middle-aged Roman politician had somehow become one of the greatest military thinkers in history. Caesar sent them home to rebuild their former lands and reflect on their life decisions rather than simply defeating them. However, Gaul was similar to a huge puzzle, with 10 new issues revealed when one piece was solved. Other Gallic tribes began approaching Caesar for assistance with their neighbours as soon as he had dealt with the Helvetii, usually because someone was doing something that they didn't like. Though the couples were entire tribes and the counselling sessions involved cavalry charges, it was similar to serving as a marriage counsellor for warrior societies. Caesar had a talent for turning these tribal disputes to Rome's advantage. Caesar established himself as the protector of Gallic independence, while extending Roman authority when the Germanic king Ariovistus began to establish himself in Gallic territory. Using your opponent's strength against them while appearing to be the reasonable party was the epitome of political jiu-jitsu. When Caesar insisted on a meeting, the German king most likely assumed he was merely interacting with another Roman official. Instead, he had to contend with a person who was both diplomatically charming and subtly threatening to use extreme violence. When talks broke down, Ariovistus learned from Caesar's legions that professional Roman military engineering differs greatly from raiding parties. Caesar's campaigns were consistent from year to year. Caesar would march his legions across impossible terrain in impossible time, arrive where no one was expecting him, and then proceed to show why Roman military doctrine had conquered most of the known world after some Gallic tribe caused trouble. He played against opponents who were still learning checkers, much like a chess grandmaster. Caesar was changing the way the Romans viewed war, though, in addition to winning battles. His legions were able to march distances that left their enemies gasping in their wake, build siege works that resembled tiny cities, and build bridges across raging rivers in a matter of days. More significantly, Caesar was demonstrating that Roman engineering and discipline could conquer any challenge, human or natural. The Gallic tribes started to understand that they were up against more than just another Roman politician seeking a short-term military victory. They were up against a man who was a combination of logistical genius, strategic genius, and a total refusal to concede defeat, while teaching a whole generation of Roman soldiers that impossible was just another word for Tuesday. Caesar was also rewriting the rules of warfare. If this were a film, Vercingetorix would be the charismatic rebel leader who finally learns how to fight the empire, and Caesar would be the intelligent but increasingly dangerous general whose success is beginning to worry his own government. Every great story needs a worthy opponent, and Caesar found his in a young Gallic chieftain named Vercingetorix, whose name roughly translates to Great King of Warriors. By 52 BCE, Caesar had systematically conquered Gaul for 6 years, using the same level of efficiency as someone setting up a massive bloody filing system. However, the Gallic tribes had been observing, learning, and gradually coming to the conclusion that Roman military precision was outperforming their old style of combat, which involved numerous individual heroics and dramatic charges. Vercingetorix stood for something novel, a Gallic leader who recognized the advantages of his own people as well as the shortcomings of the Romans. He planned what is now known as a guerrilla campaign rather than engaging Caesar's legions in direct combat. His soldiers would attack Roman supply routes, stay out of direct combat, and withdraw to fortified areas that would be expensive for the Romans to attack. For the first time in his Gallic campaigns, Caesar was truly challenged, and it was like witnessing a medieval insurgency. He was being forced by Vercingetorix to fight the kind of war that the Romans detested, one in which local expertise and popular support were more important than superior planning and equipment. The ensuing campaign resembled a lethal game of cat and mouse that was played throughout Gaul's countryside. Vercingetorix would show up with his warriors, slaughter Roman soldiers, and then disappear into forests that his people were familiar with, like their own backyards. Caesar was always on the defensive as he pursued an adversary that would not remain motionless long enough for a true Roman-style conflict. Caesar's years of military command had taught him that every strategy had a counter-strategy. Caesar would put Vercingetorix in a situation that the Gallic leader couldn't ignore, forcing him into a pitched battle if he wished to avoid one. Alesia, a hilltop fortress that Vercingetorix selected as his stronghold, provided the opportunity. With its high walls, steep approaches, and enough supplies to last a long siege, the position appeared impregnable. After seeing Alesia, the majority of Roman generals would have chosen to pursue a simpler target. Caesar chose to try something that went against all military common sense after taking a look at Alesia. He would construct not one, but 2 full sets of fortifications to enclose the fortress, one facing Alesia to keep the defenders inside, and another facing outward to prevent the siege from being broken by Gallic relief forces. The scale of the engineering made building Roman bridges seem like a do-it-yourself weekend project. In addition to maintaining a siege and preparing for attacks from various angles, Caesar's legions constructed miles of walls, ditches, traps, and defensive positions. It was similar to attempting to construct a house while fending off intruders and getting ready for a dinner party, but with more stabbing. Caesar's knowledge of Roman military engineering, leadership, and warfare was put to the ultimate test during the siege of Alesia. Vercingetorix and his soldiers were starving inside the fortress as they observed Caesar's impossibly strong defences gaining strength every day. The kind of great battle that had made Roman legions famous was created outside as Gallic relief armies assembled to break the siege. With desperate defenders, overwhelming odds, cavalry charges, and the fate of Gaul hanging in the balance, the final assault had all the makings of a Hollywood film. Caesar demonstrated that military brilliance involves more than just strategy. It also involves the capacity to control chaos. He was everywhere at once, organising attacks on his inner walls and leading the defence of his outer ones. Vercingetorix walked out of Alesia to throw his weapons at Caesar's feet in a gesture of both defeat and dignity, thereby saving his people from complete destruction and ending the battle. It was the event that essentially put an end to Gallic independence for the following 5 centuries and immortalised Caesar's reputation. Caesar's accomplishments in Gaul were causing the kind of political issues that contemporary spin doctors dread back in Rome. He had, on the one hand, brought vast wealth into Rome's treasury, conquered territory roughly the size of modern France, and demonstrated that Roman arms could prevail anywhere. However, he had also built an army of seasoned soldiers who were personally loyal to Caesar and didn't care much about what other people thought. Consider this. Suppose your colleague went on a brief business trip and returned 8 years later with a private army, a multinational corporation, and enough cash to purchase your entire business. Caesar had effectively done that, and his fellow politicians were beginning to feel as though they had unintentionally created a monster. In particular, the Roman Senate was concerned. Imagine a chamber full of men in togas who argued about precedent and procedure most of the time. As consul, they had witnessed Caesar defy political conventions, and now he had returned with a military reputation that made Pompey the Great appear like a weekend warrior. Even worse, Caesar was still legally protected from prosecution as long as he was in office because he was still a governor. Caesar's adversaries recognised a chance. They could prosecute him for all those constitutional irregularities from his consulship if they could make him return to Rome as a private citizen. It would be akin to compelling a prosperous but morally dubious entrepreneur to forfeit his corporate safeguards and confront a group of prosecutors who had spent 8 years crafting their case. The trap was simple but elegant. Caesar's political survival required him to either remain in Gaul or return to Rome with sufficient power to defend himself, while Roman law mandated that he must disband his armies before entering Italy. In essence, his adversaries were pressuring him to decide between abiding by the law and committing political suicide. Negotiations dragged on for months, much like a high-stakes divorce mediation. Caesar's opponents insisted on a gap that would expose him, while his supporters in Rome sought a compromise that would allow him to go straight from governor to consul. Caesar and his legions sat in Gaul in the meantime, watching Roman politics splinter over how to handle him. Being asked to mediate between two former friends who both believe you should take sides put Pompey the Great in the middle of this mess. Caesar had been partnered with Pompey in the triumvirate, but Pompey was uncomfortably powerful after Caesar's success in Gaul. In essence, Pompey was being asked to decide between his long-standing alliance and their apprehension about Caesar's aspirations. When the Senate passed what amounted to a martial law declaration in January of 49 BCE, the crisis reached a breaking point, and Pompey was granted emergency powers to protect the Republic from Caesar. Everyone in Rome knew that it was the political equivalent of declaring war. At the banks of the Rubicon River, which has historically served as the border between Gaul and Italy, Caesar was informed of this development. This river was the ultimate red line in Roman politics because it was forbidden by Roman law for any general to cross it with troops. Standing there with his seasoned legions, Caesar had to make a decision that would affect not only his own destiny, but also the course of the Roman Republic. Caesar reportedly stopped at the riverbank and uttered the words that would reverberate throughout history: "Alea iacta est," the die is cast. He then led his army across the Rubicon, changing from a Roman governor to a rebel against the state he had spent his entire professional life serving. It was a time when historical inevitability, political necessity and personal ambition came together to form a single decision. Caesar was not merely crossing a river, he was also crossing the boundary between the Roman Republic and the future. Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon sparked a civil war that the most skilled military in the world would be engaged in against itself, something the Romans had feared for generations. It was similar to witnessing a family business disintegrate, except that the family business controlled the majority of the Mediterranean region, and the disputes were resolved with swords. The Romans had never witnessed anything like Caesar's march across Italy. Caesar launched what may have been the first charm offensive in history, rather than the ruthless conquest they had anticipated. He showed unusual clemency to the citizens of the cities that welcomed him. He offered them positions in his army and pardoned the enemy soldiers who turned themselves in. He released Roman officials he had captured with courtesy notes, implying they might want to re-evaluate their political affiliations. It was the best kind of psychological warfare. Caesar was proving that he was a Roman statesman attempting to rescue the Republic from its own political dysfunction, not just another ambitious general looking to plunder Rome. Caesar's policy of clemency was both genuinely compassionate and incredibly well thought out. Each enemy he pardoned served as a living example of his reasonableness. Meanwhile, Pompey and the Senate were learning that civil war preparation is far more difficult than conquest preparation abroad. Their plan was to leave Italy, assemble troops in the eastern Mediterranean, and then return with a massive force to put an end to Caesar's uprising. The political realities of the situation were totally disregarded in favour of sound military reasoning. Pompey gave Caesar the ultimate propaganda triumph by leaving Rome. Now that his enemies had fled like cowards, Caesar could say he was protecting the city. Even as he methodically destroyed the political structure that had stood in his way, Caesar made it a point to uphold republican traditions and established institutions when he arrived in Rome. The ensuing civil war spread like a deadly reality show throughout the Mediterranean region. The greatest armies in history were commanded by Caesar and Pompey, and they were commanded by officers who had dedicated their professional lives to honing their military skills. These kinds of colliding forces produced amazing and destructive results. Caesar proved during his campaign in Spain that he could outmaneuver opponents without necessarily destroying them. Caesar gained control of the Iberian Peninsula through superior logistics rather than superior violence, after he encircled Pompey's allies so thoroughly that they surrendered without a significant conflict. Military theorists were impressed by this type of victory for centuries to come. The real battle, however, took place at Dyrrhachium, in present-day Albania, where Pompey's army first outwitted Caesar in what turned out to be one of Caesar's few decisive losses. For an instant, Pompey appeared to have discovered the secret to defeating the most successful general in Rome. Caesar's reaction to this setback provided important insight into his personality. Instead, with the patience of one who knew that individual battles do not decide wars, he examined what had gone wrong, modified his strategy, and readied himself for the next engagement. Caesar and Pompey's larger army engaged in a fierce battle at Pharsalus, Greece, which was the pivotal moment for which Roman military doctrine was created. Pompey's army was great but predictable, and Caesar had learned to improvise during his 8 years in Gaul. The actual battle was a tactical flexibility masterclass. Caesar used his reserves in a surprising formation that turned the strength of the enemy into weakness when Pompey's cavalry threatened to outflank Caesar's forces. Watching a chess grandmaster sacrifice a piece to reach checkmate 3 moves later was like that. The Republic's ability to oppose Caesar was essentially destroyed by Pompey's defeat at Pharsalus, but it also signalled to Caesar that a military triumph was just the start of his troubles. Overcoming adversaries is comparatively easy. Managing an empire shattered by civil war is a completely different matter. Caesar was in the unique position of winning a civil war after Pharsalus, but he wasn't entirely sure what to do next. In one of the biggest blunders in history, the Egyptians chose to win Caesar over by killing Pompey and giving his head as a present. Pompey had fled to Egypt, seeking refuge from Rome's long-standing ally. The Egyptians likely didn't anticipate Caesar's response when he saw the severed head of his former rival. Caesar reportedly wept, whether out of true grief or political calculation, instead of gratitude. The man whose opposition had given Caesar's own position legitimacy was no longer his most credible opponent. He was now merely a Roman general occupying a foreign land with no obvious adversary to engage in combat with. However, Egypt provided restitution, chiefly in the form of Cleopatra VII, Egypt's final pharaoh and perhaps the most cultured woman Caesar had ever met. Here was a person who ruled one of the richest kingdoms in antiquity, spoke 9 languages, and had received his education from the finest Alexandrian scholars. She resembled a cross between a Fortune 500 CEO and a Harvard MBA, who also happened to have ancestry dating back to Alexander the Great, rather than a Disney princess. Caesar and Cleopatra's relationship was a combination of mutual recognition, political alliance, and personal attraction between two of the most brilliant minds in antiquity. The 52-year-old Caesar had lived his entire life surrounded by Roman politicians who believed that tactical manoeuvring meant slightly different forms of bribery. Managing a kingdom that was essentially a multinational corporation with pyramids, 21-year-old Cleopatra had been dealing with court intrigue since she was a young girl. Alexandria, the greatest centre of learning and culture in antiquity, served as the backdrop for their romance. Caesar found himself in a city with the largest library in the world, the most sophisticated engineering and intellectual traditions that made Rome appear like a promising startup. While Roman senators were debating precedent and procedure, Caesar was captivated by Egyptian governance and partially enamoured with Cleopatra during his months-long stay in Egypt. While Rome was still learning how to rule over lands outside of Italy, this kingdom had been handling intricate bureaucracy for thousands of years. Caesar learned imperial administration lessons from the experience that shaped his subsequent reforms. However, this ancient sabbatical romance was eventually overshadowed by political reality. Caesar couldn't afford to ignore the opportunities for opposition that his extended absence from Roman politics was creating, and his enemies were regrouping throughout the Mediterranean. Upon his return to Rome, Caesar encountered the same problem that has plagued successful revolutionaries for centuries: how to institutionalize change without destroying the system you are attempting to reform. Caesar's solution was characteristically bold. He would establish himself as a dictator, but one who would fortify rather than undermine Roman institutions. The Romans had never known a dictatorship like Caesar's. In the past, dictators had been appointed for particular crises and were supposed to step down after the crisis was over. Caesar appeared to have a longer-term vision of a reformed Roman state with himself as its permanent executive, fusing the effectiveness of monarchical decision-making with the traditions of republican institutions. The breadth and usefulness of his reforms were astounding. Caesar changed the Roman calendar to the Julian calendar, which is still in use today with a few tweaks. He started large-scale public works projects, changed the debt law, increased citizenship, and started organising colonies for Rome's expanding populace. It was similar to witnessing someone manage a whole civilization and restructure it. Caesar's success, however, was setting the stage for his demise. As Caesar accumulated powers that made him effectively a king in all but name, Roman senators who had dedicated their professional lives to the republican system of governance watched. The man who had said he was saving the republic was now threatening to destroy it completely. Both former foes and disillusioned friends were part of the plot against Caesar. Because Caesar had treated Brutus almost like a son, men like him started to think that the only way to preserve Roman liberty was to kill Caesar. This choice was a combination of personal animosity, true patriotism, and likely some concern about Caesar's next move. Despite fortune-tellers' cautions, his wife's dreams, and most likely his own political instincts, Caesar entered the Roman Senate building on March 15, 44 BCE, also known as the Ides of March. Following that, dozens of senators alternated stabbing the man who had rebuilt the Roman world, which was less like an assassination than a group therapy session with knives. Caesar's life and death were equally dramatic. His final words, according to legend, when he saw Brutus among his murderers were, Et tu, Brute? And you, Brutus? It was the ultimate betrayal by someone he had trusted, and it encapsulated the tragedy of a man whose greatest accomplishments had set the stage for his own downfall. Sometimes the cure is worse than the illness, don't you know? That's basically what happened when Caesar was assassinated by the Roman senators. They believed they were preserving the Republic, but in reality, they ensured its demise and paved the way for a civil war that would make Caesar's dispute with Pompey seem like a local quarrel. Caesar's death had been carefully planned by the conspirators, but it seems they had neglected to plan for what would happen next. It became evident within hours of the assassination that they had killed Rome's most well-liked man without knowing how to handle the power vacuum they had caused. The company in question happened to control the majority of the known world, so it was similar to successfully ousting a CEO without a succession plan. When Mark Antony, Caesar's faithful lieutenant, came out of hiding to give Caesar's funeral oration, he quickly transformed it into the most potent political theatre in antiquity. By reading Caesar's will, which left money to all Roman citizens, and displaying his bloodied toga while explaining each wound, Antony turned Caesar's funeral into a masterclass in emotional manipulation, rather than the straightforward ceremony the conspirators had anticipated. The response from the crowd was exactly what Antony had hoped for, and what the conspirators should have been afraid of. In search of anyone involved in the assassination, Romans rioted throughout the city. Protected by the very government buildings they had claimed to be defending, the conspirators ended up barricaded on Capitoline Hill. However, the true drama was only getting started. Caesar had adopted his 18-year-old grandnephew Octavius as his son and heir, a surprise that would change the course of Roman history according to his will. Suddenly this young man, who would go on to become Augustus, was the heir to the most illustrious name in Roman politics, and the son of a god, Caesar, had been posthumously deified. Young Octavius's transition into a political figure was similar to witnessing someone go from intern to CEO in a single day. He was studying philosophy at a Greek college one day, and then he was heading back to Rome to claim an inheritance that included immense wealth, a well-known name, and the allegiance of Caesar's seasoned legions. Octavius was inheriting a revolution, whereas most teenagers would have been overwhelmed by inheriting a family business. In the years after Caesar's death, Mark Antony, Octavius, and a politician by the name of Lepidus formed what historians refer to as the Second Triumvirate. This triumvirate was formal, lawful, and specifically created to find Caesar's killers while dividing the Roman world among themselves, in contrast to the unofficial agreement Caesar had made with Pompey and Crassus. Caesar's policy of clemency was rendered obsolete by the ensuing systematic campaign of retaliation. By publishing proscription lists, which were essentially death warrants for their political rivals, the triumvirs transformed Rome into a place where slandering neighbours could bring in large sums of money, and where political connections were essential to one's survival. The conspirators who had killed Caesar were now dispersed throughout the Mediterranean, frantically attempting to assemble armies, while being methodically pursued by men who combined Caesar's military prowess with none of his compassion. At Philippi, where Brutus and Cassius led Republican forces against Antony and Octavius's armies, the final battle took place. The Roman Republic came to an end at the Battle of Philippi, but it also served as a sneak peek at the imperial structure that would take its place. The Roman world was split between Antony and Octavius like a particularly valuable piece of real estate being split by business partners who didn't fully trust each other after Caesar's assassins were killed. However, even this arrangement was not sustainable. Octavius had the ideal opportunity to portray himself as the protector of Roman values against foreign corruption because of Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, which started as a political alliance and eventually turned into a true romance. In the ensuing propaganda war, Antony, a Roman who had left his native land for Egyptian luxury, was transformed from Caesar's avenger to Caesar's traitor. The Roman Republic's last civil war unfolded like a battleship soap opera. Octavius stood for republican institutions, duty to the state, and traditional Roman values. The threat of foreign dominance, personal indulgence, and Eastern luxury were all symbolized by Antony and Cleopatra. In 31 BCE, their fleets clashed at Actium, deciding not only who would govern Rome but also the nature of the city-state. The Roman Republic came to an end with Octavius's victory at Actium, and the Roman Empire began. Rome was the only superpower in the ancient Mediterranean after Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide in Alexandria, ending the Hellenistic era that had lasted since Alexander the Great. Let's talk about something amazing as you curl up with your blanket and maybe refill that teacup. How a man who passed away more than 2,000 years ago continues to have an impact on your life in ways you probably aren't even aware of. Caesar's handiwork is visible every time you look at a calendar. That Julian calendar he made in 46 BCE, with leap days every 4 years and a year with 365 days. We still use a slightly altered version of it today because it was so well designed. Julius Caesar decided that Roman timekeeping needed to be better organised, which is why December 31st exists today. You're adhering to a system created by a man who has never seen a car or an airplane when you schedule your birthday or summer vacation. However, Caesar's impact extends far beyond calendar reform. Caesar's title, Imperator, is where the word emperor originates. German and Russian rulers who wished to inherit Caesar's name used the variations Kaiser and Tsar. Ambitious leaders have been attempting to emulate Julius Caesar with regional traits for more than 2 millennia. Caesar invented a number of political ideas that have reverberated throughout history in both inspiring and terrifying ways. These ideas include the notion that popular support could legitimize radical change, that military success could translate into civilian authority, and that charismatic leadership could transcend traditional institutional limits. Caesar's strategy is being used by every populist politician who says they are speaking for the people against the ruling class. Consider the expression crossing the Rubicon. When someone says they're crossing their Rubicon, they're referring to a decision that will alter everything forever. Caesar's decision-making moment on that riverbank in 49 BCE is the direct source of that metaphor. Historians use it to explain times when societies change, couples use it to talk about significant life transitions, and corporate executives use it in board meetings. Caesar's military advancements impacted warfare for centuries and persisted throughout the Roman Empire. Roman doctrine adopted his emphasis on agility, speed, and engineering solutions to tactical issues. In order to move swiftly through Gaul, his legions constructed roads, which later served as the basis for European transportation systems that persisted well into the modern era. The routes that Caesar's engineers surveyed more than 2,000 years ago are still used by some European highways. Caesar's demonstration that the political structures of the ancient world were not static or unalterable, however, may have been his most enduring contribution. Before Caesar, the majority of people believed that things had to be the way they were. Caesar proved that anyone with enough vision, talent, and willpower could rebuild entire civilizations, institutions, and customs. This was dangerous as well as liberating. Caesar demonstrated the ability of human societies to change, adapt, and advance. From debt relief for struggling farmers to citizenship for formerly marginalized communities, his reforms truly improved the lives of millions of Romans. However, he also demonstrated how easily democratic institutions could be overthrown by someone who was more aware of their flaws than their supporters. Caesar's revolution gave rise to the centuries-long Roman Empire, which served as a model for structuring and governing vast heterogeneous societies. Caesar contributed to the development of Roman law, which served as the basis for legal systems across Europe and ultimately impacted legal traditions across the globe. You benefit from ideas that developed from Roman precedents when you have the presumption of innocence, the right to a trial, and legal safeguards against capricious government action. Aspiring leaders have even attempted to emulate Caesar's personal style. For thousands of years, people have been captivated by his leadership style, which combines military skill, intellectual sophistication, and public appeal. By bringing a biography of the Roman general on his military expeditions, Napoleon purposefully modelled himself after Caesar. Caesar's speeches are still studied by contemporary politicians as a source of rhetorical and persuasive lessons. Caesar's memory has endured through literature and drama, in ways that were impossible for purely historical research. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar created dialogue that has become ingrained in our common cultural vocabulary, while making the story understandable to audiences who are ignorant of Roman politics. The phrase, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears," is likely more well known than anything that the real Antony said. Caesar's life poses issues that are just as pertinent today as they were 2 millennia ago, including ambition, leadership, and the nature of political change. Was Caesar an ambitious autocrat who overthrew the Republican government for his own benefit? Or was he a visionary reformer who prevented political dysfunction in Rome? His story will always be fascinating because the truthful response is most likely both. The same conflicts that shattered the Roman Republic still plague contemporary democracies. How can democratic accountability and effective leadership be balanced? How can outmoded institutions be reformed without jeopardizing the stability they offer? When leaders assert that they speak for the people's will against established institutions, how do you react? These are issues that every democratic society must deal with, not just historical ones. As we draw to a close, it's important to take a moment to reflect on Caesar's character outside of his political scheming and military triumphs. Because despite his historical significance, Julius Caesar was just a regular person with the same wants, needs and anxieties as everyone else. According to reports, Caesar had a great deal of personal charm and could make anyone feel like the most important person in the room. He was tall and pale, with dark eyes and a receding hairline that apparently bothered him so much that he frequently covered it with laurel wreaths, according to Roman sources. The fact that even the most influential people in history were self-conscious about their appearance and experimented with unconventional hair loss remedies is strangely reassuring. His political rivals occasionally made fun of him for being effeminate because he was infamously conceited about his appearance and lavished a lot of time and money on personal grooming. Caesar's focus on style and appearance was viewed as somewhat scandalous in a society that valued masculine military virtues. However, this same ostensibly gentle politician was able to personally lead cavalry charges against Germanic warriors and outmaneuver soldiers half his age. Even by Roman standards, Caesar's intellectual curiosity was legendary. During his Gallic campaigns, he wrote poetry, studied philosophy, and supposedly wrote a treatise on grammar while travelling across the Alps. Imagine having such a restless mind that you take advantage of military marches to write academically. In addition, he penned in-depth analyses of his own military operations, which are still studied today as historical documents and as examples of persuasive political propaganda. A more intimate aspect of Caesar's personality is shown through his relationship with his daughter Julia. He reportedly loved her, and a union with Pompey was one of the few occasions when Caesar appeared to put political gain ahead of the happiness of his family. Both Caesar and Pompey were said to have been devastated when Julia died in childbirth, and some historians contend that her passing aided in the dissolution of their political partnership. In the end, even the most prosperous politicians are just fathers who miss their kids. Caesar's well-known clemency toward vanquished adversaries appears to have been motivated by more than just political expediency. Rather, it appears to have been a sincere conviction that kindness worked better than brutality. In a time when enslavement and mass executions were commonplace following military triumphs, this was unusual. Caesar saw that how you handle defeated opponents often determines whether they become future allies or lifelong enemies, something that many leaders fail to recognise. However, Caesar was also capable of being brutal when he felt the need to do so. His willingness to use political violence when other options failed, his systematic destruction of towns that resisted his forces, and his massacre of German tribes who broke their agreements with Rome all demonstrate his ability to put strategic necessity ahead of personal preferences. His relationships with women also reflected his complexity. In an era when such views were rare, Caesar appears to have truly respected intelligent women, even beyond his well-known liaisons with Cleopatra and others. According to his correspondence, he regarded women as intellectual allies rather than merely as romantic conquests or political instruments. In a culture that typically treated women as property, this was radical thinking. Caesar was either psychologically incapable of accepting limitations or extremely confident in his abilities, as evidenced by his gambling addiction. It is important to note that his willingness to stake everything on a single political or military move was essentially high-stakes gambling, most likely both. Throughout his career, he took a number of calculated risks that would have destroyed someone with less skill, but they continued to pay off for him until they didn't. Historical sources paint a picture of a person who blended intellectual sophistication with real-world application, genuine brilliance with great ambition, and personal charm with occasional ruthlessness. He was the type of person who would plan military campaigns in the afternoon and engage in philosophical discussions with academics in the morning, then stay up late writing poetry about both experiences. Caesar appears to have fascinated and frustrated his contemporaries at the same time. Even his adversaries lamented his aspirations while recognizing his abilities. Politically opposed to Caesar, Cicero acknowledged that Caesar was likely the most talented orator of their time. Even as he sought to ruin Caesar's career, Cato, who saw Caesar as a danger to republican rule, respected his intelligence. Most astonishing of all, Caesar appears to have kept his sense of humour throughout his ascent to power. Examples of his wit, practical jokes, and capacity for self-loathing abound in Roman sources. Roman custom dictated that a slave whisper remind us of mortality in the victor's ear during his triumph celebrations. Caesar is said to have joked that he didn't really need the reminder because he had plenty from his political rivals. Brilliance, ambition, charm, ruthlessness, Intellectual curiosity and humour were all combined to create a person who was uniquely suited to deal with the challenges of late Republican Rome. However, it also produced a person who was ultimately too big for any system, including the one he attempted to design for himself. As our time with Julius Caesar comes to an end, it's important to consider what we can learn from his remarkable life about ambition, leadership, and the delicate balance that every society must maintain between change and stability. Caesar's life provides a brilliant example of how a single person's ability and drive can transform entire societies. He demonstrated that even institutions that were supposed to be permanent, like the Roman Republic, which had endured for centuries, could be changed by someone who knew their flaws better than their supporters did. This is sobering as well as inspiring. It is sobering because it demonstrates how easily treasured customs can vanish when they become disconnected from the realities of the modern world, and inspiring because it implies that human societies can change and grow. There were real issues with the Roman Republic that Caesar overthrew. It was a system of governance created for a tiny city-state attempting to run an empire in the Mediterranean. Effective governance was hampered by its institutions' growing inability to make critical decisions, its politicians' preference for self-interest over public service, and its traditional checks and balances. Caesar dealt the last blow to a dying system rather than destroying a robust one. Caesar's solution, however, which concentrated power in the hands of a single, extremely competent person, brought about new issues. What occurs if the competent person passes away? What occurs if concentrated power is inherited by a less competent person? Even though personal rule may be effective at first, it can lead to instability that lasts for generations, as the civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination showed. Throughout history, this pattern has recurred. Charismatic leaders who promise to overcome bureaucratic inefficiencies and accomplish goals are frequently sought after by societies with dysfunctional institutions. As Caesar did with his changes to Roman law, government, and citizenship, these leaders can occasionally actually make things better. However, the concentration of power that enables these advancements also makes power abuse inevitable, either by the original leader or by their successors. Caesar's relationship with his soldiers provides leadership lessons that are still applicable today. He was successful because he shared the struggles of his followers, genuinely cared about their well-being, and continuously valued hard work over political connections. In addition to his success, his legions followed him because they believed he would protect their interests. Caesar showed that service is the ultimate goal of leadership, even if that service furthers your personal goals. Caesar's rapid transformation from Roman patriot to destroyer of the Republic raises significant questions about the failure of political systems. In addition to becoming ineffectual, institutions that are unable to adjust to changing conditions foster an environment that rewards people who are prepared to work against or outside of them. Caesar first attempted to operate within the Republic's structures rather than trying to overthrow it. He only made the decision to completely avoid those systems when they continuously prevented him from making the necessary adjustments. This affects contemporary democracies. Those who are willing to employ illegal means have more opportunities when legitimate institutions become so clogged up that they are unable to solve actual issues. Making sure that democratic institutions can continue to develop and reform is the answer. Not accepting deadlock is unavoidable. Caesar's clemency policy, his practice of pardoning defeated enemies rather than executing them, represented a revolutionary approach to political conflict. Caesar approached politics as a process in which today's adversaries could turn into tomorrow's allies, rather than as a zero-sum game in which rivals must be destroyed. This strategy, which proved remarkably successful during his lifetime, implies that political reconciliation frequently yields greater results than political retaliation. Caesar's murder serves as a reminder that clemency has its bounds, though. Some opponents consider your power's very existence to be illegitimate, making it impossible to make amends. Caesar's killers were driven by constitutional ideals rather than personal grievances. They killed him because they thought his continued existence threatened Roman liberty, not because he had hurt them. This implies that, despite its desire, political reconciliation occasionally necessitates concessions that core values cannot support. An important point regarding political succession is illustrated by Octavius's transition from teenager to Augustus. Although people can change institutions in ways that outlast their own lives, institutions are more important than individuals. Caesar created the conditions for imperial rule, but Augustus created the imperial system that would govern Rome for centuries. Institutional structure without vision rarely inspires enduring loyalty, and vision without institutional structure rarely survives its creator. Caesar's interest in everything from grammatical theory to military engineering demonstrates his intellectual curiosity and implies that effective leadership calls for a wide range of knowledge rather than specialised knowledge. Every society faces interconnected problems, and solving one often necessitates knowledge of seemingly unrelated fields. Caesar was successful in part because he took a multifaceted approach to issues, fusing political, social, military and economic viewpoints in ways that more specialised specialists might overlook. Lastly, Caesar's tale serves as a reminder that the interplay between structural forces and personal decision-making drives historical change. Although Caesar did not cause the issues that led to the fall of the Roman Republic, his solutions to those issues influenced the course of the empire's transition. Perhaps a more violent transition instead of the comparatively peaceful one that Augustus oversaw, or perhaps a reformed republic instead of a new empire, could have resulted from different decisions. We can better navigate our own historical moment if we comprehend this interplay between circumstance and choice. Although the structural forces forming our world are beyond our control, we do have some control over how we react to them. Caesar's life demonstrates how one person's actions, even when limited by external factors, have the capacity to influence the course of history in ways that last for centuries. As you finish your tea and get ready for bed, think about this. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, which contain leadership and strategy lessons that are just as applicable today as they were 2,000 years ago, are being read by someone, somewhere tonight. Somewhere a student is learning the funeral oration of Antony from Shakespeare's play by heart. They are absorbing concepts related to political manipulation and rhetoric that will shape their future thoughts on public speaking. Caesar's tale endures because it is timeless rather than because it is ancient. The same basic issues that the Romans faced in the 1st century BCE are faced by all generations. How can one strike a balance between freedom and security? How can outmoded institutions be changed without jeopardizing social order? How can you tell the difference between leaders who truly work for the public good and those who are just interested in themselves? The inability of the Roman Republic to adequately address these issues led to its downfall. Caesar rose to power because he could offer solutions, even if those solutions turned out to be untenable. His life serves as a reminder that political structures are human inventions that need ongoing care, attention, and adaptation in order to thrive. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable structural forces, individual people can still have an impact on the path of history, which is perhaps the most significant lesson to be learned from Caesar's life. The fall of the Roman Republic, Caesar, and the ensuing empire was not inevitable. Numerous individual decisions made by people who, like us today, had to deal with fear, uncertainty, and challenging trade-offs have shaped history. Caesar had the option to choose not to cross the Rubicon. Although they had other options, his adversaries decided to kill him. Other outcomes were possible, but Augustus decided to establish a stable imperial system. The world we inherited was shaped by the decisions made by imperfect people in unfeasible situations. This implies that our decisions are also important. Although we cannot foresee their long-term effects, Caesar, for example, could not have predicted that his invasion of Gaul would ultimately result in the fall of the Roman Republic. We can make them carefully, taking into account both their possible effects and their moral implications. You may dream about senators in togas discussing the future of their republic, Roman legions marching through Gallic forests, or an ambitious young man standing at the banks of a small river, contemplating whether or not to alter the course of history. You are drawn into an ongoing human narrative through these dreams, one that started long before Caesar and goes on long after. Remember that you're taking part in that same continuing story when you wake up tomorrow and look at your calendar, Caesar's calendar, to make plans for the day. Future generations' world is shaped by the decisions you make, the organizations you uphold or oppose, and the way you treat both allies and adversaries. Although Julius Caesar lived 2 millennia ago, his tale ultimately speaks to universal human emotions: aspiration and accomplishment, love and loss, success and failure, and the nuanced interplay between personal preference and historical context. These encounters allow us to connect with individuals who faced essentially similar difficulties, despite living in very different worlds over the ages. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of a human story that is still being written, and that your chapter, no matter how small, adds to a story that will be told long after we're all just names in history books. We can affect what we leave behind, but like Caesar, we have no control over how we will be remembered. And maybe that's sufficient. That might be all. You're standing on a wooden platform somewhere in Ohio, and it's 1847. The morning air smells primarily of coal smoke with a hint of adventure. Your carpet bag sits heavy in your hand, stuffed with everything you own that seemed important 3 days ago when you decided to head west. Now you're wondering why you packed 2 pairs of Sunday shoes and only 1 spare shirt. The locomotive sits before you, hissing and clanking like some great metal beast with indigestion. Steam puffs from various openings, and you can't shake the feeling that the whole contraption might explode at any moment. The engineer, a grizzled man with arms like tree trunks, seems remarkably unconcerned about this possibility. He's probably seen enough boiler explosions to know what one looks like before it happens. This thought doesn't comfort you as much as you'd hoped. You climb aboard the passenger car, which is essentially a wooden box on wheels with windows. The seats are arranged in rows facing forward, though seats is perhaps too generous a term. They're more like church pews with backs, upholstered in horsehair that prickles through your clothes. The aisle between them is narrow enough that 2 people can't pass without one of them sucking in their stomach and doing a little sideways shuffle. Your fellow passengers are settling in around you. There's a woman in a severe black dress who's already claimed the window seat, and looks like she'd defend it with her life. Behind her, a travelling salesman arranges his sample cases with the precision of a military operation. Across the aisle, a young mother tries to convince her toddler that the train isn't actually a monster, though the child seems sceptical, and frankly, you don't blame him. The conductor appears, a man whose moustache has its own postal code. He's wearing a uniform that's seen better decades and carries a pocket watch he consults with religious devotion. "All aboard," he calls, though you're already aboard, so you're not sure if the request applies to you or if you should get off and get back on again. You choose to remain where you are. With a tremendous jolt that nearly sends you into the lap of the stern woman by the window, the train begins to move. The wheels make a rhythmic clacking sound that will haunt your dreams for the next 3 weeks. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack, clackety-clack. It's almost musical, if your taste in music runs to repetitive percussion, performed by iron wheels on iron rails. The scenery outside starts to crawl past. At this speed, you could probably hop off, pick some wildflowers and hop back on again, though the conductor's moustache suggests the idea wouldn't be appreciated. Fields roll by, dotted with cows who seem mildly interested in this mechanical intrusion into their pastoral day. A farmer waves from his plough and you wave back, feeling very cosmopolitan and modern. The car rocks gently from side to side, not entirely unlike being in a cradle, if cradles were made of wood and iron and pulled by steam engines. The motion is soothing once you get used to it, though it takes about the same amount of time as a mild case of seasickness. You close your eyes and try to imagine you're on a ship sailing across prairies instead of oceans. Your carpet bag slides around on the floor with each curve and bump. Everybody's luggage performs a small dance, and every now and then someone's hatbox tries to escape, only to have its embarrassed owner restrain it. The woman next to you has tied her reticule to her wrist with what appears to be a shoelace. Clearly she's travelled by train before. Outside, the world passes by at the breathtaking speed of about 15 miles per hour. The present is the future, you think to yourself. The present is what progress looks like. People travel across vast distances on iron horses, reaching speeds that would have been unthinkable for your grandparents. However, at this moment, as I watch a particularly energetic squirrel keep pace with the train for a solid 30 seconds, the entire experience feels less revolutionary and more quaint. The whistle blows, a long, mournful sound that somehow manages to be both exciting and lonely at the same time. You're moving now, carried forward by steam and steel into whatever adventure awaits down the line. After your first hour aboard, you're beginning to understand that train travel comes with its peculiar social rules, most of which nobody bothered to write down anywhere. It's like being invited to a party where everyone knows the secret handshake except you. Take the window seat situation, for instance. The woman beside you has established squatters' rights on the window view, and she guards it jealously. When you lean slightly toward the glass to catch a glimpse of a particularly captivating cow, she shifts her considerable bulk to block your view entirely. It seems like she's following proper train etiquette, but you suspect she's making it up as she goes. The art of eating aboard a moving train proves to be more challenging than you'd anticipated. The railroad has thoughtfully provided a dining car, though dining is perhaps too elegant a term for what transpires there. You make your way down the aisle, grabbing seat backs and fellow passengers for support as the car sways and lurches. The dining car attendant, a man who's clearly made peace with the chaos of his profession, serves up plates of food that seem determined to slide into your lap. Your beef stew sloshes from side to side with each train rock. You quickly learn to time your spoonfuls with the motion of the car, scooping up stew when it slides toward you, and waiting patiently when it migrates to the far side of the bowl. It resembles a fishing experience, albeit with gravy and vegetables as the catch, and a constantly shifting pond. The other diners have developed various strategies for dealing with mobile meals. One gentleman has wedged his plate between two coffee cups, creating a little edible fortress. A lady at the next table has given up entirely on utensils, and is politely nibbling her dinner roll while watching her soup perform acrobatics. The travelling salesman from your car has somehow managed to balance his entire meal on his knees while continuing to work on his correspondence. You suspect he's part circus performer. Coffee service presents its own unique challenges. The attendant approaches with a large pot and the confident air of someone who's done the job 1,000 times before. He pours the coffee in a smooth arc that somehow accounts for the train's motion, the cup's movement, and the likelihood that you'll jerk your hand at the crucial moment. Most of the coffee actually makes it into the cup, which feels like a small miracle. Between meals, you discover that privacy is a negotiable concept aboard a train. Your fellow passengers seem to view your personal business as legitimate entertainment. The stern woman by the window has taken to commenting on your reading material, despite the fact that you haven't asked for her literary opinions. When you pull out a penny novel, she sniffs disapprovingly and mutters something about the decline of modern morals. You consider pointing out that her own reading material appears to be a temperance tract, but decide that discretion is the better part of not getting into an argument with someone you'll be sitting next to for the next 2 days. The travelling salesman has appointed himself the car's unofficial social director. He knows everyone's destination, occupation, and life story within the first 50 miles. By mile 75, he's offering unsolicited advice about everything from the best hotels in Chicago to the proper treatment of bunions. You learn more about bunion care than any reasonable person should know. However, you must admit that his enthusiasm is endearing. The bathroom facilities on the train deserve special mention, although they may not be ideal to use during dinner time. Embracing nature's call while travelling at 15 miles per hour over questionable track demands a certain level of athletic ability and a willingness to embrace adventure. The facilities themselves are about the size of a broom closet, furnished with a seat that seems designed by someone who'd never actually sat down before. The whole experience teaches you new levels of appreciation for stationary plumbing. Nightfall brings its set of social challenges. The seats don't recline exactly, but you can achieve a sort of semi-slumped position that passes for comfort if you're not particular about your spine's alignment. The stern woman has produced a pillow from somewhere and has claimed both armrests with the authority of a territorial squirrel. You fold your coat into a makeshift pillow and settle in for what promises to be a very educational night in the art of sleeping while sitting up. The sounds of the train take on a different quality in the darkness. The clacking of wheels becomes more pronounced, almost rhythmic. Someone several seats back has begun snoring in counterpoint to the train's rhythm, creating an odd sort of mobile lullaby. Morning arrives with the subtlety of a brass band, announced by the conductor's voice calling out the next station stop. You've managed about 3 hours of actual sleep, scattered throughout the night in 20-minute intervals, between the train's more enthusiastic lurches and the creative snoring symphony that developed around midnight. Your fellow passengers are stirring with various degrees of success. The travelling salesman appears to have slept like a baby, if babies typically woke up perfectly groomed and ready to discuss the virtues of their latest patent medicine. The stern woman looks exactly as severe as she did yesterday, leading you to suspect she may not actually sleep, but simply powers down like some sort of Victorian automaton. A new passenger boards at this stop, and he's the kind of character that makes train travel memorable. He's clearly a frontier type, dressed in buckskins that have seen more adventure than a penny novel. His beard appears to have been styled by a windstorm, and he carries himself with the easy confidence of someone who's wrestled bears and lived to tell about it, probably over dinner. He settles into a seat across the aisle, and immediately begins regaling anyone within earshot with tales of his exploits. According to his stories, he's been a trapper, a scout, a gold prospector, and briefly, a circus performer. You suspect some embellishment, particularly regarding the story about training a wild mustang to fetch his morning coffee, but his enthusiasm is infectious. Even the stern woman seems grudgingly interested, though she maintains her disapproving expression as a matter of principle. The young mother with the toddler has given up any pretense of controlling her child, who has discovered that the aisle makes an excellent racetrack. The boy careens from seat to seat, using passengers' knees as turning posts in his Grand Prix. Most travellers accept this with resigned good humour, though the travelling salesman looks nervous about his carefully arranged sample cases. At the next stop, a preacher boards, recognisable by his severe black coat and the way he surveys the car, as if calculating everyone's likelihood of salvation. He takes a seat near the back and immediately begins reading from what you assume is a Bible, though at this distance it could be a cookbook for all you know. The frontier character catches sight of him and grins, and you sense that philosophical discussions may be in your future. A group of immigrants fills several seats near the front of the car. They speak in a language you don't recognise, gesturing animatedly and pointing out the windows at the passing landscape. Their excitement is palpable, and you realise you're witnessing people seeing their new country for the first time. It provides perspective on your own journey, although you're still not entirely sure why you chose to head west initially. The dining car attendant makes his rounds, announcing breakfast with the air of someone who's given up hoping anyone will be surprised by the menu. There's hardtack, coffee as strong as a horseshoe, and a dish that could easily pass for eggs if you don't scrutinise it too closely. The frontier character claims that the food is the finest cuisine he has experienced since leaving civilization. However, considering his stories about eating bark and prairie grass, this may not be a significant compliment. Conversation flows easily around the car, resembling the interactions of people who have been brought together by circumstance. The preacher and the frontiersman have indeed struck up a debate about the nature of civilization versus the wilderness. The preacher argues for the moral benefits of settled society, while the frontiersman counters with stories about the corrupting influence of cities. You find yourself nodding along to both sides, which probably makes you either very wise or very confused. The stern woman has appointed herself the moral guardian of the car, offering unsolicited commentary on everyone's behaviour, reading material, and general deportment. When the travelling salesman produces a deck of cards, she launches into a lecture about the evils of gambling that would make the preacher proud. The salesman explains that he was merely planning to demonstrate a card trick for the toddler, but she remains unconvinced. By afternoon, the various personalities have settled into a comfortable routine. The frontiersman entertains the group with his stories, the preacher offers moral advice, the travelling salesman provides solutions to unidentified problems, and the stern woman upholds order with her disapproval. The immigrants continue their animated discussions, occasionally breaking into what sounds like folk songs. You've become the unofficial mediator, the neutral party everyone feels comfortable talking to. You may not have strong opinions, or your carpet bag may contain the only good whiskey on the train, hidden under your spare shirts. Either way, you're learning more about human nature than you ever expected. The toddler has worn himself out and finally fallen asleep in his mother's arms, providing the first quiet moment since dawn. Even the train seems to be running more smoothly, as if it too appreciates the brief respite from chaos. The dinner service that evening proves to be an adventure worthy of the frontier itself. You've learned from your lunch experience and approach the dining car with a strategy. Secure your food, find something to brace against, and accept that dignity is optional when travelling at 15 miles per hour over tracks laid by optimistic railroad workers. The menu hasn't changed since breakfast, which isn't particularly surprising given that the dining car's pantry is roughly the size of your grandmother's pie safe. The attendant, whose name you've learned is Frank, has developed a philosophical approach to his work that involves accepting the limitations of cooking aboard a moving train while maintaining unreasonable optimism about the results. Tonight's mystery meat is chicken, but it bounces around your plate like it never got used to being dead. The vegetables have achieved that perfect mushy consistency, where you can't quite tell if you're eating carrots or turnips, and frankly it doesn't matter because they both taste like the inside of a coal bin. Your dining companions this evening include a banker from Philadelphia who keeps checking his pocket watch as if he can somehow make the train arrive faster through sheer temporal willpower. Across from him sits a schoolmarm heading to a teaching position in Kansas, armed with enough moral fibre to build a small church and the kind of determined cheerfulness that suggests she's prepared to educate the frontier into submission. The frontiersman has joined your table, bringing with him tales of dining on roasted prairie dog and something he calls mountain oysters, which you suspect aren't actually oysters, and definitely aren't from any mountain you'd care to visit. His stories make the mysterious trained chicken seem downright gourmet by comparison. Halfway through the meal, the train hits a particularly ambitious curve, and chaos ensues. Your chicken breaks free, sliding across the table towards the banker, whose reflexes suggest he has successfully avoided flying food in the past. The schoolmarm's coffee creates a small tidal wave that somehow manages to miss her entirely, while thoroughly soaking her bread roll. Frank the attendant doesn't even pause in his serving, having clearly witnessed this performance many times before. The banker, now wearing your dinner, maintains his dignity with admirable stoicism. He dabs at the chicken grease on his vest with the same methodical precision he probably applies to balancing ledgers. Occupational hazard of train dining, he observes philosophically, as if being assaulted by mobile poultry is a regular part of his financial career. With the efficient competence of someone accustomed to managing classroom catastrophes, the schoolmarm produces a handkerchief and begins cleaning up the coffee disaster. Her cheerfulness remains undaunted, though you suspect she's mentally composing letters home about the exotic dangers of frontier dining. After dinner, you retire to your seat to discover that motion sickness has finally caught up with you. It creeps in gradually, starting with a vague uneasiness that you initially attribute to the mysterious chicken. The constant swaying motion of the car, which seemed charming this morning, now feels less like a gentle cradle and more like being trapped inside a powerful washing machine. With the sharp eye of someone who has likely diagnosed half the ailments in her hometown, the stern woman notices your distress. She produces a small bottle from her reticule with the confidence of a travelling apothecary. She announces, "Peppermint oil," as if she's offering a miraculous remedy. Settles the stomach and clears the head. You're in no position to refuse help, even from someone whose previous medical advice consisted mainly of moral lectures. The peppermint oil does help, though whether it's the actual medicine or just the relief of having someone show unexpected kindness is hard to say. The travelling salesman, overhearing your plight, launches into an enthusiastic pitch for his latest remedy, guaranteed to cure everything from motion sickness to melancholy. His sample case reveals an impressive array of bottles, tins, and mysterious packages, each promising to solve problems you didn't know you had. You politely decline his offer of Doctor, Pemberton's miracle elixir, partly because you're feeling better, and partly because anything described as miraculous and sold from a suitcase seems suspect. The rocking motion of the train, which caused your stomach troubles, ironically becomes soothing once the nausea passes. The rhythmic clacking of wheels settles into a hypnotic pattern that makes your eyelids heavy. Outside the windows, twilight is painting the landscape in soft purples and golds, turning ordinary farmland into something almost magical. Your fellow passengers are settling into their evening routines. The preacher has switched from moral philosophy to what appears to be letter writing, his pen scratching across paper in time with the train's rhythm. The immigrants have grown quiet, gazing out at their new country with expressions of wonder and perhaps a little homesickness. The toddler has discovered that the space under the seats makes an excellent fort and has begun a complex game involving his few toys and a remarkable amount of imagination. His mother watches with the patient expression of someone who's learned to find entertainment in the smallest victories. Frank appears with evening coffee, which you accept gratefully despite its resemblance to coal tar, because sometimes the ritual of warmth and caffeine matters more than the actual quality of either. Darkness settles over the train like a familiar blanket, transforming the passenger car into a cosy, if somewhat cramped, cocoon of warm light and human companionship. The conductor makes his evening rounds, lighting the oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the walls and create pools of golden light throughout the car. The effect is intimate, turning your rolling wooden box into something approaching comfortable. Sleeping on a train, you're discovering, is less a single event and more a series of negotiations between your body, the seat, and the laws of physics. The seats weren't designed with overnight comfort in mind, having been crafted by someone who apparently believed that humans were naturally shaped like church pews. You try various positions, the classic slump, the sideways lean, and an ambitious attempt to use your carpet bag as a footrest, which ends with your luggage sliding 3 seats forward during a particularly spirited curve. The stern woman has transformed herself into a fortress of propriety, somehow managing to arrange her shawls and skirts in a way that maintains perfect modesty, while achieving what appears to be actual comfort. You suspect she's had training in this particular skill, possibly from a finishing school that offered advanced courses in travelling with dignity. Her gentle snoring suggests she's mastered the art completely. The frontiersman has claimed 2 seats by virtue of simply being too large for one, and he sleeps with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to bedding down under the open sky. Occasionally he mutters in his sleep, fragments of adventures that may or may not have actually happened. You catch references to ornery mules and the biggest catfish in Missouri, delivered with the same conviction he brings to his waking stories. The travelling salesman has somehow arranged his sample cases into a makeshift bed that looks more comfortable than your seat, though you suspect it violates several unspoken rules about train etiquette. He's covered himself with what appears to be a tarp advertising his patent medicines, turning himself into a human billboard even in sleep. At midnight, the train abruptly stops, startling everyone awake. Through the windows you can see lanterns moving in the darkness, and voices carry the tone of men dealing with some sort of mechanical crisis. The conductor appears, his moustache looking less authoritative than usual, to explain that they're having a small difficulty with the locomotive's enthusiasm, which you take to mean the engine has broken down again. This sort of thing, you're learning, is considered perfectly normal in 1847. Trains break down the way horses throw shoes, or wagon wheels come loose. It's not a crisis, merely an inconvenience that requires patience and possibly some creative engineering. Frank appears with more coffee, as if caffeine is the universal solution to mechanical problems. The delay gives everyone a chance to stretch, walk around, and engage in the kind of philosophical discussions that only happen at midnight when you're stranded beside railroad tracks in the middle of Ohio. The preacher and the frontiersman resume their debate about civilization, now expanded to include theories about mechanical progress and God's opinion of steam engines. The banker produces a flask from his coat and offers it around with the generosity of someone who's given up worrying about propriety at this hour. Even the schoolmarm accepts a small sip, though she makes a face that suggests her temperance principles are still intact, just temporarily suspended for medicinal purposes. The immigrants gather near their seats, talking quietly among themselves while the children sleep against their parents' shoulders. Their patience appears boundless, as if they've grown accustomed to patiently awaiting the start of their lives. You wonder what they're leaving behind and what they hope to find at the end of their journey. Outside, the repair work continues with the steady rhythm of men who know their business. Hammering, the hiss of steam, and occasional cursing that carries clearly in the night air. The locomotive is clearly a temperamental creature that requires both mechanical skill and diplomatic handling. The stern woman has produced needlework from somewhere in her seemingly bottomless reticule and is stitching by lamplight with the concentration of a surgeon. She notices your attention and explains, without prompting, that idle hands, even at midnight beside broken-down trains, are a dangerous place. Her moral principles apparently don't recognise standard sleeping hours. By 2 a.m, the repairs are complete, announced by a triumphant whistle that probably wakes up every cow within 5 miles. Everyone settles back into their improvised sleeping arrangements with the weary satisfaction of travellers who've shared a small adventure. The train begins moving again, with its characteristic series of jerks and jolts, like a giant waking up with arthritis. The rhythmic clacking returns, perhaps slightly more enthusiastic than before, as if the locomotive is making up for lost time. Outside, the dark landscape slides past, dotted with occasional farmhouse windows glowing warm and yellow in the distance. Sleep comes easier now, induced by exhaustion, and the hypnotic motion of wheels on rails. Even your uncomfortable seat begins to feel almost cosy, and you drift off to the sound of gentle snoring, creaking wood, and the endless song of iron wheels carrying you toward whatever adventure awaits at the end of the line. Morning arrives with the reluctant grey light of dawn filtering through the passenger car windows, revealing a landscape that looks suspiciously similar to yesterday's scenery. You're beginning to suspect that Ohio is considerably larger than the map suggested, or possibly that you've been travelling in circles while you slept. The latter seems unlikely, given the determined forward motion of the locomotive, but after 36 hours on rails, your sense of geography has become somewhat negotiable. Your body has achieved a sort of détente with the train seat, accepting discomfort as the natural state of existence, while maintaining hope that sensation will eventually return to your legs. The stern woman is already awake and somehow perfectly groomed, leading you to wonder if she's actually human, or perhaps some sort of travelling automaton, designed to make the rest of humanity feel inadequate. Frank begins his morning rounds with coffee that has the consistency of warm tar and twice the potency. The travelling salesman greets the new day with enthusiasm that would be admirable if it weren't quite so early and loud. He's already reorganised his sample cases and is preparing to demonstrate his patent medicines to anyone unfortunate enough to make eye contact. The frontier character awakens from his slumber, akin to a bear emerging from hibernation, accompanied by sound effects capable of frightening small children and possibly even larger ones. His morning routine involves spectacular stretching, creative cursing, and the production of what appears to be hardtack from his coat pocket. He gnaws on this breakfast with the satisfaction of a man accustomed to food that fights back. Outside the windows, the landscape has begun to change subtly. The neat farmsteads of settled Ohio are giving way to wider spaces, more scattered buildings, and longer stretches where civilization seems to have given up entirely. You're approaching the real frontier now, where the map gets vague and adventure becomes less theoretical. The banker consults his pocket watch with increasing frequency, as if he can somehow accelerate the train through sheer temporal anxiety. His destination is Chicago, where he has important business that apparently cannot wait for the normal pace of steam locomotion. He's begun muttering calculations under his breath, working out arrival times with the desperate precision of a man who's promised to be somewhere specific, at a time that's looking increasingly unlikely. Around mid-morning, the train develops what Frank diplomatically calls a case of the slows. The locomotive begins chugging with less enthusiasm, like an aging horse that's decided it's covered enough ground for one day. Your 15-mile-per-hour pace drops to something closer to a brisk walk, which means the energetic squirrels are once again keeping pace outside your window. This mechanical reluctance creates what the conductor announces as a brief delay for locomotive encouragement, which sounds much more dignified than the engine is having another breakdown. You're learning that railroad terminology exists primarily to make mechanical failures sound like deliberate scheduling decisions. The delay provides an opportunity for extended socializing, which by now resembles a mobile town hall meeting. The preacher has begun holding informal services for anyone interested, although his congregation mainly consists of immigrants who may not understand his words but seem to appreciate the familiar rhythm of religious ceremonies. The schoolmarm has started an impromptu geography lesson, using the passing landscape to explain the settlement patterns of the American frontier. Her enthusiasm for education remains undaunted by her audience's mixed interest in learning about soil types and river systems. The toddler seems particularly fascinated by her chalk, which she's somehow produced from her seemingly magical carpet bag. Your fellow passengers have developed the easy familiarity of people who've shared close quarters and minor adventures. Personal space has become a quaint memory, and everyone's life story is now common knowledge. You know about the banker's 3 daughters, the preacher's mission to bring salvation to Kansas, the schoolmarm's correspondence with her sister in Boston, and approximately 47 of the frontiersman's most unlikely adventures. The stern woman has revealed herself to be well-travelled, offering commentary on railroad systems she's experienced from Baltimore to St. Louis. Her disapproval, you realise, comes from extensive experience with the gap between what train travel promises and what it actually delivers. She's less morally outraged than practically disappointed, which somehow makes her criticism more endearing. Lunch consists of the same mysterious substances as yesterday, though Frank has managed to arrange them differently on the plate, creating the illusion of variety. The dining car conversation centres on destination fever, that peculiar condition that affects long-distance travellers as they approach their journey's end. Everyone has begun talking faster, planning more enthusiastically, and checking their belongings with increasing frequency. This anticipation appears to have a particularly strong impact on immigrants. Their excitement is palpable as they recognise that the landscape outside is becoming their new home. They point at farms and towns with the intensity of people claiming territory with their eyes, already beginning the psychological process of belonging somewhere new. By afternoon, even the locomotive seems to have caught destination fever, picking up pace with renewed mechanical enthusiasm. The clacking of wheels takes on a more urgent rhythm, as if the train itself is eager to reach the end of the line and rest its iron bones. The final hours of your train journey unfold with the bittersweet quality of all endings, tinged with both relief and an unexpected nostalgia for the rolling community you've temporarily joined. Your destination appears on the horizon as a smudge of smoke and scattered buildings, growing larger with each rhythmic clack of the wheels. After 3 days of wondering if you'd ever arrive anywhere, the reality of actually reaching the end of the line feels almost surreal. The locomotive seems to sense its approaching rest, developing a more eager chuff that suggests it's as ready as you are to stop moving for a while. Your body has adapted to constant motion so thoroughly that you suspect you'll spend the next week swaying slightly while standing still, like a sailor who's been too long at sea. The stern woman has begun the complex process of reassembling herself into travelling order, folding shawls and securing belongings with the precision of a general preparing for battle. Her transformation from rumpled passenger back into the picture of Victorian propriety is fascinating to watch, involving more pins and strategic tucking than you thought humanly possible. The travelling salesman is conducting a final inventory of his sample cases, probably calculating profits and losses from his mobile pharmacy. He's sold several bottles of his mysterious elixir to fellow passengers, though whether from genuine belief in his products or simply cabin fever-induced purchasing decisions remains unclear. The frontiersman bought 3 bottles, claiming they'd be perfect for trading with Indians, though you suspect he plans to drink them himself. Your fellow travellers begin the ritual of exchanging addresses and promises to write, though you all know that once you step off this train, you'll scatter to your separate destinies and probably never cross paths again. Still, the ritual matters. These people have become your temporary family, bound together by shared discomfort, and the peculiar intimacy that develops when strangers are trapped in close quarters for days at a time. The banker finally relaxes his death grip on his pocket watch, accepting that he'll arrive when he arrives, and his Chicago business will have to adapt accordingly. His anxiety is transformed into philosophical acceptance, though he mentions several times that he'll never again trust railroad schedules, especially ones written by people who clearly view time as a flexible concept. The preacher has been energized by approaching his mission field, speaking with renewed fervor about bringing civilization and salvation to the frontier. With amusement, the frontiersman listens, occasionally commenting on the type of salvation that truly comes in handy when confronted with hostile wildlife or severe weather. Their ongoing theological debate has become one of the journey's most entertaining features. The schoolmarm has grown quiet as her destination approaches, perhaps contemplating the reality of teaching frontier children who may view book learning as less immediately useful than tracking and shooting skills. Her determination remains unshakable, but it's now tempered with the practical understanding that education takes different forms in different places. The immigrants gather their belongings with reverent care, handling their few possessions like sacred relics. Everything they own in America fits into a handful of bags and bundles, but their faces shine with the hope of people who've successfully crossed an ocean and a continent to reach their dreams. Their excitement is infectious, reminding everyone else that arrival means possibility. The toddler has finally worn himself completely out and sleeps peacefully in his mother's arms, oblivious to the significance of reaching their new home. His mother looks out at the approaching town with the mixed expression of someone who's relieved the journey is ending, but terrified about what comes next. As the train begins its final approach, slowing with a series of gentle jerks and extended whistle blasts that announce your arrival to the waiting town, you realise that this journey has been about more than simply getting from one place to another. You've experienced a slice of America in transition, a country building itself 1 mile of track at a time. The station appears ahead, a simple wooden building that nevertheless represents the end of one adventure and the beginning of another. People wait on the platform, some greeting expected arrivals, others simply curious about who the Iron Horse has delivered to their town today. The final stop arrives with a ceremony befitting the completion of an epic journey. A tremendous hiss of steam, the squeal of brakes, and one last authoritative jolt that sends everyone reaching for something solid to grab. Frank appears in the doorway, announcing your arrival with the satisfaction of a man who successfully delivered another load of hopeful humanity to their chosen destination. You gather your carpet bag, which somehow feels heavier than when you started, though it contains exactly the same items. Perhaps it's weighted down with memories now, or maybe you've just grown weaker from 3 days of train food and improvised sleeping. Either way, you're ready to feel solid ground beneath your feet again. As you step down onto the platform, the absence of constant motion feels strange and wonderful. The world has stopped rocking, stopped clacking, and stopped hissing steam at irregular intervals. The silence is almost overwhelming after days of mechanical conversation. Your fellow passengers disperse with surprising speed, reclaiming their individual identities after days of communal existence. They exchange final handshakes, make last-minute address exchanges, and make promises to write that they may or may not keep. As if you've passed some sort of endurance test she's been administering, the stern woman nods approvingly at your survival of the journey. The locomotive sits steaming quietly, looking somehow smaller now that it's not in motion. The mighty iron horse that's been your world for 3 days is just a machine again, waiting for its next load of passengers and their dreams. You shoulder your carpet bag and walk toward the town, your legs still slightly unsteady from days of swaying motion. Behind you, the train whistle blows one last time, a farewell that somehow manages to sound both mournful and hopeful. The frontier stretches ahead, full of possibility and uncertainty in equal measure. You've arrived, carried here by steam and steel and the peculiar magic of American optimism made manifest in iron rails. Whatever happens next, you'll always remember these 3 days when you travelled into the future at 15 miles per hour, accompanied by the most fascinating collection of humanity you've ever had the pleasure to meet. The adventure, you realise, is just beginning. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9, determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home. Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognised that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Juka's improvisational skill showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticised, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he found out that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless. longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899, perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests. The remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Wardenclyffe on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3227, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore. Over the decades, Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. Picture this. You're sitting in ancient China around 220 BC, probably wondering what's for dinner and hoping the weather holds up for harvest season. You've got your little plot of land, maybe some chickens pecking around, and life is pretty predictable. Then Emperor Qin Shi Huang shows up with what might be history's most ambitious home improvement project. "We're going to build a wall," he announces. Not just any wall, mind you, a wall that stretches across mountains, deserts and valleys for thousands of miles. Your neighbours probably thought he'd been sampling too much rice wine, but this emperor was dead serious. He had already conquered 6 other kingdoms to unite China, so building an impossibly long wall seemed like a simple task. Tuesday afternoon's project. The thing is, walls already existed. Various kingdoms had been building defensive barriers for centuries, like having a really impressive fence to keep the neighbours' goats out of your garden. But Qin Shi Huang looked at these scattered walls the way you might look at mismatched furniture in your living room. Functional, but lacking a unified vision. His plan was brilliant in its audacity. Connect the existing walls, extend them, and create one continuous barrier along China's northern border. Imagine this as the world's first massive renovation project, where instead of demolishing walls, they were constructing the ultimate wall to end all walls. The emperor's motivation wasn't just showing off, though that was certainly part of it. The Mongols and other nomadic tribes from the north were habituated to dropping by uninvited, usually with swords and an attitude problem. These weren't friendly social calls. They were more like aggressive house parties, where the guests take everything and leave the place in shambles. So you can understand the Emperor's thinking. Build a wall so impressive, so formidable, that these northern neighbours would take one look and decide maybe they'd rather stay home and tend their horses instead. It was like installing the world's most elaborate security system, except the cameras were guard towers and the alarm was a very loud horn. But here's where it gets intriguing for regular folks like you. This project wasn't going to be built by magic or imperial decree alone. This undertaking was going to require hands, millions of them. Suddenly, your quiet life of farming and chicken tending was about to get a lot more complicated. The recruitment process was about as subtle as an earthquake. Local officials would show up in villages with scrolls and serious expressions, essentially conducting a very involuntary job fair. Congratulations, they'd say. You've been selected for a wonderful opportunity to serve your emperor and build something truly historic. The fact that you hadn't applied for this opportunity was considered irrelevant. Now, before you start feeling too sorry for yourself in this scenario, consider the alternative. The Emperor had just finished unifying China through a series of wars that made Game of Thrones look like a peaceful afternoon tea. Building a wall, even an impossibly long one, was actually the peaceful option. Still, knowing you're part of the calmer solution doesn't make the prospect of hauling stones across mountains any more appealing. The scale of this project was something no one had ever attempted. Imagine trying to coordinate a construction project that spans the distance from New York to Denver, except there are no trucks, no power tools, and no Home Depot. Everything had to be done with human muscle, animal power, and whatever clever engineering solutions people could devise with the technology of 220 BC. And so began one of history's greatest adventures in construction management, community cooperation, and sheer human stubbornness. You were about to become part of something that would still be visible. So here you are, standing with your hastily packed belongings and wondering how your life took such an unexpected turn. The recruitment officer has assured you that the job is a temporary assignment, just a few months, maybe a year at most. You'll be back home before you know it, he says, with the confidence of someone who's never actually built a wall. Your first glimpse of the construction site is like nothing you've ever seen. Imagine an anthill the size of a city, except the ants are people and they're all carrying rocks. Thousands of workers stretch across the landscape, creating a human chain that disappears into the distance. The noise is incredible. Hammering, shouting, the scrape of stone against stone, and the occasional creative curse word that probably shouldn't be repeated in polite company. You're assigned to a work crew that becomes your new family, whether you like it or not. There's old Chen, who claims he helped build the Emperor's palace and has strong opinions about proper mortar mixing. Young Liu bounces around with the enthusiasm of someone who thinks this whole wall business might actually be fun. Wang the Quiet barely speaks but can carry stones that would make a donkey jealous. And there's you, trying to figure out which end of a hammer to hold. The living arrangements are, shall we say, cosy. Your new home is a tent shared with 5 other men, which sounds awful until you realise some crews are sleeping 12 to a shelter. Privacy becomes a fond memory, like a favourite dish from home that you can almost taste if you concentrate hard enough. The good news is that everyone snores, so at least the noise is evenly distributed. Your daily routine starts before dawn, because apparently whoever designed this schedule believed that sunlight was a luxury rather than a necessity. You stumble out of your shared tent, grab some rice and maybe a pickled vegetable if you're lucky, and report to your section chief. This is a man who has elevated shouting into an art form, and seems to believe that volume is directly proportional to work efficiency. The work itself is simpler in concept than execution. You're building a wall, which sounds straightforward until you realise this wall needs to be tall enough to stop mounted warriors, strong enough to withstand siege engines, and long enough to protect an entire frontier. It's like being asked to build a fence around your property, except your property is the size of several states and the fence needs to stop an army. The foundation work is backbreaking in the most literal sense. You spend days moving earth, laying stones, and creating the base that everything else will rest on. Each stone needs to be placed just so, because a wobbly foundation today means a collapsed wall tomorrow, and nobody wants to explain to the Emperor why his wall has developed a lean. But here's the thing about shared misery. It has a way of bringing people together. By the end of your first week, you and your tent mates have developed an effortless camaraderie born of mutual exhaustion. Old Chen shares techniques he learned from previous construction projects. Young Liu invents games to make the repetitive work more bearable. On the quiet turns out to be an excellent cook who can make rice taste almost intriguing. The engineers overseeing the project are a fascinating bunch. They've had to solve problems no one has ever faced before, like how to build a uniform wall across terrain that varies from desert sand to mountain granite. Watching them work is like seeing puzzle masters tackle a jigsaw with a million pieces, none of which seem to fit together properly. Supply lines stretch back towards civilization like the world's longest grocery delivery route. Wagons arrive with fresh stone, timber, rice, and replacement tools. Occasionally they bring news from home, which everyone gathers around to hear like it's the evening entertainment. Occasionally they bring new workers to replace those who've completed their service, or, more grimly, those who won't be going home at all. Despite the hardships, there's something oddly satisfying about the work. Each day you can see progress. The wall grows taller, stronger, and more impressive. You begin to take pride in your section, competing informally with other crews to see who can lay the straightest line or build the most solid foundation. It's like the world's most exhausting team sport. After a few weeks on the wall, you've developed what your grandmother might charitably call character. Your hands, once soft from farm work, now sport calluses in places you didn't know could grow calluses. Your back has adapted to a permanent slight hunch from lifting stones, and you've learned to identify different types of rock by their weight and the specific way they make your shoulders ache. The workday starts with what the section chief optimistically calls morning coordination, but which everyone else recognises as the daily ritual of figuring out who's going to do what and how badly it might go wrong. Today, your crew is assigned to mortar mixing, which sounds easy until you realise that getting the consistency right is like trying to bake bread while blindfolded during an earthquake. Old Chen takes this opportunity to share his philosophy on mortar, which apparently involves the same level of precision that other people reserve for poetry. If the mixture is too wet, it runs like water from a broken bucket, he explains, while stirring the mixture with a wooden paddle that has seen better days. Too dry, and it crumbles like a promise from a politician. You're beginning to suspect that Old Chen has strong opinions about everything, which makes him either very wise or very annoying, depending on how early in the morning it is. The stones themselves come from quarries that seem impossibly far away, yet somehow keep producing an endless supply of building material. Watching the stonecutters work is mesmerising. They can look at a rough boulder and somehow see the perfectly shaped block hiding inside like sculptors working in reverse. Their hammers ring against chisels with a rhythm that becomes the soundtrack of construction, a percussion section for the symphony of building. Transportation of materials has evolved into a complex dance of human efficiency. Teams of workers form chains from the supply wagons to the construction site, passing stones hand to hand in a process that looks chaotic but actually moves materials faster than you'd think possible. It's like watching a very patient version of the world's heaviest relay race. Young Liu has invented a game where you try to predict which stone will be the most awkward to carry, based on its shape. He's surprisingly talented at this, having developed an eye for stones that look innocent but turn out to be engineered by nature specifically to be impossible to grip properly. His uncanny ability to spot these troublemakers has saved the crew numerous bruised toes and creative vocabulary lessons. The wall itself is taking shape with surprising speed, considering it's being built entirely by hand. Each section has its own personality, reflecting the crew that built it. Some sections are precisely uniform, built by teams that measure twice and cut once. Others show more character, with small variations that somehow make them look more human and less like something assembled by very patient machines. Weather adds its complications to the work. Rain turns the construction site into a muddy obstacle course, where every step requires careful consideration of physics and balance. Hot days make the stones too hot to handle comfortably, and cold mornings mean waiting for fingers to thaw enough to grip tools properly. You begin to develop a farmer's intuition for weather, reading the sky like a daily newspaper that specialises in inconvenient surprises. The guard towers, spaced at regular intervals along the wall, present their engineering challenges. These aren't just tall platforms. They're sophisticated observation and communication posts that need to be sturdy enough to withstand attacks, while remaining tall enough to provide commanding views of the surrounding territory. Building them requires a combination of masonry, carpentry, and what might generously be called optimistic physics. Food becomes both fuel and entertainment. The camp cooks have mastered the art of making large quantities of rice interesting through creative use of whatever vegetables, meat or seasonings happen to be available. Sometimes you have lucky and there's pork. Other times, you learn to appreciate the subtle flavours of turnips and hope. Crews gather during mealtimes to share stories, voice complaints, and occasionally speculate about the potential completion date of this project. Your tent mates have developed distinct personalities that make the cramped living quarters more bearable. Old Chen tells stories from his construction days that may or may not be entirely true, but are always entertaining. Young Liu practices writing characters in the dirt, determined to return home more educated than when he left. Wang the Quiet has revealed a talent for repairing tools and equipment, making him the most popular person in a 100-yard radius. By now you've realised that building the Great Wall isn't just construction, it's engineering on a scale that makes regular building projects look like children's blocks. Every day brings new problems that require solutions no one has ever had to figure out before, and you're starting to appreciate the complexity of what seemed like a simple concept. Take, for instance, the challenge of building a wall across a mountain ridge. You can't just pile stones in a straight line and hope for the best. The wall needs to follow the natural contours of the land while maintaining its defensive capabilities, which means constantly adjusting height, thickness, and angle. It's like trying to draw a straight line on a crumpled piece of paper while wearing mittens. The foundation work varies dramatically depending on terrain. In rocky areas, you're essentially building on nature's concrete, which sounds great until you realise that rocky often means uneven, unpredictable, and determined to make your life difficult. In sandy or soft soil areas, the foundation needs to go much deeper, which means more digging and more stone, but at least the digging is easier. In marshy areas, well, everyone tries to avoid thinking about marshy areas. Your crew has been assigned to work on a section that crosses a particularly steep hillside, which provides spectacular views and spectacular challenges in equal measure. Building on a slope means every stone wants to roll downhill, apparently having missed the memo about staying put. This has led to the development of increasingly creative techniques for convincing stones to remain where you place them. Old Chen has become something of a master at reading stone behaviour. He can look at a rock and predict whether it's going to be cooperative or whether it's going to spend the day trying to escape down the mountainside. Stones have personalities, he explains, while wedging a particularly rebellious boulder into place. Some want to work, some want to wander, and some just want to cause trouble. You're starting to suspect he might be right. The mortar mixing has evolved into something approaching science. Different weather conditions require different consistencies, and the local materials, limestone here, clay there, all react differently to mixing and setting. The master masons have developed an almost mystical ability to produce exactly the right mixture for current conditions, like chefs who can cook perfect meals without measuring ingredients. Tool maintenance has become a critical skill for survival. When your livelihood depends on hammers, chisels, and carrying baskets, keeping them in good repair isn't just professional pride, it's self-preservation. Wang the Quiet has set up an informal repair service, trading tool maintenance for extra rice or help with heavy lifting. His ability to resurrect a broken handle or straighten a bent chisel has made him the most valued member of several crews. The logistics of the project are mind-boggling when you stop thinking about them. Someone, somewhere, is coordinating the delivery of materials, food and equipment to dozens of construction sites spread across hundreds of miles. Supply wagons consistently arrive, delivering not only essentials but also occasional luxury items such as tea or preserved fruit, adding a touch of joy to everyone's day. Communication along the wall happens through a system of signals that's part practical necessity and part entertainment. Horn calls relay messages from section to section, creating a chain of communication that can carry news faster than a running messenger. The horn operators have developed a surprisingly sophisticated vocabulary of calls, different patterns for mealtime, shift changes, material deliveries, and occasionally warnings about approaching inspectors. The inspectors themselves are a source of both anxiety and amusement. These are officials who arrive periodically to check progress and quality, armed with measuring devices and serious expressions. They examine wall sections with the intensity of art critics, running their hands along stone joints and muttering about specifications. Smart crews learn to recognise the signs of an approaching inspection and spend extra time making their sections look particularly impressive. Quality control has evolved organically among the work crews. Nobody wants to be responsible for the section that falls down, so there's intense peer pressure to build well. Teams develop reputations for craftsmanship, and being assigned to work with a crew known for solid construction becomes a point of pride. Competition between crews drives quality improvements that no amount of official supervision could achieve. The wall's defensive features require careful attention to detail that goes beyond simple construction. Arrow slits need to be positioned at exactly the right height and angle to provide maximum coverage while offering protection to defenders. Walkways must be wide enough for guards to patrol, but not so wide that they waste materials or provide too much target area for attackers. Winter arrives like an unwelcome relative who shows up without warning and refuses to leave. One day you're working in comfortable autumn weather, and the next morning you wake up to discover frost decorating your tent like nature's least practical artwork. The section chief announces that work will continue regardless of weather, because apparently walls don't build themselves and emperors don't appreciate seasonal delays. Building in cold weather presents challenges that the project planners probably didn't fully appreciate when they scheduled this particular construction timeline. Mortar doesn't set properly when it's freezing, which means either waiting for warmer temperatures or developing creative solutions that involve keeping mixed mortar warm until it can be applied. This scenario leads to the amusing sight of grown men huddling around small fires with buckets of mortar like they're warming their hands. Your tent becomes both a sanctuary and an endurance test as temperatures drop. 5 men sharing a small space generates a surprising amount of body heat, which is beneficial for staying warm but challenging for maintaining any sense of personal space or air quality. Everyone develops strategies for staying comfortable, extra layers, creative use of blankets, and the unspoken agreement that nobody comments on anyone else's sleeping habits or unusual nighttime noises. The supply lines face their own winter challenges. Wagons that moved easily over dry summer roads now struggle through mud, snow and ice. Food deliveries become less predictable, leading to careful rationing and creative cooking with whatever ingredients are available. Rice becomes even more precious, and everyone learns to appreciate the subtle differences between turnips, radishes, and other vegetables that all taste remarkably similar when you're hungry enough. Spring brings relief and new complications in equal measure. The ground thaws, making digging easier but also creating mud that seems specifically designed to make walking difficult and tool handling treacherous. Fresh supplies arrive more regularly, but so do new workers who need to be trained and integrated into existing crews. You find yourself in the odd position of being a veteran after just one winter, offering advice to newcomers who look as bewildered as you once did. The seasonal cycle creates a rhythm to the work that becomes oddly comforting. Summer brings long days and maximum productivity. However, it also brings heat that makes handling sun-baked stones an exercise in pain tolerance. Autumn brings perfect working weather and the urgent push to complete sections before winter returns. Each season requires different strategies, preparations, and types of stubborn determination. The rainy season deserves special mention as a time when optimism goes to die. Working in rain means dealing with slippery stones, mud that clings to everything, and the constant challenge of keeping tools dry enough to use effectively. The wall itself becomes treacherous to work on, requiring extra caution and significantly reduced productivity. Everyone develops strong opinions about rain gear and the inadequacy of most attempts to stay dry while doing heavy construction work. The changing seasons also bring changes in local wildlife, which adds an element of unpredictability to daily work. Spring brings curious deer that seem fascinated by construction activity. Summer attracts various insects that apparently view human workers as either entertainment or potential meals. Autumn brings migrating birds that sometimes interfere with construction work, and winter brings various creatures searching for warm places to shelter, occasionally choosing tool storage areas. Old Chen reveals that he's worked construction jobs in all kinds of weather and has developed philosophical approaches to each season. Summer teaches patience, he explains, while taking a break in whatever shade he can find. Winter teaches persistence, spring teaches hope, and autumn teaches urgency. Young Liu suggests that all seasons teach you to appreciate being indoors, which seems like the most practical wisdom anyone has offered. Food preservation becomes a crucial skill as weather affects both supply deliveries and storage capabilities. It becomes essential to learn which vegetables store well and which require immediate consumption. Based on available ingredients and safe storage methods, the camp cooks create seasonal menus that result in surprisingly diverse meals. Tool performance varies significantly with weather conditions. Wooden handles shrink and expand, metal parts rust or become brittle, and carrying baskets develop holes or weak spots that seem to appear overnight. Maintenance becomes an ongoing project rather than an occasional necessity, and everyone learns basic repair skills that weren't part of the original job description. Weather prediction becomes a valuable skill set that everyone develops to some degree. Cloud reading, wind pattern recognition, and understanding seasonal patterns all contribute to better planning and preparation. The ability to predict weather changes helps crews plan work schedules, prepare for supply delays, and generally make life more manageable in an environment where comfort is largely dependent on being ready for whatever nature decides to provide. Living and working in close quarters with hundreds of other people creates a unique social environment that's part construction site, part small town, and part extended family reunion where nobody can leave early. The Wall Project has brought together people from different regions, social classes and backgrounds, creating a temporary community that develops its own customs, jokes and social structure. Your tent has evolved into something resembling a household, with everyone settling into informal roles that make shared living more manageable. Old Chen has become the unofficial leader, settling disputes and offering advice based on his extensive experience with group living situations. Young Liu serves as entertainment coordinator, inventing games and keeping spirits up during difficult days. Wang the Quiet handles practical matters like tool maintenance and small repairs that keep daily life functioning smoothly. The evening routine after work has become a social ritual that everyone looks forward to. Crews gather around small fires to share meals, stories and complaints about the day's challenges. These conversations range from practical discussions about construction techniques to elaborate storytelling sessions where facts and entertainment blend together in ways that probably wouldn't pass strict historical scrutiny, but make for engaging listening. Regional differences create intriguing cultural exchanges as workers from different areas share their local customs, foods, and approaches to problem solving. Someone from the northern provinces might introduce techniques for working in cold weather, while workers from southern regions contribute knowledge about building in wet conditions. It's like a practical education program where everyone is both teacher and student. Games and entertainment develop organically to fill the hours between work and sleep. Simple gambling games using stones or sticks provide excitement and social interaction. Storytelling competitions emerge, with workers sharing tales from home or inventing elaborate fictional adventures. Physical competitions, who can carry the heaviest stone, who can work longest without rest, add elements of friendly rivalry that make work more engaging. The development of informal leadership structures within work crews demonstrates how people naturally organise themselves when faced with shared challenges. Some workers emerge as natural organisers, others as technical experts, and still others as mediators who help resolve conflicts before they become serious problems. These unofficial roles often prove more important than formal hierarchy in determining how well crews function. Trade and barter systems develop to supplement official supply distributions. Workers with particular skills, cooking, tool repair, storytelling, letter writing, find themselves able to trade services for extra food, better sleeping arrangements, or other small luxuries that make life more bearable. These informal economies create networks of mutual support that extend beyond individual work crews. The challenge of maintaining morale during difficult periods brings out creative solutions from the worker community. During particularly tough stretches, bad weather, equipment shortages, especially demanding work assignments, crews develop strategies for supporting each other emotionally as well as practically. Shared hardship creates bonds that probably wouldn't form under normal circumstances. Communication with families back home becomes a valued service that brings the community together. Workers who can write often compose letters for those who can't, creating connections between the Wall Project and the outside world. These letters serve multiple purposes, maintaining family relationships, sharing news from the construction site, and providing an emotional outlet for homesickness and anxiety about the future. Religious and cultural observances continue despite the challenging work environment, adapted to fit the constraints of construction life. Festival celebrations happen on a smaller scale, but with no less enthusiasm, creating opportunities for workers to maintain connections to their cultural traditions while building new shared experiences with their fellow workers. The gradual development of construction site traditions creates a sense of continuity and belonging that helps workers feel part of something larger than their individual daily struggles. These might include ceremonies for completing wall sections, rituals for welcoming new workers, or informal celebrations when supply wagons arrive with particularly welcome deliveries. Conflicts, when they arise, tend to be resolved through community pressure rather than formal authority, as everyone recognises that cooperation is essential for both work efficiency and personal survival. The shared experience of difficult working conditions creates strong incentives for people to work out their differences rather than let disputes escalate into serious problems that could affect entire crews. The knowledge that this assignment is temporary gives the community a unique character. Everyone knows they're here for a limited time, which creates both a sense of urgency about forming relationships and a practical focus on making the best of the current situation rather than building permanent social structures. Months have passed since you first arrived at the wall site, and the changes are remarkable, both in the wall itself and in yourself. What started as scattered construction sites has grown into a continuous barrier that stretches beyond what you can see from any single vantage point. Standing on a completed section and looking along the wall's path, you can hardly believe that human hands and stubborn determination created something so massive and permanent. The wall sections your crew has built bear the subtle marks of their creators, slightly different stone patterns, variations in mortar joints, and the accumulated character that comes from being constructed by real people rather than perfect machines. You can identify your work from a distance, recognizing the particular rhythm and style your crew developed over months of working together. It's like being able to recognize your own handwriting on a massive scale. Completion of individual sections brings mixed emotions. There's pride in the craftsmanship and satisfaction in seeing a job well done, but also awareness that completion means eventual departure from this temporary community that has become unexpectedly important. The relationships forged through shared hardship and common purpose don't necessarily translate easily back to normal life, creating a bittersweet quality to finishing the work. Old Chen, who has worked on various imperial projects throughout his career, offers perspective on the historical significance of what you've all accomplished. Most things people build get torn down eventually, he observes, while surveying a newly completed tower. But walls like this become part of the landscape. Your grandchildren's grandchildren will walk along sections you built with your hands. It's an oddly comforting thought that adds meaning to all those days of carrying stones and mixing mortar. The skills you've developed during wall construction turn out to be transferable to civilian life. Understanding stone and mortar, reading terrain, coordinating group work and managing projects under difficult conditions are valuable abilities that will serve you well back home. You've also developed physical strength and endurance that make farm work seem almost effortless by comparison. Young Liu has indeed become more literate during his time on the wall, practicing writing characters in spare moments and learning from other workers who shared their education. He plans to use these skills to improve his family's business dealings, demonstrating how the wall project has created unexpected opportunities for personal development, alongside its primary construction goals. Wang the Quiet has saved enough money from his tool repair business to make significant improvements to his family's farm when he returns home. His mechanical skills, sharpened by months of keeping construction equipment functioning, will make him valuable in any rural community where practical problem-solving abilities are always in demand. The completion ceremony for your section is simpler than you might expect, but deeply meaningful to everyone who participated in the construction. Local officials make speeches about imperial glory and defensive necessity, but the real significance is in the quiet satisfaction shared among the workers who know exactly how much effort went into every stone, every joint, and every decision that shaped the final result. News arrives that other sections of the wall are nearing completion, creating a sense of being part of a larger coordinated achievement that extends far beyond your direct experience. The project that seemed impossibly large when you first arrived has been broken down into manageable pieces by thousands of work crews like yours, demonstrating how even the most ambitious goals can be achieved through patient, persistent effort. Preparations for departure begin with mixed feelings. There's eagerness to return home to family, familiar surroundings, and the comfortable routines of normal life. But there's also reluctance to leave the friendships and sense of shared purpose that made the hardships bearable and gave meaning to the difficult work. The journey home provides time to reflect on the experience and process what you've learned about yourself, about cooperation, and about what people can accomplish when they work together toward common goals. The wall represents more than just a defensive barrier. It's proof that ordinary people can create extraordinary things when they combine their individual efforts with shared determination. Returning home means readjusting to civilian life after months of structured work routines and community living. Family and friends are curious about your experiences, but explaining the daily reality of wall construction proves challenging. How do you describe the satisfaction of building something permanent, the camaraderie of shared hardship, or the pride in craftsmanship that developed over months of patient work? The wall continues without you, as other crews take over maintenance and improvements, ensuring that your temporary contribution becomes part of a permanent legacy. Knowing that your work will endure lends a sense of permanence to what felt like just a temporary assignment, connecting your individual effort to something that will outlast your lifetime. Years later, you might travel past sections of the wall and feel a particular satisfaction in seeing your work still standing, still serving its purpose, still bearing the subtle marks of the craftsmanship you and your crew brought to an impossible project that somehow got finished anyway, one stone at a time. When you're sleeping on what passes for a Celtic mattress, basically a pile of sheep's wool packed into a leather sack that has seen better decades, waking up before the sun does isn't exactly a hardship. In ancient Britain, where central heating won't be developed for another 1,000 years or so, the morning air has that special bite that comes only from sleeping outside. You roll out of your makeshift shelter and walk barefoot across grass that has been soaked with dew in the direction of the Holy Grove. After years of this routine, your feet have long since hardened to leather, but you still flinch when you step on a sharp stone. Like a curious cat, the mist clings to everything, encircling the old oaks and giving the impression that the world is smaller and more personal. As a Druid, your day starts with what you could call meditation, but it's more about standing among trees that were old when your great-grandfather was young and listening than it is about sitting cross-legged and humming Om. Paying attention, you're drawn to your own breathing in the silence, to the distant call of a curlew, and to the rustle of leaves that resembles whispered secrets. The Oak Grove house is your outdoor office, library and temple. There are no walls, no roof apart from the canopy above, and no expensive furnishings, just you, the trees, and whatever knowledge you can extract from them. Feeling the deep grooves and recalling the innumerable dawns you have welcomed here, you run your hand along the bark of your favourite oak. Over the years, this tree has taken on the role of a kind of co-worker, a silent observer of your thoughts and prayers, checking on the different plants and herbs you've been growing nearby as part of your morning routine. Although it may not resemble a modern garden, there are carefully arranged plantings in small clearings and among the roots. You must be patient, sometimes waiting years for mistletoe to appear, because it doesn't grow on every oak. When it happens, it's similar to discovering a £20 note in your coat pocket, but this note has the power to heal the sick and establish a connection with the divine. Even the most pragmatic person gets a little mystical from the golden way. The early morning light filters through the leaves. You collect a few special herbs, such as meadowsweet for its sweet aroma and therapeutic qualities, vervain for purification, and some hawthorn bark for later use. These treasures are stored in your leather pouch, which has been softened by years of use and resembles an ancient pharmacy. You hear the sounds of the settlement starting to awaken as the sun rises higher. The familiar sounds of everyday life, such as children laughing, cattle lowing, and someone presumably arguing over who gets to milk the goats, drift through the trees as smoke rises from cooking fires. But for now, you are caught between the eternal and the earthly in these final moments of dawn silence. When you close your eyes, you can feel the earth's slow, steady heartbeat, the pulse of the land beneath your feet. The ability to perceive the deeper rhythms of the natural world is a sensation that developed over years. You know better than to call it fanciful. You've discovered that the world speaks to those who can listen after 20 years of training, memorizing thousands of lines of poetry and lore, and researching the motions of stars and the characteristics of plants. A simple acknowledgement, which is in between a prayer and a greeting, marks the end of the morning ritual. One last time, you press your palm against the oak's trunk and mutter something in the ancient tongue that your teacher taught you when you were just a young child. Naturally, the tree never responds, but you always feel heard. It's time to confront the day and all of its human-related issues and complications. You must eat something first, though. When their blood sugar falls, even druids become irritable. You practice what may be the most spectacular party trick in all of ancient Europe as you make your way back toward the settlement, but it's deadly serious, and there are no parties. Genealogies, court rulings, and religious tales that need to be memorised verbatim are being recited. There were no crib notes, no written books, and no let me Google that choices. Just your brain, which has been conditioned to function as a living library since childhood. The intricate inheritance laws governing cattle disputes are the subject of this morning's mental exercise. The content is truly exciting. You silently discuss the appropriate course of action in the event that a neighbour's grain field is damaged by someone's prize ball, going over different scenarios and the solutions that are suggested. It's similar to being a walking Wikipedia, except that you can't use Ctrl F to find what you're looking for, and real people suffer real consequences if you forget something crucial. A growl from your stomach, likely audible in the valley beyond, interrupts this legal recitation. In Iron Age Britain, breakfast is defined as anything that didn't go bad overnight and won't kill you right away. You walk over to the communal kitchen, where a number of big pots bubble over well-maintained fires. Porridge, not the simple instant variety you can microwave, but real porridge made from barley, oats, or whatever grain survived the weather, the birds, and the general unpredictability of prehistoric agriculture, is the breakfast food. It's flavoured with whatever herbs or dried fruits happen to be on hand, and stirred with wooden spoons that have been worn smooth by innumerable hands. Occasionally honey is used when the bears aren't feeling hungry, and the bees are feeling generous. With your hands warmed by the cool morning air, you take a seat on a wooden stump that doubles as your breakfast chair. What does the porridge taste like? I like porridge, actually, but by ancient standards it's a huge success because it's hot, filling, and doesn't cause food poisoning. You enjoy the crunch of the hazelnuts against the smooth grain as you add a handful that you've been saving. You go over your mental notes from yesterday's consultation with a farmer whose sheep had been acting strangely while you're eating. Even though it was the right season, 2 rams had refused to mate, and 3 ewes had been moving in circles. It was most likely ergot poisoning from contaminated grass, you decided after looking at the animals and weighing the many possibilities. Disease, poisoning, supernatural interference, or just plain sheep stubbornness. Your advice had been sensible. Relocate the flock to new pasture, provide them with lots of clean water, and make sacrifices to make sure there were no residual spiritual issues. It's the type of diagnosis that neatly blends agricultural science, veterinary medicine, and religious practice. Your success rate keeps people coming back, but modern doctors would likely question your methods. The toddler is clinging to the young mother's leg like a resolute barnacle as she approaches. She explains that the child has been experiencing night terrors and is unable to sleep through the night. After you finish your porridge, you think about the issue. Sometimes the remedy is herbal, such as a gentle chamomile or lavender tea. Checking for drafts in their sleeping area, or implying that the child may be old enough to have a separate sleeping area from his parents, are examples of practical applications. Sometimes, though, you suspect it's simply the fact that 2-year-olds are inherently scary beings who don't receive enough sleep until they're around 30. Naturally, you don't say this to the mother. Instead, you propose creating a mild herbal remedy and suggest a simple bedtime routine that may help the child feel more secure. Your work revolves around these consultations, which are the everyday reality that differs greatly from the enigmatic, unearthly perception that people frequently hold of Druids. You have elements of a lawyer, a doctor, a therapist, and an agricultural consultant. The mystical elements, though woven through pragmatic concerns like a golden thread through rough wool, are sufficiently real. Your day has officially begun when you finish your breakfast and notice that the sun has risen well above the tree line. It's time to review your many ongoing projects and determine who else might benefit from your unique combination of common sense and age-old wisdom. It's a 3-walled building with a thatched roof that only leaks when it rains a lot, which is usually the case. Your makeshift dispensary is located in a corner of what could be kindly referred to as a workshop. To receive any sunlight that Britain's consistently overcast skies may provide, the open side faces south. Clay pots line wooden shelves that have been smoothed by years of use, and bundles of dried herbs hang from the rafters like an aromatic chandelier. Checking on a batch of willow bark tea that has been steeping overnight is the first task for today's pharmaceutical work. Kind words and gentle stretching are insufficient for the middle-aged blacksmith patient, whose joints are so stiff that he can hardly lift his hammer. You test the strength of the dark liquid with a cautious sip after straining it through a piece of linen. It's probably about right, because I'm as bitter as a disgruntled tax collector. Your medicine cabinet would confuse a modern pharmacist, but any respectable herbalist would be impressed. For headaches, feverfew is collected at dawn, when its potency is at its highest. The country people refer to comfrey as knitbone for good reason. It helps with wounds and broken bones. St. John's wort is used to treat depression, but you may also think of it as a way to drive out evil spirits that descend on the heart like mist in a valley. A woman shows up looking ashamed, accompanied by her teenage son. The boy's face resembles a battlefield of red pimples and angry spots, commonly referred to as acne, but you recognise it as the unfortunate consequence of maturing into manhood in a world lacking face wash or dermatologists. It's not incorrect for his mother to worry that the condition could hinder his ability to locate a wife, but you don't bring up the possibility that his personality could be a greater barrier. Herbal remedies and practical advice are part of your treatment. Applications of honey and crushed mint leaves on the outside for their antibacterial qualities. This tea blend, which contains burdock root, nettle, and a little yellow dock, is meant to balance what you think of as internal heat. Above all, there are strong warnings not to pick at the spots, but you know that teens will disregard these warnings with the same tenacity that has been displayed throughout history. Mental and emotional disorders present the true obstacle. After losing her baby daughter 6 months ago, a merchant's wife has been describing what she calls melancholy of the spirit, likely what we would recognise as depression. You have plants that can help with the physical pain and insomnia that come with deep sadness, but no herb can cure it. You make a mild concoction: passion flower to promote relaxation, lemon balm for its energising qualities, and a tiny bit of lavender for its soothing aroma. More significantly, though, you allow her space to talk about her daughter and acknowledge the truth of her loss without downplaying it or pressuring her to accept it. A significant portion of your practice consists of this emotional labour. People seek you out not only for physical cures, but also for someone who will listen to them without passing judgment, and who could help them understand why they are suffering. You're a priest, a counsellor, and a friend all at once, but you've learned to keep your distance so that you don't get caught up in other people's suffering. A more unusual case arrives in your afternoon. A farmer who believes a rival has cursed his prize bull. The animal no longer serves the cows and has turned violent and erratic, charging at shadows. Examining the beast from a safe distance, you observe its irregular behaviour and dilated pupils. After careful interrogation, you learn that the bull has been grazing in a field where ergot-infected grain grows wild. The curse treatment includes moving the bull to a clean pasture, providing him with plenty of fresh water, and performing a ceremonial cleansing to help him feel that the spiritual threat has been removed, all due to the farmer's strong and genuine belief in curses. As you think about your evening meal, you mutter impressive-sounding incantations, burn some purifying herbs, and sprinkle blessed water around the bull's pen. This is not exactly a deception. Instead of making the farmer feel helpless and afraid, the ritual actually helps them feel empowered and hopeful. The bull's recuperation will be impacted by his mental state, which will also affect how he treats the animal. Medicine that treats both the patient and their human caregivers can sometimes be the best. You tidy up your equipment and arrange your supplies for the next day as night falls. The work for the day has been successful, a number of people are feeling better, and your treatments haven't killed anyone, which is always a win in prehistoric medicine. Approximately 2 miles from the settlement, the stone circle is situated on a rise where, generations before your grandfather's grandfather was born, your ancestors dragged enormous blocks of local granite into a perfect ring. You follow a path that has been smoothed by innumerable feet, Druids, petitioners, and inquisitive kids who have been told not to play among the sacred stones but still do so, as you stroll there in the late afternoon light. Each stone, roughly twice your height, is a weathered grey monument that has endured for centuries. They aren't the enormous trilithons you might picture from Stonehenge. Those megaliths are from a more ambitious, earlier era. Despite being smaller and more personal, these stones are just as potent. Small offerings left by guests clump together around their bases like vibrant prayers made tangible, and Lycan paints them in patches of green and silver. In your world, spirituality and astronomy are never completely distinct, but today's purpose is more astronomical. For months you've been monitoring the moon's movement and its position in relation to the background stars in anticipation of a specific alignment that happens once every 19 years. If your calculations are accurate, the moon will rise through the space between 2 particular stones tonight, signalling a significant event in the astronomical calendar. Years of stargazing were part of your training, which taught you to read the sky like a huge, slowly turning book. Understanding celestial cycles helps you time everything from plantings to religious festivals to court cases, not because you think the stars dictate human fate, that's more of a Roman notion. The phases of the moon dictate when it is best to gather specific herbs, when rituals are most effective, and when it is fortunate to start significant projects. You set up a basic meal consisting of bread, cheese and dried apples as your observation point. Patience is necessary for astronomical work, and patience necessitates nourishment. The grain used to make the dense, dark bread was ground between two stones that morning. Because it was aged in clay pots buried in cool earth, the cheese has a sharp tang. Simple food tastes better when enjoyed in the company of old stones and under the open sky. You start the evening's actual task as dusk falls, teaching your apprentice the intricate craft of memory. As you recite the family tree of the local chieftain, young Calum sits cross-legged next to you, his expression solemn and focused. The meticulously structured verse chronicles 15 generations worth of marriages, feuds, births and deaths, which helps readers retain the information. The genealogy serves as legal documentation in addition to family history. Who is entitled to inherit property? Due to long-standing blood feuds, which families are prohibited from getting married to one another? In tribal councils, who is empowered to speak? Your mind contains all of this knowledge, which you need to impart flawlessly to the following generation. A single error could render a property claim void or unintentionally approve a union that would spark a new conflict. Calum repeats the verses back to you, occasionally stumbling over the more complex relationships. Although he is intelligent enough, memory work necessitates constant practice and perfect accuracy. You recall the frustration of knowing that a single incorrect word could have major repercussions for actual people in the real world, as well as your struggles with the same material at his age. You point out constellations rising in the darkening sky in between genealogical lessons. The Great Bear is circling the North Star indefinitely. With his belt of 3 brilliant stars, Orion the Hunter strode across the winter sky. There are tales associated with each constellation, not merely lovely myths, but useful knowledge contained in enduring tales. For example, the Seven Sisters story tells you when to plant barley. The story of the swan's flight across the summer sky marks the time to gather some medicinal plants. These aren't just tales your people share over fire on chilly evenings. They're an intricate system of oral tradition that preserves and passes along important seasonal knowledge. You see the moon, fat and almost full, rising precisely where your calculations indicated it would as complete darkness descends. It first manifests as a glow behind the stones, then as a curved edge, and lastly as a full silver disc that is precisely framed in the space between 2 granite monoliths. You're always moved by this sight, which demonstrates that the age-old wisdom preserved in stone and tale is still true, accurate and trustworthy. Calum lets out a quiet gasp at what he sees, and you recall the first time you saw such accuracy. Learning about astronomical alignments in theory is one thing, but witnessing them in action with perfect precision is quite another. The stones appear to be a sophisticated instrument, a calendar written in granite and starlight, rather than just random rocks. For the next hour, you teach Calum how to use the stone circle as a giant clock and calendar, demonstrating to him how various risings and settings indicate the changing of the seasons, when festivals should be held, and when the boundaries between worlds become increasingly blurred. The special energy that precedes any meeting where significant decisions will be made fills the great hall of the settlement. A boundary dispute between nearby farms, the conditions for throwing a wedding feast that will bring together 2 powerful families, and the delicate case of a young man accused of stealing cattle from his cousin are just a few of the urgent issues that will be discussed at tonight's council meeting. As the sun rises, you arrive wearing formal robes that symbolise your position as an arbiter, an upholder of traditional law. Nobody is impressed by the hall itself. It's just a big wooden barn with more smoke holes and better decorations. The air is filled with the mixed smells of leather, wet wool, wood smoke, and too many people in one location, while rush lights flicker in the background. Your seat is in a prominent location close to the main fire, close enough to the clan chief to offer advice, but far enough away to speak to the group as a whole. The arrangement takes into account your dual responsibilities as an independent authority and counsellor. Since that would require a formal court system that does not yet exist, you are not quite a judge in the contemporary sense. Rather, you're a sort of legal scholar, mediator and precedent repository. In the first instance, two brothers quarrel about where their property line is. Although they both inherited parts of their father's land, spring ploughing and winter floods have shifted the original boundary markers, which were a line of standing stones. Every brother maintains that his version of events is accurate, and each has witnesses to back up his claims. Asking thoughtful questions concerning the original positioning of the stones, the intentions stated in their father's will, and the testimonies of neighbours who recall the land prior to the boundary being disturbed, you listen to both sides. In order to piece together physical evidence and human memory and reconstruct the truth, the solution calls for more detective work than legal scholarship. Following much deliberation, you suggest a compromise that gives each brother approximately equal acreage, while drawing a new border that traces natural features, a line of oak trees and a stream bed, that will be more difficult to contest later. The fact that neither brother is completely satisfied with the solution suggests that it is likely fair. The charge of cattle theft turns out to be more complicated. Dara, a cousin, accuses young Brannock of stealing 2 priceless heifers. The evidence is circumstantial but concerning. Dara recently purchased cattle that look strikingly similar to Brannock, who was spotted close to his herd the night before the animals vanished. Although he is unable to provide the merchant or any witnesses to the transaction, Brannock asserts that he bought the animals from a travelling merchant. Claims of theft must be supported by either unambiguous evidence or an ordeal trial under your legal system. Since no one witnessed Brannock actually taking the cattle, the first option is not feasible. The second option entails making unpleasant decisions, such as fighting a duel, submerging an arm in boiling water, or holding a red-hot iron bar. Although you've noticed that divine justice occasionally has a peculiar sense of humour, the theory holds that it will protect the innocent and punish the guilty. You suggest a third option, a formal oath-taking ceremony in which Brannock is required to publicly declare his innocence while touching a holy object and pleading with the gods to hear him. The oath will ultimately result in divine retribution if he is lying. His public statement should clear his name and put an end to the accusation if he is speaking the truth. Although it's not perfect justice, it avoids the possibility of injuring an innocent person while still formally resolving the conflict. Brannock readily agrees, indicating either his innocence or his extraordinary faith in his ability to deceive the gods. Even though you've been mistaken before, you suspect the former. The last issue, planning the wedding feast, calls for completely different abilities. You have to make sure that the seating arrangements don't unintentionally offend anyone, that the appropriate customs are followed, and that the two families' contractual duties are understood and observed. It's similar to juggling the roles of lawyer, diplomat, and wedding planner. The groom's family must provide certain items, such as a certain number of cattle, multiple bronze ornaments, and enough grain to brew ale for the celebration, while the bride's family will provide the main feast. Using your understanding of comparable arrangements and what each family can afford, you assist in negotiating these specifics. As the evening goes on and the different issues are settled, you experience the well-known joy of witnessing your training in action. In these situations, the laws you've learned by heart, the precedents you've researched, and the diplomatic abilities you've honed all come together to make your community run more smoothly. However, you're also worn out. Even when things go well, navigating complex social dynamics, mediating conflicts, and speaking authoritatively for hours on end is exhausting work. You look forward to the quieter parts of your evening routine, but your back hurts from sitting up straight and attentive, and your throat is dry from talking. With that special relief that comes from settling disputes without anyone brandishing a sword or hurling a punch, the council scatters into the cool night air. After spending hours in the smoky hall, you wrap your formal robes around yourself and go outside, thankful for the fresh air. Above, each point of light stands out against the black sky with a brilliant clarity that can only be achieved in a world free from light pollution. You're not quite done with your evening. In addition to the quiet, personal practices that keep you going through the rigours of public life, there are rituals to perform and observations to document. You make your way slowly to your private space, a simple roundhouse that doubles as a home, study, and haven. Years of meticulous arrangement are evident in the interior. Warm, consistent light is produced by clay lamps. One section serves as your sleeping space. It is basic but cosy, with furs and thick wool blankets for the coldest nights. Your most valuable belongings are kept on shelves, not gold or jewels, but ceramic jars filled with exotic herbs, engraved wooden tablets bearing astronomical formulas, and tiny bronze clocks and celestial angle gauges. The first task for tonight is to update your lunar calendar. by recording the precise location of the moon and when it rises through the stone circle. You track patterns over several years using a system of marks and symbols that anyone else would find confusing. Future ceremonies, tide predictions for coastal communities, and the upkeep of the intricate festival calendar that organises your people's religious and agricultural year will all benefit from this knowledge. Charcoal for drawing on specially prepared clay surfaces, sharp flint blades for carving marks into wood, and a clever counting device made from knotted strings to keep track of longer cycles are your basic yet efficient record-keeping tools. Since written language exists but isn't used for long-term information storage, everything must be done from memory. Writing something down weakens the mental muscles that Druids rely on because it makes forgetting easier. You update your records and get ready for the spiritual observances that will take place that evening. These are private, quiet rituals that help you stay connected to the forces you serve, rather than large, public ceremonies. Using particular woods selected for their symbolic qualities, oak for strength and endurance, ash for protection, and hawthorn for purification, you light a small fire in a bronze bowl. Your silent prayers for the day's accomplishments and requests for direction in the challenges of tomorrow are carried by the smoke as it rises in a thin column. After the day's events, you sit quietly and allow your thoughts to calm down. You feel the tension leave your shoulders and the stress that has built up from mediating conflicts evaporate like water. The structured mindfulness practice that modern people may be familiar with is not what this meditation is. Rather, it's a slow awakening to the subtle currents that run beneath the surface of ordinary reality. You hear the sounds of the night, the whisper of the wind through thatch, the distant lowing of cattle settling for sleep, and the owl's call from the oak grove. You gradually start to notice less evident sensations. The earth itself seems to be pulsing slowly with energy. The subtle grain of the landscape like wood that makes some directions feel different from others. The feeling that every prayer that has been said and every fire that has burned there are preserved in the stones of your hearth. To a modern ear, these perceptions may seem mystical, but to you, they are as natural as checking the weather or listening for approaching footsteps. Your senses have been trained for decades to pick up on rhythms and patterns that most people miss. The fact that these perceptions enable you to better serve your community is more important than whether they are the result of true supernatural awareness or simply highly developed intuition. Reviewing the day's events and thinking about what they reveal about broader patterns and trends is your final ritual as the fire burns down to glowing coals. The boundary dispute implies that the amount of available land is being strained by population growth. The charge of cattle theft may be a reflection of larger economic tensions, as young men find it difficult to make a name for themselves. The intricate network of alliances that binds your society together is exposed during the wedding negotiations. These observations will help you foresee future issues before they become crises, and will guide your advice to the clan leadership. It is a type of strategic thinking that uses both logical analysis and the deeper wisdom that comes from years of reading human nature's currents. It also blends practical analysis with intuitive insights. You finally bank the fire and get ready for sleep as genuine exhaustion descends upon you. There will likely be at least one emergency that calls for all of your abilities and knowledge tomorrow, along with new difficulties and conflicts to resolve. But that's a problem for tomorrow. You can sleep easy tonight knowing that you have done a good job of serving your people and upholding the long-standing customs that give their lives purpose and order. After such a long day, you can easily fall asleep as your body settles into the wool-stuffed mattress, and you feel the satisfaction of a job well done. However, your mind is still partially awake while you sleep because it has been trained over decades to pick up on odd sounds or shifts in the subtle energies that surround sacred locations, but only dreams of peace tonight. The trees are bigger and older than any that grow in the real world, and you find yourself strolling through a forest that appears familiar but is incredibly large. Beside you are ancient Druids, teachers from earlier generations whose knowledge has been transmitted orally. They communicate without using words, exchanging information that moves straight from one mind to another like water levelling out. Secrets that are hidden from everyday view are revealed by the dream forest. You can see how all of the trees are connected by a network of roots that exchange information and nutrients over great distances. You see how the forest functions as a single, enormous organism thanks to the mycorrhizal fungi's underground network of chemical signals. In the dream state, these connections appear as clear as sunlight, but it will take centuries for modern science to uncover them. The events of the day are processed by your sleeping mind and woven into the broader patterns that guide your work. Humanity's never-ending quest to impose order on the natural world is reflected in the boundary dispute. The charge of cattle theft highlights the conflicts that emerge when traditional communities start to expand past the point at which everyone is well acquainted with one another. The negotiations surrounding the wedding show how societies change and grow while retaining their fundamental characteristics. These realizations feel more like truths that have always been there, just waiting for the right time to come to light, than they do like conclusions you've drawn. Druidical wisdom frequently operates in this way. It reorganizes everything you believe to be true rather than using linear reasoning. Your dreams become more intimate as the night grows darker. As a young apprentice, you find it difficult to commit the extensive body of legal, historical, and religious knowledge to memory. You recall the aggravation of forgetting crucial information, the anxiety of failing your teachers, and the slow delight of realizing that the disparate facts were, in fact, pieces of a cohesive whole. Through decades of sometimes unappreciated service, the memory dreams serve as a reminder of why you chose this path and why you have stayed dedicated to it. Your people are able to preserve their identity and values for generations to come because of the living wisdom you possess, which goes beyond merely academic knowledge. Communities would lose their ties to the past and their direction for the future if Druids weren't there to maintain and pass along this cultural heritage. You dream about the vast cycles that control everything as the first grey light peeks through the smoke hole in your roof, just before dawn. The daily cycle of dawn and dusk, the moon's monthly cycle of phases, the changing of the seasons every year, each with unique challenges and gifts. The longer, multi-generational cycles that signify the emergence and decline of dynasties, the movement of peoples, and the gradual advancement of human knowledge. You see yourself in the dream as a component of these enormous cycles, no more or less significant than any other component of the pattern. Even though your life is short in comparison to the stone circle's age or the great oak's lifespan, your contribution to preserving wisdom's continuity makes you a part of something greater and more durable than any one person's life. Despite the complicated dreams, you awaken organically as the first bird starts singing in the morning, feeling refreshed and composed. Without the startling confusion that frequently accompanies contemporary alarm clocks, the shift from sleep to wakefulness feels seamless and natural. Instead of waking when the time is right, your body has learned to synchronize itself with its own natural rhythms. You get out of bed and do the easy stretching exercises that maintain the strength and flexibility of your aging body. Given that a healthy body is necessary to support a healthy mind, Druidical training places a strong emphasis on the relationship between mental and physical health. The mild yet effective exercises are made to keep your circulation, flexibility, and the kind of focused awareness that your job requires. The world is waking up to a new day outside. As families prepare their morning meals, smoke rises from cooking fires. The cool air is filled with the sounds of children starting their daily tasks. You hear the steady sound of grain being ground between stones in the distance, and you hear cattle sighing softly as they are led to new pasture. Even though your daily robes aren't as fancy as the ones you wore to the council last night, you still make a statement about your position and status in the community. Wool from local plants is used to dye the fabric. Rich greens from nettle, soft browns from walnut hulls, and a hint of blue from woad, which was expensive and time-consuming to obtain. As you step outside into the morning air, you experience the same sense of excitement that comes with the possibilities of every new day. People will need to be healed, conflicts will need to be resolved, knowledge will need to be preserved and passed on, and mysteries will need to be considered. It is challenging but incredibly fulfilling work that connects you to the eternal questions that have perplexed humanity since the dawn of consciousness, as well as the practical needs of your community. You consider the peculiar privilege of your position as you make your way to the sacred grove to start another day's routine. You act as a link between worlds, between the gathering wisdom of the past and the emerging possibilities of the future, between the practical demands of everyday life and the spiritual aspects that give life purpose, and between the human community and the natural forces that support it. The morning mist is burned away as the sun rises higher, showcasing the beauty of the familiar landscape. With the calm assurance of someone who understands their role in the vast scheme of things, you face the new day as it dawns in the never-ending cycle of days. Picture yourself stepping off a dusty stagecoach in 1882 somewhere in the Arizona Territory. Your back aches as if you've been sitting on a concrete park bench for 12 hours. A situation that, given the suspension system of frontier transportation, isn't too far from reality. The sun is setting behind the mountains, painting everything in that golden hour light that would make a modern Instagram influencer weep with envy. You're searching for a place to eat, drink, and maybe wash off 3 days' worth of trail dust, and there it is, right across the street, the Silver Dollar Saloon. Its painted sign creaks in the evening breeze, and those iconic batwing doors, you know, the ones that swing both ways and come up to about chest height, are practically calling your name. Now before you push through those doors, let's pause for a moment. You're about to enter what was essentially the social media platform of its day. Imagine a Wildwest saloon as a fusion of Facebook, Twitter, and your local Starbucks, all housed within a single wooden structure that exudes a scent of tobacco, whiskey, and surreal dreams. The batwing doors weren't just for show, by the way. They were brilliantly practical, like cargo shorts, but actually useful. They kept out dust and tumbleweeds while letting in fresh air and allowing people to see who was coming and going. In a place where your reputation literally determined whether you lived or died, knowing who just walked in was rather important information. As you approach the entrance, you notice the doors are worn smooth by thousands of hands pushing through them. The wood has that patina that only comes from decades of use, like the handle of a well-loved baseball bat or your grandmother's rolling pin. Inside, you can hear the sounds of laughter, glasses clinking, a slightly off-tuned piano, and the occasional thud of boots on wooden floors. You take a deep breath, catching scents of wood smoke, roasted meat, and something that might be coffee but could just as easily be paint thinner. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you that hardtack and jerky don't constitute fine dining, no matter how you look at it. Here's where your modern sensibilities start to kick in. You're accustomed to perusing online restaurant reviews and perhaps observing the health department's rating prominently displayed in the window. But this isn't that world. The only review system here is whether people are still alive after eating the food, and even that's not always a reliable indicator given the general life expectancy of the frontier. You adjust your hat, because everyone wore caps then, it wasn't optional like wearing pants to Walmart, and push through those swinging doors. They spring back behind you with a satisfying whoosh, and suddenly you're inside, and oh my, it's quite a scene. The first thing that hits you isn't the sight, it's the sound. It's loud. It's not as loud as a rock concert, but rather as loud as a busy restaurant on a Friday night. Conversations overlap like competing radio stations, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter, the scrape of chairs on wooden floors, and the rhythmic thunk-thunk of someone dealing cards at a table near the back. The second thing that hits you is the smell. It's a complex bouquet that no modern nose is quite prepared for. There's the obvious whiskey and tobacco, but underneath that is the earthy scent of wool and leather, the metallic tang of gun oil, and something that might charitably be called frontier cologne, but more accurately described as 3 weeks without a proper bath. The lighting is dim. Not romantic restaurant dim, but we only have oil lamps and candles dim. Your eyes take a moment to adjust, like when you walk into a movie theatre. Except the movie theatre doesn't have armed patrons and questionable hygiene standards, and there you stand, just inside those famous swinging doors, taking in your first real Wild West saloon. The adventure is about to begin, and honestly, you're not entirely sure whether to be excited or concerned. Maybe both. Probably both. You can now see the faces around you, as your eyes have adjusted to the oil lamp's amber glow. And what faces they are. It's as if you've stepped into a dynamic daguerreotype, only with everyone in motion and some armed. The first rule of saloon etiquette, which nobody bothered to mention in your guidebook, is this. Don't just stand there gawking like a tourist at Times Square. You need to move with purpose, even if that purpose is simply find a place to sit without getting shot. The bartender catches your eye and nods, a universal gesture that transcends time and roughly translates to buy something or get out. He's a large man with sleeves rolled up past his elbows, sporting the kind of moustache that required serious daily maintenance. Think Tom Selleck, but with more experience breaking up fights and less experience solving crimes in Hawaii. You scan the room for seating options. There's the bar itself, naturally, with a few empty stools that look about as comfortable as sitting on a fence post. The bar is actually quite impressive, a long stretch of polished wood that's seen more drama than a soap opera. Behind the bar, bottles line the shelves like glass soldiers. However, several of them have handwritten labels that raise questions about quality control standards. Then there are the tables scattered around the room. This is where the study of social anthropology becomes fascinating. Each table seems to have its ecosystem, its own unspoken rules, and its potential for sudden violence. A table of real cowboys, not the Hollywood version, sits near the front window. They're dusty, sun-weathered, and look like they haven't seen a barber in months. Their hats are sweat-stained and practical, their boots are scuffed from actual work, and their clothes have that lived-in quality that comes from spending weeks on the trail. They're nursing beers and discussing something that involves a lot of gesturing toward the door. You decide to file these observations under information to remember and keep looking. In the corner, there's a poker game happening at a round table. The players are a mixed bunch, a man in a slightly too fancy vest who might be a travelling salesman, a grizzled prospector whose beard could hide a small animal, and two other gentlemen whose occupations are harder to determine but whose serious expressions suggest the stakes are real. The fourth rule of saloon survival, which follows the first three rules of don't stare, don't touch anyone's hat, and don't ask about anyone's past, is this. Never sit at a poker table unless you're invited and prepared to lose your shirt. Literally. There's a piano in one corner, an upright that's seen better decades, where a woman in a blue dress is playing something that might be "Oh Susanna" if you squint your ears just right. She's what they called a saloon girl, and her job description included entertainment, conversation, and selling drinks. Despite what Hollywood might have suggested, most saloon girls were essentially the tavern's customer service representatives, not anything more scandalous. The characters continue to unfold before you, like the pages in a very dusty book. The gentleman at the bar, dressed immaculately in a black suit, a clean hat and shining boots, is a sight to behold. He could be a banker, a preacher, or someone you really don't want to accidentally bump into. His coat hangs just so, and you can't tell if that's because he's very particular about his appearance, or because he's carrying something under there that requires easy access. At a small table near the back, a couple of older men are engaged in what appears to be either a heated philosophical debate or an argument about whose turn it is to buy the next round. Their voices rise and fall like a verbal tide, and occasionally one of them pounds the table for emphasis, making the glasses jump. You realise you're still standing there like a decoration, so you make your move toward the bar. The bartender watches your approach with the expression of someone who's seen everything at least twice and isn't easily impressed. As you climb onto one of those fence post stools, you notice the bar's surface tells its stories. Ring stains from countless glasses, small nicks from knives, and what might be initials carved by patrons with too much time and whiskey. The stool creaks ominously under your weight, not because you're heavy, but because it's held together with hope, nails, and possibly some very determined termites. You settle in, trying to look like you belong, while fighting the urge to ask if they have a wine list. The bartender approaches, wiping his hands on a towel that has witnessed better days. "What'll it be?" he asks, and you realise you're about to make your first real decision in the Wild West. Choose wisely. Your stomach and your reputation may depend on it. "What'll it be?" the bartender asks again, and you realise that this isn't like browsing through a 20-page menu at the Cheesecake Factory. Your options are limited, and some of them might be questionable for your long-term health prospects. Let's start with the drinks, shall we? The house specialty is whiskey, and by specialty I mean it's basically the only option that won't require you to lie down afterward. However, it's important to note that the master distiller did not age frontier whiskey in charming oak barrels for 12 years. Oh no, this whiskey was aged for about as long as it took to make it, which was roughly the same amount of time it takes to microwave a burrito. The bartender holds up a bottle with a handwritten label that simply says whiskey, in letters that suggest the writer's hand wasn't entirely steady at the time. The liquid inside has an amber colour that could generously be called rustic, or more accurately described as concerning. But you know what? When you've been eating trail dust for 3 days, your standards become remarkably flexible. Whiskey sounds perfect, you say, because when in Rome, or in this case, when in a place where Rome seems like a distant fever dream, you do as the locals do. The bartender pours you a shot in a glass that's clean enough, assuming you don't look too closely at the rim. The whiskey boasts a colour reminiscent of weak tea and an aroma reminiscent of what could once have been corn. You take a sip and, wow, it's like liquid campfire with hints of regret and a finish that suggests you should probably eat something soon. Speaking of food, let's talk about your dining options. The menu, such as it exists, is posted on a chalkboard behind the bar, written in the same shaky handwriting as the whiskey label. Your choices are beef stew, beans and bacon, cornbread and something optimistically labelled fresh fish. Now you're in the middle of the desert, so the fresh fish raises some immediate questions. Fresh from where exactly? How can the fish be considered fresh when the nearest substantial body of water is a 3-day ride away? The bartender notices your expression and chuckles. Don't worry about the fish, he says. Been on the menu for 2 years. Nobody's ever ordered it. You decide beef stew sounds like the safest bet. It's a decision that shows wisdom beyond your years, or at least beyond your experience with frontier cuisine. The bartender calls your order back to the kitchen, which is apparently just behind a curtained doorway where you can hear the sounds of serious cooking happening. Lots of clanging, some creative vocabulary, and what might be prayer. While you wait, you notice the other patrons' dining choices. The cowboys at the front table are sharing a plate of beans and bacon that could probably feed a small army, or at least 3 famished cowboys. They're eating with the efficiency of people who view food as fuel rather than an experience, which is probably the right attitude when your dining options are limited to brown stuff and other brown stuff. The poker players have ordered rounds of everything, apparently, because their table looks like a frontier buffet. There are plates of cornbread, bowls of stew, strip of bacon, and enough whiskey to fill a small boat. Of course, they're playing for money, so they might be trying to fortify themselves for a long night of cards and potentially life-changing losses. The well-dressed gentleman at the bar is nursing a single glass of whiskey and a plate of cornbread, eating with the careful precision of someone who's either very refined or very suspicious of the food quality. He cuts his cornbread into perfect squares and chews thoughtfully, like he's conducting a scientific analysis of its ingredients. Your stew arrives, carried by a woman who emerges from behind the kitchen curtain like she's stepping onto a stage. She's the cook, clearly, and she sets the bowl down with the pride of someone who knows her craft. A tin bowl, hot enough to brand cattle, holds the stew, and its contents appear substantial. The stew contains chunks of beef that were once tough but have now become tender, vegetables that could be charitably described as rustic, and a gravy thick enough to serve as a mortar. It smells fantastic, actually, like comfort food made by someone who understands that comfort sometimes comes in the form of calories and warmth rather than presentation and molecular gastronomy. You take a spoonful and it's delicious, really good, the kind of good that makes you understand why people wrote songs about home cooking. The cornbread that comes with it is dense and filling, with a slightly sweet taste that balances the hearty stew perfectly. It's nothing like the fluffy cake-like cornbread you might know from modern restaurants. This bread symbolises business and can sustain you throughout a long day of your planned frontier activities. As you eat, you start to relax a little. The whiskey has smoothed some of your rough edges, the food is warming you from the inside out, and the general atmosphere is starting to feel less like a movie set, and more like, well, just a place where people come to eat and drink and escape from their day. But then you notice something that makes your spoon pause halfway to your mouth. The conversation at the cowboys' table has gotten quieter, more intense. They keep glancing toward the door, and one of them has shifted his chair so he has a better view of the entrance. The well-dressed gentleman has also noticed the changes and has angled himself slightly on his stool. Uh-oh. You get the feeling that your peaceful dinner is about to become significantly more interesting. You're just starting to feel settled. The stew is warming your belly, the whiskey has taken the edge off 3 days of stagecoach travel, and you're beginning to think that this whole Wild West experience might be more civilized than the stories suggested. At that moment, the batwing doors open forcefully, causing the room's temperature to drop by approximately 10 degrees. 3 men walk in, and they walk like they own the place. They appear as though they're contemplating acquiring it without the need for paperwork. They're different from the other patrons, cleaner, better dressed, but with an edge that makes everyone else look like Sunday school teachers by comparison. The leader is tall and lean, wearing a black coat that's seen some use, but not much abuse. His hat is perfectly positioned, and his boots exude a shine that suggests he either meticulously maintains his belongings or hasn't been traversing the desert dust for days. His eyes scan the room with the methodical precision of someone conducting an inventory. His companions flank him like bookends, one shorter and stockier, built like a man who settles disagreements with his fists, and another who's trying a little too difficult to look casual, while obviously being anything but. They move to the bar, but not before the tall one makes eye contact with several patrons, including you. Now, you've never been in a situation quite like this, but some instincts are universal. It's akin to being in a restaurant when a group enters that exudes an unsettling presence, excessively loud, overly aggressive, and behaving as though they are seeking confrontation. Except in this case, the people who might find trouble are armed, and there's no manager to complain to. The bartender's demeanour changes subtly. He still approaches them and asks what they want, but now there's tension in his shoulders. The cowboys at the front table have gone completely quiet, which is probably the frontier equivalent of turning off your phone when you sense drama brewing. "Whiskey," says the tall stranger. "The good stuff, not what you've been serving in everyone else." This story is interesting. Apparently there's a 2-tier beverage system in operation here, and you've been drinking from the economy section. The bartender reaches under the bar and produces a different bottle, this one with an actual printed label and liquid that doesn't look like it could strip paint. As the strangers get their drinks, you notice the poker game has paused. The players are still holding their cards, but nobody's looking at them anymore. The saloon girl has stopped playing piano mid-song, which creates an awkward silence that everyone pretends not to notice. You continue eating your stew, trying to channel the energy of someone who's totally absorbed in their meal and definitely not eavesdropping on potentially dangerous conversations. Your task is harder than it sounds when every instinct is telling you to pay attention to the new arrivals. The tall stranger turns from the bar, whiskey in hand, and addresses the room in general. "Evening, folks! Beautiful night, isn't it?" His voice is pleasant enough, but there's something underneath it, like a velvet glove with brass knuckles inside. A few people mumble responses, someone asks a question, but you're uncertain if the right answer could lead to your death. "We're looking for someone," the stranger continues, taking a casual sip of his whiskey. "We're searching for a friend by the name of Thompson." Bill Thompson. Heard he might be in these parts. Now, you don't know anyone named Bill Thompson, but you can feel the collective tension in the room ratchet up another notch. It's like when someone asks, "Who broke this?" And even though you're innocent, you still feel guilty. One of the cowboys clears his throat. "Lot of Thompsons in these parts," he says carefully. "Might help if you could be more specific." The stranger smiles, and it's not entirely a pleasant expression. "Oh, you'd know this Thompson if you saw him. About 40, brown hair, scar on his left cheek from a disagreement about cattle ownership, tends to be memorable." The description hangs in the air like smoke from a bad cigar. You notice the well-dressed gentleman at the bar has become very interested in the bottom of his whiskey glass, and the poker players have the frozen look of people trying to become invisible through sheer force of will. "Can't say the name rings a bell," the cowboy says, which is probably true, but also probably not the whole truth. The stranger nods like he expected this answer. Well, that's disappointing, but understandable. Sometimes people's memories need a little encouragement. And that's when you realise your peaceful evening has officially taken a turn toward the kind of excitement you read about in dime novels but never actually wanted to experience firsthand. The stew suddenly tastes like cardboard, and the whiskey isn't warming your stomach so much as churning it. You keep eating, trying to look like someone who's completely oblivious to the growing tension, while your mind races through your options. You could finish quickly and leave, but that might draw attention. You could stay and hope things settle down, but that could mean getting caught in whatever's about to happen. Or you could just keep eating stew and pretend you're anywhere else, which is your current strategy, but probably not a long-term solution. The stranger takes another sip of his whiskey and smiles that unsettling smile again. "Well, no hurry, we've got all night." "Oh, good, they're staying. This should be interesting." In a situation like this, it can be quite challenging to focus on your own affairs when everyone else's activities are taking place right next to you. It's like trying to ignore a fire alarm, technically possible, but probably not advisable for your continued well-being. You've developed a sudden intense fascination with your stew, examining each piece of beef like you're conducting a scientific study on frontier cooking techniques. Meanwhile, the three strangers have settled in at a table near the centre of the room, close enough to watch everyone, far enough from the door to make leaving quickly a challenge for anyone else. The tall one, seemingly representing the group, has initiated a conversation with a variety of patrons. It's the kind of conversation where one person asks questions and everyone else provides answers that are technically truthful but carefully incomplete. "Nice town you've got here," he says to the room in general. "Quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where a man could disappear if he wanted to." The cowboys nod politely, similar to how one might nod when someone makes a comment about the weather that could be interpreted as a threat. The poker players have resumed their game, but you notice they're betting much more conservatively than before. Nothing dampens the spirit of gambling more than the threat of unexpected violence. The bartender continues wiping glasses with that towel, which by now must be either perfectly clean or completely contaminated. He's developed the expression of someone who's seen this movie before and knows it doesn't end with everyone shaking hands and sharing recipes. You're making excellent progress on your stew when the shorter of the three strangers, the one built like a human cannonball, stands up and stretches. It's an innocent enough gesture, except for the way his coat falls open just enough to reveal what's definitely not a pocket watch on his hip. "Think I'll take a look around," he announces. "Get familiar with the local geography." He starts wandering between the tables, not bothering anyone exactly, but making his presence felt. It's like having a tiger casually stroll through your living room. It might not eat you, but you're definitely going to keep track of where it is. When he gets to the poker table, he pauses to watch the game. "Interesting," he says, looking at the cards. "That's almost a winning hand you've got there, friend." The prospector with the impressive beard looks up nervously. "Just having a friendly game, mister, nothing serious." "Oh, I'm sure," the stranger replies. "Though I notice you've got quite a pile of coins there. Lucky night." "Some nights are better than others," the prospector says carefully. The stranger nods thoughtfully. "That's true. Some nights, a man's luck can change very suddenly. It's not exactly a threat, but it's not exactly not a threat either. It's that special kind of frontier communication that says everything while saying nothing, like a passive-aggressive email written with 6-shooters. The wandering stranger continues his tour, eventually making his way toward the bar, toward you. You become intensely interested in the last few spoonfuls of your stew, hoping to project the aura of someone completely absorbed in their dinner and definitely not worth talking to. "Evening," he says, settling onto the stool next to you. "Evening," you reply, because ignoring him would be rude, and rudeness in this situation could have consequences that extend beyond hurt feelings. "Good stew?" he asks, looking at your bowl. "Yes, quite good," you answer honestly. No point in lying about something so easily verified. "You're not from around here," he observes. It's not a question. "Just passing through," you say, which is true and hopefully boring enough to end the conversation. He nods and orders a whiskey from the bartender. Not the good stuff, you notice, which suggests either budget constraints or that he's not as important as his tall friend. While he waits for his drink, he studies you with the casual interest of someone examining a potentially interesting bug. "Passing through to where?" he asks. Now you're in slightly trickier territory. Too much detail might make you memorable in ways you don't want to be. Too little might make you seem suspicious. You go with vague but plausible. "West," you say. "Looking for opportunities," he chuckles. "Aren't we all, friend? Aren't we all?" His whiskey arrives, and he takes a sip. Then he leans slightly closer, and you catch a whiff of tobacco, leather, and something that might be pomade or might be bear grease. "Word of advice," he says quietly. "Sometimes the best opportunity is knowing when to keep moving." Know what I mean? You nod because you do know what he means, and because agreeing seems like the safest option. He's telling you, in the politest possible terms, that this might be a good night to finish your dinner and find somewhere else to be. "Appreciate the advice," you say. He nods and returns to his whiskey, apparently satisfied that his message has been delivered and understood. You finish the last of your stew and cornbread, trying to eat at a pace that suggests you're not hurrying but not lingering either. That's when the batwing doors swing open again, and this time, you know before you even look that whoever's coming in is going to make the evening significantly more complicated. Because that's how these things work in the Wild West. Just when you think you've got a handle on the situation decides to handle you instead. The man who walks through those batwing doors is about 40 years old, has brown hair, and sports a scar on his left cheek that looks like it came from a disagreement about cattle ownership. In other words, he matches the description of Bill Thompson perfectly, which means your peaceful evening has just transformed into front row seats for whatever's about to unfold. But here's the thing that makes this intriguing from a social dynamics perspective. Bill Thompson doesn't look surprised to see the three strangers. He doesn't pause, doesn't scan the room nervously, and doesn't show any of the signs you'd expect from someone who's being hunted. Instead, he walks to the bar with the casual confidence of a man who's precisely where he wants to be. "Evening, Jake," he says to the bartender, who suddenly looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Perhaps somewhere peaceful, like the middle of a buffalo stampede. The tall stranger at the centre table doesn't say anything immediately. He just watches Thompson order a whiskey and settle against the bar like he owns it. The silence stretches out like taffy, and you can practically hear everyone in the room not breathing. Finally, the tall stranger speaks. Bill Thompson. That's right, Thompson replies without turning around. And you'd be Carson, unless I miss my guess. Carson. Now the tall stranger has a name, which somehow makes the whole situation feel more real and more dangerous at the same time. Carson stands up slowly, the kind of deliberate movement that suggests he's very comfortable with everyone's attention focused on him. Been looking for you, Bill. I figured that was the case, Thompson says, taking a sip of his whiskey. Heard you boys were asking around. Thought I'd save you the trouble of hunting all over creation. Now this is intriguing. Instead of a manhunt, you're witnessing what appears to be a planned meeting. The question is whether it's going to be a civilized conversation or something that requires you to duck under tables. The cowboy at the front table shifts slightly in his chair, and you notice his hand resting casually near his side. The poker players have given up all pretense of playing cards and are openly watching the proceedings. Even the saloon girl has positioned herself near what you hope is a back exit. Carson moves away from his table, but not quickly, not aggressively. It's more like a dance where both partners know the steps. You've got something that belongs to my employer, Bill. That's so, Thompson says. What might that be? Don't play games. The money from the Tucson job. Thompson chuckles, but it's not a particularly amused sound. Money? What makes you think I've got any money? Look at me, Carson. Do I look like a man who's recently come into wealth? And he's got a point. Thompson's clothes are worn but clean, his boots are scuffed, and his hat has seen better years. If he's sitting on a pile of stolen money, he's either excellent at hiding it or terrible at spending it. My employer seems to think otherwise, Carson says. Your employer thinks many things. Doesn't make them true. The conversation is polite, almost casual, but you can feel the undercurrent of violence running beneath it like a stream under ice. Both men are armed. You can tell by the way they carry themselves, the way their coats hang, and the way they position their hands. The question is whether they're going to keep talking or start shooting. You're beginning to understand why the bartender was nervous about the fish on the menu. In a place where business disputes are settled with gunpowder, freshness standards are probably flexible. The shorter stranger, the one who gave you the friendly advice about knowing when to keep moving, has positioned himself near the door. Not blocking it exactly, but making it clear that anyone wanting to leave would need to get past him. The third member of their group has moved to cover the back of the room. Thompson seems to notice these movements without looking directly at them. Brought the whole crew, did you? That's flattering. Though I have to say, for a friendly conversation about money I don't have, you boys seem a little prepared. Just being careful, Carson says. Nothing personal. Oh, I'm sure, Thompson replies. Just like what happened in Prescott was nothing personal. Carson's expression changes slightly at the mention of Prescott, and you get the feeling that there's a whole other story there, probably involving more cattle, more disagreements, and definitely more scars. That was business, Carson says. So is this, Thompson replies. And that's when you realise that you're not just witnessing a confrontation between men with a disagreement about money. You're watching the continuation of something that started somewhere else, probably involving cattle, because everything in the West seems to involve cattle, and definitely involving the kind of business that leaves scars on people's faces. The room has gone completely quiet except for the sound of your own heartbeat, which seems unreasonably loud given the circumstances. You're trying to decide whether finishing your whiskey would be a good idea, liquid courage, or a terrible idea, impaired judgment, when Thompson turns slightly and catches your eye. You might want to step outside for some air, friend, he says quietly. Sometimes these business discussions get a little heated, which is probably the politest way anyone has ever suggested that you evacuate before the shooting starts. Here's the thing about the Wild West that all those Hollywood movies got wrong. Most confrontations didn't end in gunfights. They ended in negotiations, compromises, and people finding ways to settle their differences without ventilating each other. Because despite what the dime novel suggested, most folks preferred being alive to being legendary. You're contemplating Thompson's suggestion about stepping outside when something unexpected happens. Carson laughs. Carson laughs, not with a menacing or bitter laugh, but with an actual, genuine laugh that changes his entire face. You know what, Bill? You're absolutely right. This idea is ridiculous. He sits back down at his table, and the tension in the room doesn't exactly disappear, but it shifts into something more manageable. Removing the timer instead of cutting wires is akin to defusing a bomb. We're both getting too old for this, Carson continues, and honestly, my employer is an idiot. Thompson turns around, still holding his whiskey, eyebrows raised. That's quite an admission coming from you. Well, it's true. Sending me and the boys all the way out here to collect money that probably doesn't exist, from a job that went sideways 6 months ago, from a man who's been trying to go straight ever since. Carson shakes his head. Some days I wonder why I don't just buy a farm and raise chickens. The shorter stranger looks confused by this turn of events. Boss? We came all this way. I know what we came here for, Mike, Carson says, but occasionally you get somewhere and realise the trip wasn't worth taking. Thompson moves away from the bar but toward Carson's table, not toward the door. He pulls out a chair and sits down, still cautious, but no longer looking like he's expecting to dodge bullets. So what happens now? Thompson asks. Now? Now we finish our drinks, you tell me what really happened in Tucson, and maybe we figure out how to explain to my employer that his money disappeared into thin air without anyone getting shot over it. And just like that, the standoff becomes a conversation. The cowboys at the front table start breathing again. The poker players remember they have cards to play. The saloon girl begins playing the piano again, but this time she selects a more cheerful tune than the one she played previously. You decide to stay put and order another whiskey, because the scene is turning into exactly the kind of frontier drama you came west to experience, except without the mortal peril you hadn't really planned on. Thompson signals Jake for another drink and settles into his chair. Tucson was a disaster from the start, he begins. Your employer had us hitting a bank that turned out to be expecting us. Inside information? Had to be. We walked into that bank and found half the territorial militia waiting for us. Lost 2 good men, barely got out alive, and came away with exactly nothing except a newfound appreciation for honest work. Carson nods thoughtfully. That explains some things. My employer has been mighty close-mouthed about the details. Probably because he set us up, Thompson says. My guess? He made a deal with the law, decided we were expendable, and figured he'd collect the reward money instead of paying us. The shorter stranger, Mike, looks between his boss and Thompson like he's watching a tennis match played with words instead of balls. So there never was any money to recover? Oh, there was money, Thompson says, just not where my employer thinks it ended up. He reaches into his coat and for a moment everyone tenses again, but what he pulls out is a folded piece of paper, not a weapon. Bank draft, he explains, showing it to Carson. It was intended for the Tucson orphanage. Figured if I was going to steal money, I might as well steal it for someone who needed it more than your employer did. Carson examines the paper and his expression shifts to one that could be interpreted as respect. You donated stolen money to an orphanage? Seemed like the right thing to do at the time, Thompson says with a shrug. Still does, actually. Mike looks completely baffled by this turn of events. Boss, what do we tell him back in Phoenix? Carson folds the bank draft and hands it back to Thompson. We tell him that Bill Thompson is dead. What? Mike's voice goes up an octave. Died in a gunfight. Tragic, really. We buried him outside of town and said some words. A very touching ceremony. Carson's deadpan delivery would make a professional poker player proud. Money was never recovered. He probably spent all the money on whiskey and loose women before he died. Thompson grins. I like it, though I prefer to think I spent it on whiskey and tight women. Details, Carson waves dismissively. Point is, as far as Phoenix is concerned, this case is closed, and that's when you realise you've just witnessed something remarkable. A problem solved not with violence, but with creativity, pragmatism, and a healthy dose of frontier justice. This solution ensures that everyone leaves with their lives and dignity intact. The saloon has returned to something approaching normal. The poker game has resumed with renewed enthusiasm. Apparently nothing makes cards more captivating than the possibility that you might not live to play another hand. The cowboys have ordered another round and are back to discussing whatever important cowboy business they were discussing before the excitement started. Carson stands up and extends his hand to Thompson. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Bill. Or should I say, it's been a pleasure not doing business with you. Thompson shakes his hand. Likewise. Give my regards to Phoenix. Tell them I died bravely. Oh, I will. I will probably include some details about how you took 3 of us with you, just to make the story more interesting. Mike still looks confused, but the third member of Carson's group, who's been silent through most of this, finally speaks up. Does your statement mean we can go home now? I'm tired of sleeping on the ground. Yes, Eddie, we can go home, Carson says patiently. and we can stop at that hotel in Flagstaff on the way back. The one with the actual beds? The one with the actual beds? Eddie brightens considerably at this news. Apparently even in the Wild West a good night's sleep was worth more than a questionable gunfight. As Carson's group prepares to leave, the tall man pauses at your table. "Thanks for the entertainment," he says. "Not often do we get to watch a business meeting that ends with everyone still breathing." "My pleasure," you reply, raising your glass in a small salute. "Here's to creative problem solving." "I'll drink to that," Carson says, and surprisingly, he does, finishing his whiskey in one smooth motion before tipping his hat and heading for the door. The saloon settles into a comfortable evening rhythm as the three strangers disappear through the bat-wing doors. Thompson moves to the bar, orders another whiskey, and strikes up a conversation with Jake about the weather and the price of cattle. You sit back in your chair, nursing your second whiskey and marvelling at what you've just experienced. In the span of 2 hours, you've witnessed a manhunt, a standoff, a negotiation, and a resolution that would have made Solomon proud. You've seen grown men solve their problems with words instead of weapons and creativity instead of violence. The saloon girl starts playing Red River Valley, and this time she gets all the notes right. The poker players are laughing at something the prospector said. The cowboys are planning their next cattle drive. And you're sitting in a Wild West tavern, drinking whiskey that tastes like liquid campfire, eating stew that could keep you going for a week, and thinking that maybe, just maybe, the real Wild West was more intriguing than any Hollywood movie ever suggested. Because the truth is, most people then, just like most people now, were just trying to get through their day without too much trouble. They wanted to eat a decent meal, have a drink with friends, maybe play some cards and go home to their families. The fact that they sometimes carried guns and settled disputes with duels doesn't mean they preferred violence. It just means they lived in a time and place where being prepared for trouble was a practical necessity. As the evening winds down and you consider heading to whatever passes for lodging in this frontier town, you reflect on the lesson you've learned tonight. Sometimes the most dangerous situations are resolved not by the fastest gun or the strongest fighter, but by the person clever enough to find a solution that lets everyone walk away with their pride intact. Thompson glances at you from the bar, raising his glass in a small salute. "To orphanages," he says quietly. "To orphanages," you reply, and you both drink to the kind of justice that doesn't make headlines but makes the world a little bit better, one small act of decency at a time. Outside, the desert night is clear and cold, full of stars that seem close enough to touch. Inside the Silver Dollar Saloon, the oil lamps burn warm and steady, the piano plays soft melodies, and people who've never met before tomorrow will be strangers again, sharing stories and whiskey and the kind of companionship that travellers have always found in places like this. And that, more than any gunfight or cattle rustling or gold rush drama, is what the Wild West was really about. People finding ways to connect, to solve problems, and to help each other through the challenges of living in a hard place during a hard time. Your stew is long finished, your whiskey glass is empty, and your adventure in frontier dining is complete. Tomorrow you'll climb back on that stagecoach and continue west, carrying with you the memory of an evening when the Wild West revealed itself to be not quite as wild as advertised, but infinitely more fascinating than you'd expected. Sometimes the best stories aren't about the fastest guns or the biggest fights. Sometimes they're about the moments when ordinary people find extraordinary ways to be decent to each other, even when, especially when, it would be easier not to be. And with that thought, you finish your whiskey, tip your hat to Jake the bartender, nod farewell to Thompson and the other patrons, and push through those famous bat-wing doors into the star-filled desert night, carrying with you a story worth telling and the kind of satisfied tiredness that comes from a day well lived and an evening well spent. The Silver Dollar Saloon settles into its nighttime rhythm behind you, ready to welcome the next traveller, the next story, the next small drama of frontier life. Because that's what places like this do. They provide a stage where ordinary people can have extraordinary moments, where strangers can become friends over a shared meal and a glass of something that might charitably be called whiskey. And in the morning, the stagecoach will come, and you'll climb aboard for the next leg of your journey, but you'll always remember the night you learned that the real Wild West wasn't one with guns. It was one with conversation, creativity, and the kind of human decency that transcends time and place. Sweet dreams, traveller. The frontier awaits, and now you know it's not quite as dangerous as the stories suggest, just infinitely more interesting than you ever imagined. Imagine this. It's 1890 and you're walking through a Sicilian village. The first thing that hits you isn't the Mediterranean breeze or the smell of wild herbs. It's the fact that everyone within 3 miles knows exactly who you are, where you're going, and probably what you had for breakfast. In old Sicily, privacy was as rare as snow in August. You'd wake up in your stone house. When I say stone, I mean real rocks that the mason put together with anything he could find, like his grandmother's secret recipe that may or may not have had goat cheese in it. The walls were thick enough to stop a cannonball, which was good because your neighbour's rooster sounded like an opera singer having a terrible day. Today, your bed wasn't really what we'd call comfortable. Imagine sleeping on a mound of grain sacks filled with things like corn husks, wool that still smelled like a sheep, and sometimes even a few surprises that made you think the previous owner had been keeping his winter vegetables under there. But you know what? You could have slept standing up against a cactus after working for 14 hours straight. The morning ritual was simple and gorgeous. You would wander into the kitchen, which was also the living room, dining area and barn for the family goat on chilly nights. Your wife would have already started the fire, as people in the town believed that if you weren't married by the age of 25, it meant something was wrong with you. And by fire, I mean a real wood-burning stove that needed the talents of a NASA engineer and the patience of a saint to work right. There was bread for breakfast. Always bread. If the harvest was good and the saints were smiling, a tomato or cheese might be undiscovered. The bread was a wonder of medieval science. It was so dense that you could use it as a foundation stone, yet it was also the best thing you'd ever tasted. Your local baker, who undoubtedly learned his profession from someone who might have known Julius Caesar, had hands that could make bread and water do magic. You'd go outside after breakfast and breathe in air that was so clean it almost washed your lungs. Women beat laundry against rocks to the rhythm of ancient percussion. Children played games that always seemed to involve running at full volume. And somewhere in the distance, 2 men were having a philosophical argument about whether their grandfather's donkey was faster than their neighbour's grandfather's donkey. This argument had been going on for about 30 years. The roadways, if you could call them that, were more like suggestions scratched into rock by feet, hooves, and the odd cartwheel over the years. They walked around hills and olive trees like water flows downhill, which means they had no logic at all, but they always took you where you wanted to go. It was like trying to solve a 3-dimensional puzzle made by someone with a sick sense of humour and a clear dislike for straight lines to go around the village. Your house was surrounded by other houses that appeared like they had sprouted out of the hillside itself. These winding paths made sure you would run into at least 17 individuals before you could buy a loaf of bread. This was on purpose. In Sicily, community wasn't simply a pleasant thought, it was a way to stay alive. When the next drought, invasion or locust plague struck, you and your neighbours would need each other. Now let's speak about your employment. In the past, work in Sicily wasn't so much about getting ahead in your profession as it was about getting Mother Nature to cooperate for one more season. If you were lucky enough to own property, by land, I mean a plot about the size of a modern parking space that was supposed to support a family of 8, you were basically a professional gambler playing against the weather, bugs, and the strange changes in soil chemistry. A modern gardener would cry for you if they saw your farming implements. Imagine a plough that looked like it had been made by someone who had only heard about ploughs and had never seen one in person. A donkey pulled it, and the only thing that seemed to qualify it for the task was its amazing ability to show existential misery through ear positioning. This donkey, let's call him Giuseppe, because they were all named Giuseppe, had something to say about every furrow and wasn't afraid to say it. People who understood that flat ground was meant for others in different regions transformed the fields into hillsides. You'd work on these terraced plots that stuck to the sides of hills, like a stone mason's fever dream. There were paths between each level that would make your calf muscles strong enough to break walnuts. Every morning, you would climb up and down these old steps with tools, seeds, hope, and occasionally Giuseppe's angry feelings when he thought the labour was too easy for him. But here's where it gets intriguing. Sicilians have turned making do into an art form that would make modern recyclers look like amateurs who waste things. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was ever thrown away. Did the broken pottery catch your eye? It was perfect for storing olive oil. Is that old shirt still in use? It can be used for cleaning purposes, as patches for a friend's old clothing, or even as a source of fire fuel. Giuseppe meticulously collected the items he added to the landscape every day, transforming them into treasures for the garden. Your wife, on the other hand, ran a household that worked like a small factory. She would get up before dawn to milk the goat, who had her own ideas about how to start the day, and made them known by moving her hooves in certain ways. Then came the bread making, which was more like conducting a symphony of yeast, timing and prayer than cooking. The dough would rise in wooden bowls that had been in the family for so long that they almost had family names. Lunch was a time when Sicilians showed that they knew something deep about life. You can't work well on an empty stomach, and you can't appreciate food well if you're in a hurry. Everyone in the hamlet would stop what they were doing for 2 hours and congregate around tables, rocks, or any other flat surface they could find. The food could have been modest, like bread, olives, and whatever veggies that the local animals hadn't devoured yet, but people ate it with such care and enjoyment that it became a celebration. The afternoon brought new problems. If you weren't tending to the crops, you might have been repairing something that was broken. In a world composed of stone, wood and hope, this happened about every 15 minutes. Your concept on repairs was simple. If something is broken, use everything you have to fix it. If it breaks again, fix it again, but this time with more determination. If it breaks again, make it part of the design and act like it was always meant to work that way. The way people lived in your community was more complicated than a spiderweb made by an architect who couldn't make up his mind. Everyone knew everyone else, but more significantly, everyone knew everything about everyone else, even things that hadn't happened yet but surely would because, as your neighbour would remark, it runs in the family. The village well was the core of this communication network. It was the source of water, the news headquarters, and an unofficial courtroom where people could settle conflicts, from severe property problems to heated arguments about whose grandmother cooked better tomato sauce. You'd come with your water jug and leave with it, along with full reports on 3 pregnancies, 2 family fights, 1 iffy romance, and comprehensive weather forecasts from someone whose great-uncle was said to have been able to tell when it was going to rain by watching how his chickens walked. In this social order, the priest of the community had a special role. He was a spiritual guide, a mediator, an amateur meteorologist, and a secret keeper who would have made a government spy envious. He had somehow learned the fine art of knowing everything while seeming to know nothing. He could give a sermon that spoke directly to the moral shortcoming you had been struggling with all week, without ever looking you in the eye. Then there were the village elders. They were old enough to remember when things were different but not so ancient that people could comfortably dismiss what they thought. They would sit outside their houses like living libraries, giving counsel, criticism, and sometimes deep knowledge. But you had to be careful to tell the difference between the wisdom and the stories that had become better with each telling over the preceding 40 years. While everything was going on, your kids were getting an education that no school could equal. They'd learn useful things like how to get a chicken to lay eggs where you want them, how to read the weather in clouds, and how to cope with the complicated social dynamics of a place where your third cousin's choice to plant beans instead of wheat could change your family's winter food supply. But maybe most significantly, kids would learn how to tell stories. As the sun sank behind hills that had seen many families struggle and succeed, someone would start a story every night. It could have been the time great-grandfather outsmarted the tax collector, the winter when the whole village lived on nothing but olives and sheer stubbornness, or the strange merchant who came one day with spices that made everyone's food taste like it had been blessed by angels. These stories were more than just fun. They were guides for how to live. Every story had a lesson about bravery, intelligence, the value of community, and the fact that you should never ever trust someone who says they can make you rich quickly. The stories showed you that life would be hard but also beautiful, and that the hard and the beautiful were often the same thing, seen from various points of view. In your community, marriage was primarily focused on creating a partnership capable of handling any challenges life presented, rather than being centered around love, which was scarce. Courtship involved long negotiations between families, thorough background checks that would make modern security agencies look undesirable, and careful thought about practical matters like whose land bordered whose, who had the healthier goats, and whether the potential bride's mother knew any advantageous ways to treat common illnesses. People today have a hard time understanding how complicated your relationship with food was. You lived in a place where wealth and scarcity were like elderly lovers who had been battling for ages but couldn't bear to be apart. One season might yield crops so large you'd think you were in an agricultural paradise, while the next might be so lean you'd enjoy the subtle taste in bread made of hope and ground acorns. But what was wonderful was that Sicilians had come up with a way to convert any meal into a party. With just 3 ingredients, wild greens, a little olive oil and some garlic, your wife could create a dish that would delight your palate. It wasn't about using strange spices or complicated methods. It was about giving each ingredient the care and respect it needed. For example, look at your olive trees. These weren't simply plants. They were family members with their personalities, histories, and even mood disorders from time to time. Your great-grandfather learned to walk when certain trees were making oil. Those trees would keep making oil long after your great-grandchildren were old enough to grumble about the harvest. The trees were all different. This one made oil early, that one was stubborn but made the sweetest oil, and the old behemoth on the hill had weathered 3 droughts and a landslide, but still made enough olives to feed the family through the winter. During the harvest season, the hamlet transformed into a scene resembling ordered pandemonium. Everyone assisted each other, since olives don't wait for the right time, and a family that tried to pick them alone would still be picking when the next season's flowers came out. You'd work from dawn until your hands were purple from olive stains, and your back hurt like it had been redesigned by someone who hated how people stand. But the work paid off in ways that went beyond the oil's usefulness. The rhythm of the harvest was quite fulfilling. It was like reaching, picking and tossing the fruit into baskets that seemed to fill up with magic. The talks that took place throughout these lengthy days formed friendships that would last a lifetime. People worked out their problems, fell in love, and either settled old arguments or turned them into legendary feuds that would fascinate future generations. You produced wine using a similar method. The grapes grew on vines that ran down slopes in designs that made it look like the person who planted them either knew a lot about the land or had been sipping their wine while planning. Each family developed their unique methods, learning from both their mistakes and successes over the years. Some batches got so famous that they became local legends. Making wine was a mix of chemistry, art and religion. You would crush the grapes, sometimes with your foot and sometimes with a wooden press. You knew that the wine would taste like the fruit, the weather that year, the mood of the soil, and your hopes for the months ahead when this purple liquid would warm winter evenings and make ordinary meals feel like celebrations. Another kind of art was preservation. Your lady knew how to preserve food in a way that would impress even the smartest food experts today. She dried, pickled, salted and stored vegetables with the meticulous care of someone who understood that the difference between having enough food and being hungry could hinge on accurately estimating how many tomatoes the family would need to last until spring. The pantry, which was really just a cool, dark part of your stone house, was set up like a military supply depot. Peppers dangled from the rafters like decorations that you could eat. There were clay containers with olive oil, preserved lemons, and strange mixtures that your wife swore could treat anything from a headache to a broken heart. They carefully stored sacks of grain, paying close attention to the moisture, temperature, and the continuing fight against rodents that thought your food storage was their buffet. Your daily life was shaped by rhythms that were older than written history, rhythms that linked you to every generation that had ever worked in this tough, magnificent country. You wouldn't wake up to alarms. Instead, you'd wake up to the sky getting lighter above mountains that had seen empires rise and fall, conquerors come and go, and people who just wanted to produce their food and raise their kids in peace. Weather wasn't simply something that occurred to you. It was your business partner, your enemy, and your unpredictable companion who might make or ruin your year depending on how it felt. You could discern signs that meteorologists would be jealous of, how the morning light hit the hills, how the wind changed between valleys, and how insects and birds acted as if they knew things that humans wouldn't understand for another 100 years. Your neighbour, the one with the philosophical donkey, possessed meteorological knowledge that was almost otherworldly. He could tell it would rain 3 days ahead of time by how his chickens organised themselves in the yard. He'd tell you when to plant by watching which wildflowers flowered first. His forecasts were so good that people from nearby towns would come to him only to obtain his forecast. But knowing how the earth operated meant more than just being able to anticipate the weather. You lived in a place where cause and consequence were clear in ways that people who lived in cities would never see. If you plant at the wrong moment, your family will go hungry. If you don't pay attention to the indicators of plant disease, your neighbour's crops will suffer too. When you waste water during dry spells, everyone suffers. This person wasn't being politically aware of the environment. It was just a matter of life and death. Local craftsmen made your tools so that they fit your hands as well as your skin. For example, a man's plough or a woman's loom had to suit their hands properly. The blacksmith in the hamlet wasn't just a person who fixed things. He was an artist who could look at a piece of twisted metal and see what kind of tool it wanted to be. He would heat iron in forges that gleamed like parts of the sun that had been caught, and then he would shape the metal with hammers that made sounds that could be heard throughout the valley. The rhythm of seasonal work generated a calendar that was more reliable than anything written down. In the spring, it was time to prune, plant, and carefully encourage new growth while keeping it safe from late frosts that could ruin months of planning in a single night. During the summer, farmers were responsible for monitoring their crops, managing their water resources, and preparing for harvest. Harvesting and storing food and celebrating the year's success in the cellars and pantries took place in the fall. During winter, you had the opportunity to make repairs, strategize, and spend extended evenings sharing stories and transferring skills. The way you lived your holy life fit well with the way you farmed. You would pray for rain when your crops needed it, praise God for excellent harvests, and ask for protection when things were perilous and everything you had worked for was at stake. The village feast days were on important days for farming. Thus, the celebrations honoured both spiritual and practical customs. The church was the village's most beautiful building. It was made of the same local stone as your house, but centuries of craftsmen turned it into something that made you feel good every time you saw it. Saints peered down from paintings made by painters who knew that the faces of the saints needed to show the hopes and struggles of the people who would pray to them through years of joy and pain. Your priest had the hard job of finding a balance between long-term and short-term needs. He would deliver sermons on spiritual salvation while simultaneously monitoring families struggling to provide for their children and requiring the silent support of the community. He would marry people, baptize them, and bury them, marking the end of their lives in the embrace of community, tradition, and the harsh beauty of the Sicilian environment. In your universe, family wasn't just a group of people who lived together. It was also a business, a support network, an entertainment committee, and a quality control department, all rolled into one complicated, caring, and often frustrating organisation that ran every area of everyday life. Your kids weren't just the next generation. They were your retirement plan, your insurance policy, and your way of living on in a world that judged performance in decades and centuries instead of quarterly reports. Your family's house undoubtedly sheltered 3 or 4 generations, each of whom made their own changes, repairs, and upgrades. Over time, the house became a physical record of your family's history. That corner where the wall was a different colour, great-grandfather added onto the kitchen there because great-grandmother's cooking was so outstanding that neighbours started coming over for supper without being invited. The floor in the main room isn't even. That was in the winter when Uncle Antonio put his wine barrels inside and forgot that wood expands when it gets wet. Your kids acquired responsibility not through instruction, but through practical experience. By the time they were 7, they would be in charge of critical tasks like feeding the chickens, retrieving eggs, and maintaining the fragile diplomatic ties that were needed to keep the family goats giving milk. By the time they were 10, they would know enough about farming to tell when plants were sick, guess what the weather would be like, and figure out exactly how much grain the family would need to get through till the next harvest. But being a kid wasn't all about work and duty. Kids in Sicily were great at finding fun things to do with items that adults left lying around. They would use stones, sticks, and their imaginations to play complicated games that might turn a hill into a war, a kingdom, or an ocean full of pirates. They would make toys out of scraps of fabric, build tiny communities out of pebbles and clay, and learn how to tell stories that would help them when they grew up and had to pass on traditions to the next generation. Unwritten rules, which were stronger than any written laws, dictated how neighbours treated one another. You would help with the harvest, lend tools, be there for people when they were sick or going through a hard time, and take part in the complicated social discussions that keep a small community running. However, rivalries, competitions, and fights could last for decades and be enjoyable for everyone else who was not directly involved. Your town had its own court system that worked on its own, no matter who was in charge of the government at the time. Village elders settled disagreements because they knew that the purpose wasn't to figure out who was right and who was wrong, but to find solutions that let everyone keep living and working together. Most of the time, punishments were useful. For example, if you broke something, you would fix it, and then some to make up for the trouble you caused. If one were to disseminate harmful rumours, it may be necessary to engage in activities that would occupy one's time and prevent further gossip. The town also had its own economy centred on trade, mutual duty, and the idea that what goes around comes around, sometimes literally. You could swap olive oil for wheat, aid a neighbour with their harvest in exchange for help with your own building project, or give wine for a wedding celebration, knowing that when your daughter got married, the community would give generously to her celebration. Marriage wasn't just the joining of two people, it was the joining of two family businesses, complete with negotiations that would make current corporate lawyers proud. People discussed dowries, changed property lines, and planned for future generations like military leaders might. But beyond all the practical reasons was the understanding that successful marriages made partnerships strong enough to get through any problems that might come up in Sicily. Women in your village had a real but often hidden influence on the community. They oversaw the household budgets, made medical choices, set up marriages, and kept the social networks going that let people share information and solve problems. A woman who was known for being wise and making beneficial decisions might sway village decisions just as much as a male did. However, she might accomplish it by talking to people at the well instead of at official gatherings in the town square. As night falls over your village, the old stones turn gold, as they have seen many sunsets just like this one. You feel like you are part of something bigger than any one life or generation. The fire in your hearth burns wood from trees your grandfather planted. It warms a house that was built by hands that learned how to do things from craftsmen, whose names are no longer known but whose work is still strong and true. As the day comes to an end, your kids come together, their faces lit by the firelight that ties them to every child who has ever listened to stories in this room. The stories you tell them aren't just for fun. They're a legacy that passes on knowledge gained through generations of success and failure, happiness and sadness, and plenty and want. Each story teaches bravery, intelligence, determination, and community better than any school. The community relaxes into its nightly routines, which have been the same for hundreds of years, outside your massive stone walls. A woman sings while she spins wool. Her voice can be heard in the tiny alleys, which are full of children going home for dinner. The fragrance of bread baking in communal ovens mixes with the smell of wood smoke, and plants growing wild on slopes that seem to glow from inside. Your neighbours are doing their own nightly routines like taking care of animals, fixing tools, making plans for the next day's labour, and sharing meals that turn simple foods into celebrations of survival and community. The two old men are still arguing about their grandfather's donkeys, and their dispute has gotten more complicated to include extensive comparisons of the donkey's intelligence, endurance, and moral character that will make future generations laugh for decades. The priest of the hamlet makes his rounds at night, not as an official duty, but as a friend and neighbour who knows that spiritual care frequently means helping out in other ways. He might help someone make a tough choice, settle a small argument, or just have a glass of wine with someone who needs companionship. His presence is like thread through fabric, weaving through the community and making links that hold everyone together when their strength isn't enough. The stars shine above mountains that have protected your people from invasions, plagues, famines, and all the other things that test human strength. You remember that you are part of a chain that goes back to ancestors whose names you will never know, but whose blood runs through your veins. Their hardships made your life possible, just like your struggles are making life possible for kids who haven't been born yet. The knowledge of your world isn't in books, it's in how you read the weather, how you keep food fresh, the stories you tell, the songs you sing, and the people you meet. It's wisdom that comes from experience, is tested by need, and is confirmed by the fact that you're here, doing well in a location that asks a lot of its people and provides them beauty, community, and a deep sense of belonging. Your Sicily isn't just a place on a map. It's a way of living that knows how seasons and souls are connected, how individual effort can help a community survive, and how daily work is necessary but also spiritual when it's shared with others through meals, stories, and struggles that become victories. As you go off to sleep in your old house surrounded by the tranquil sounds of a community at rest, you feel positive about the work you've done, the connections you've taken care of, and the traditions you've kept alive. Tomorrow will bring new problems, new chances, and new stories to contribute to the collection that makes up your people. But tonight, you are surrounded by community, tradition, and the lasting beauty of a life lived in accordance with the rhythms of the soil, the seasons and the human heart that finds its home in the endless dance between struggle and celebration that is the heart of the Sicilian character. The fire turns into brilliant embers, your kids' breathing slows as they fall asleep, and the old hills outside your window stand guard over dreams that tie you to every generation that has ever lived on this wild, beautiful island. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter, to symbolize the shaman who blessed the hunt. A third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes and a small intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthened ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities, natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements, and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic, with intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course. The Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realise something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious, even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment. We now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. Excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges, while losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision. Winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor, hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems, special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. Popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. The clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the Church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he is risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes. The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons, and the goldsmiths' guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, The Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester mystery plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craft work was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, the Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy. With exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types: Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money; Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger; Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters; and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of Commedia dell'arte performances. With their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances, these travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on. Vendors offered beer, apples, and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals, and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls, or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company and likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns, and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated wordplay, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society, and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology in all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique, because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions. They seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty, driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans. Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that manage to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His character's speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundlings stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread, and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself, where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is night time when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on 3 sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603 when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king, who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline, and more subdued musical effects was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres. Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters in stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwynn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries as they benefited from professional opportunities while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, these were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries, as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillo's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this move toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gas lighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression "stealing the spotlight" originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues, such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture. With theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations, theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likeable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them, in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centered on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract symbolic or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritise stylized movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form. While European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals, the rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthy aside passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolise various facets of his persona. By adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War, Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyse American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidised theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatised current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances, and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama. With songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers, Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle, and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, the second's partnership, created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz, and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the Open Theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray, and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music, and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralized theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organizations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, these technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realizing that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, despite all these changes. The fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realising that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprised and unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognising the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources, and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarisation, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they're also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence, and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote, and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours, you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life. Memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you. Questions prompted by the story you've seen. Connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life. And the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams. The spring of 1642 arrived with deceptive gentleness to the Kaga domain. Nakamura Yoshitaka, third son of a middle-ranking samurai, watched as his father's funeral pyre sent grey-white smoke curling toward the sky. At 18, Yoshitaka now inherited not wealth or power, but obligation, the suffocating weight of family debt and service to Lord Maeda. His father's sudden death from a wasting illness had left the family in precarious circumstances, their stipend of 150 koku barely sufficient for their station. Yoshitaka's fingers traced the edge of his katana's lacquered saya. The sword represented both his heritage and his burden, a physical embodiment of the contradictions that defined samurai existence. While poets and foreign observers romanticized the warrior class, Yoshitaka understood a more complex reality. The age of battlefield glory had faded into peacetime administration, yet the demands of Bushido remained relentless. "The accounts must be settled," his mother murmured that evening, laying out scrolls detailing loans from local merchants. Her once elegant kimono had been mended multiple times, another quiet testament to their declining fortunes. "The daimyo's tax collectors will not wait because we grieve." This was the first harsh truth of samurai life in the Edo period. Appearances demanded financial sacrifice. Despite their declining fortunes, the Nakamura family was expected to maintain an image of dignified prosperity. Their residence, a modest compound on the periphery of Kanazawa City, required constant maintenance. Their clothing, while increasingly threadbare, needed to reflect their status. Any public display of financial hardship would bring shame not just on their household, but on their lord. 2 days after the funeral, Yoshitaka presented himself at the domain's administrative offices. The magistrate, a heavy-set samurai named Hoshino, barely acknowledged him before assigning his new duties. "You will supervise tax collection in the southern villages," Hoshino stated flatly. "Your father's inadequacies in this area have been noted. The Lord expects improvement." Yoshitaka's chest tightened. His father had often spoken of the impossible balance between extracting sufficient rice tax from farmers and ensuring they had enough to survive until the next harvest. Too harsh, and the villagers would collapse from starvation. Too lenient, and a samurai would face censure from his superiors. The following week found Yoshitaka riding through muddy fields toward the village of Ushikata. The planting of rice had commenced, with peasants bending double in the paddies, methodically pressing seedlings into the flooded fields. Their labour would eventually produce the rice that formed the foundation of the samurai economy, each koku theoretically enough to feed one person for a year. Unlike the romantic tales that would later capture foreign imagination, Yoshitaka's daily life involved endless administrative tasks, inspecting rice fields, reviewing village headmen's records, and resolving minor disputes. The weight of his paired swords at his hip served more as status symbols than weapons in these peaceful times, though he maintained rigorous training each morning. The village headman, Gensuke, greeted Yoshitaka with practiced deference, bowing low, yet with a certain wariness in his eyes. "Honourable Samurai-sama, we welcome you to our humble village." Over bowls of simple tea, Gensuke carefully explained the village's circumstances. A late frost had damaged early crops, and several families were already supplementing their diet with foraged mountain plants. "The tax quota remains unchanged," Yoshitaka stated, reciting the official position. "The daimyo's responsibilities to the shogun cannot be neglected." Gensuke's weathered face remained impassive, but Yoshitaka noted the slight tremor in his hands. "Of course, Samurai-sama, we understand our duty to the Lord." Later that night, in the village headman's spare room, Yoshitaka found himself unable to sleep. The contrast between his family's financial struggles and the even greater poverty of the farmers created an uncomfortable dissonance. Both were trapped in a system of obligations, the farmers to the samurai to their lords, the lords to the shogun, and ultimately all to a rigid social order that demanded perfect adherence to one's assigned role. This was perhaps the greatest harshness of samurai existence, the psychological weight of perpetual obligation. Unlike the peasants, who could occasionally find simple pleasures in seasonal festivals or family gatherings, samurai lived under constant scrutiny. Every action reflected not just on themselves, but on their lord. Even in private moments, Yoshitaka felt the invisible pressure of expected perfection. As spring gave way to summer, Yoshitaka established a rhythm to his duties. Mornings began with sword practice, the ritualized forms that connected him to generations of warriors past. Then came the administrative work, inspections and the delicate balance of enforcing authority while avoiding cruelty. He spent his evenings studying Chinese classics and calligraphy, skills expected of an educated samurai, but increasingly disconnected from his daily responsibilities. What historical accounts often overlooked was the profound isolation many samurai experienced. Friendship across class lines was impossible. Relationships with fellow samurai were infused with competition, and even family connections remained formal and reserved. When Yoshitaka's younger brother fell ill that summer, their conversations remained stiffly proper, emotional restraint another requirement of their station. The village headman, Gensuke, greeted Yoshitaka with practiced deference, bowing low, yet with a certain wariness in his eyes. "Honourable Samurai-sama, we welcome you to our humble village." Over bowls of simple tea, Gensuke carefully explained the village's circumstances. A late frost had damaged early crops, and several families were already supplementing their diet with foraged mountain plants. "The tax quota remains unchanged," Yoshitaka stated, reciting the official position. "The daimyo's responsibilities to the shogun cannot be neglected." Gensuke's weathered face remained impassive, but Yoshitaka noted the slight tremor in his hands. "Of course, Samurai-sama, we understand our duty to the Lord." Later that night, in the village headman's spare room, Yoshitaka found himself unable to sleep. The contrast between his family's financial struggles and the even greater poverty of the farmers created an uncomfortable dissonance. Both were trapped in a system of obligations, the farmers to the samurai to their lords, the lords to the shogun, and ultimately all to a rigid social order that demanded perfect adherence to one's assigned role. This was perhaps the greatest harshness of samurai existence, the psychological weight of perpetual obligation. Unlike the peasants, who could occasionally find simple pleasures in seasonal festivals or family gatherings, samurai lived under constant scrutiny. Every action reflected not just on themselves but on their lord. Even in private moments, Yoshitaka felt the invisible pressure of expected perfection. As spring gave way to summer, Yoshitaka established a rhythm to his duties. Mornings began with sword practice, the ritualized forms that connected him to generations of warriors past. Then came the administrative work, inspections and the delicate balance of enforcing authority while avoiding cruelty. He spent his evenings studying Chinese classics and calligraphy, skills expected of an educated samurai but increasingly disconnected from his daily responsibilities. What historical accounts often overlooked was the profound isolation many samurai experienced. Friendship across class lines was impossible. Relationships with fellow samurai were infused with competition, and even family connections remained formal and reserved. When Yoshitaka's younger brother fell ill that summer, their conversations remained stiffly proper, emotional restraint another requirement of their station. "My family will go hungry because your kind delays payment," the merchant hissed, quiet enough that only Yoshitaka could hear. "Your precious honour does not feed children." That night, Yoshitaka wrote in his journal about the incident, questioning the real meaning of samurai honour. Historical accounts often presented Bushido as a monolithic code, when in practice interpretations varied widely. Some samurai emphasized loyalty above all, others prioritized righteousness or personal integrity. The ideal and reality seldom aligned neatly. The Edo sojourn also exposed Yoshitaka to the concept of performance that dominated samurai existence. In public, they displayed unwavering stoicism and formality. Behind closed doors, many individuals sought release through drinking sake, engaging in forbidden relationships with courtesans, or visiting licensed pleasure districts. This duality, rigidly controlled public personas versus private desires, created psychological burdens rarely acknowledged in official histories. One evening, assigned to accompany senior officials to Yoshiwara, the famed pleasure district, Yoshitaka witnessed respected samurai engaging in behaviour that contradicted their daytime dignity. The costs were exorbitant, driving many deeper into debt, yet social expectations made participation difficult to refuse. "This is also duty," slurred a senior retainer, gesturing broadly at the ornate tea house. "We demonstrate our lord's prosperity and power even here." As autumn deepened into winter, tension within the entourage grew. Factional rivalries surfaced, and Yoshitaka grew increasingly conscious that connections, rather than competence, determined the allocation of administrative positions and the stipends they commanded. His family lacked the necessary political influence to secure advantageous appointments. Spring 1643 brought Yoshitaka's return to Kanazawa, the seat of the Kaga domain, where the imposing castle dominated both the landscape and the samurai psyche. Unlike romanticized depictions in later art, castle life for middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka meant cramped quarters, constant scrutiny, and endemic political intrigue. The Maeda clan's administrative headquarters occupied the middle baileys of the castle, where hundreds of samurai managed the domain's affairs. Yoshitaka had been reassigned to the finance office, a position that revealed the precarious economic foundations of samurai life in stark detail. "These ledgers tell the true story of our class," explained Maurice Seaman, Yoshitaka's superior. "The illusion of samurai prosperity requires increasingly creative accounting." The documents revealed systematic challenges. While samurai stipends remained fixed in quantities of rice, the cost of maintaining expected standards of living steadily increased. Compounding the problem, many samurai lacked practical skills for the supplementary income, as trade and manual labour were considered beneath their dignity. "My father died with 17 outstanding loans," Yoshitaka confessed one evening as they worked late. "I've managed to settle only 3 in the past year." Seaman nodded grimly. "My situation differs only in the number. 22 loans spread across 8 moneylenders. The interest alone consumes a third of my stipend." This financial precariousness represented one of the most persistent hardships of samurai existence during the Edo period. Historical records show that by the mid-17th century, many samurai households spent 80 to 90% of their income servicing debt. The situation created a paradoxical reality. Legally privileged warriors who were effectively indentured to townspeople merchants, a dynamic that generated simmering resentment. Yoshitaka's daily routine reflected this contradiction. Mornings began with martial training, maintaining skills for wars that never came, followed by hours of administrative work that determined the actual value of his service. His education had emphasized classical Chinese texts and swordsmanship, yet his duties required accounting knowledge and diplomatic skills when interacting with wealthy merchants who financed domain projects. Living quarters in the castle district reinforced the rigid hierarchy. High-ranking officials occupied spacious compounds with gardens and multiple buildings. Middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka's family inhabited modest structures with thin walls and minimal privacy. Despite these material differences, all were bound by the same behavioural expectations. Summer brought a personal challenge that illuminated another aspect of samurai hardship, the subordination of individual desire to family obligation. Yoshitaka had developed an attachment to Asano Miyuki, daughter of a fellow bureaucrat. Their interactions, limited to formal occasions and chance encounters, had revealed shared interests in poetry and similar perspectives on duty. "A marriage alliance has been arranged," his mother announced, without preamble one evening. "The Hoshino family has a daughter of suitable age. Their connection to the castle magistrate will benefit our position." Personal preference held no weight against strategic family advancement. The emotional constraint required to accept such arrangements represented another form of discipline expected of the samurai class. Historical records rarely captured these private sacrifices, focusing instead on the more visible demonstrations of samurai stoicism. The marriage negotiations proceeded through formal intermediaries, with Yoshitaka and his intended Hoshino Masako meeting only once in a ritualized gathering before the agreement was finalized. The financial arrangements nearly depleted the family's resources, as an appropriate trousseau and ceremonial exchanges were non-negotiable social requirements regardless of actual affordability. "She seems kind," offered Yoshitaka's brother Ichiro, tempting comfort, "and the Hoshino connection may secure your position when administrative posts are reassigned next year." The wedding itself, held in late autumn, embodied the understated aesthetic expected of samurai ceremonies. Unlike merchant celebrations with their conspicuous display, samurai rituals emphasized restraint and tradition. The sake-sharing ritual and exchange of vows lasted less than an hour, with the bride and groom exchanging few words. Married life introduced Yoshitaka to another dimension of samurai hardship, the emotional austerity of family relationships. Public displays of affection were considered inappropriate, with interactions governed by strict protocols of respect and obligation. Masako proved diligent in household management and properly deferential in company, but the emotional distance between them remained substantial. "My mother served my father for 30 years, Masako explained, when Yoshitaka awkwardly attempted more personal conversation. "They exchanged perhaps 50 private conversations in all that time. This is our way." Winter brought another layer of challenge as illness swept through the castle district. The samurai emphasis on stoicism often extended to physical discomfort, with many delaying medical attention to avoid appearing weak. When Yoshitaka developed a persistent cough and fever, he continued his duties until physically unable to stand. The domain physician offered little effective treatment. having been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and supplemented by limited Dutch medical knowledge obtained through Nagasaki. Balance must be restored between your internal elements, he pronounced, prescribing bitter herbal concoctions and moxibustion treatments that left circular scars on Yoshitaka's back. Recovery took weeks, during which Yoshitaka observed another harsh reality. Illness brought neither reduced obligations nor financial relief. The family's expenses continued unabated, while his ability to perform his duties was compromised. Only the intervention of his new father-in-law prevented a reduction in his stipend during this period of reduced service. Summer brought a personal challenge that illuminated another aspect of samurai hardship, the subordination of individual desire to family obligation. Yoshitaka had developed an attachment to Asano Miyuki, daughter of a fellow bureaucrat. Their interactions, limited to formal occasions and chance encounters, had revealed shared interests in poetry and similar perspectives on duty. A marriage alliance has been arranged, his mother announced, without preamble one evening. The Hoshino family has a daughter of suitable age. Their connection to the castle magistrate will benefit our position. Personal preference held no weight against strategic family advancement. The emotional constraint required to accept such arrangements represented another form of discipline expected of the samurai class. Historical records rarely captured these private sacrifices, focusing instead on the more visible demonstrations of samurai stoicism. The marriage negotiations proceeded through formal intermediaries, with Yoshitaka and his intended Hoshino Masako meeting only once in a ritualized gathering before the agreement was finalized. The financial arrangements nearly depleted the family's resources, as an appropriate trousseau and ceremonial exchanges were non-negotiable social requirements regardless of actual affordability. "She seems kind," offered Yoshitaka's brother Ichiro, tempting comfort, "and the Hoshino connection may secure your position when administrative posts are reassigned next year." The wedding itself, held in late autumn, embodied the understated aesthetic expected of samurai ceremonies. Unlike merchant celebrations with their conspicuous display, samurai rituals emphasized restraint and tradition. The sake-sharing ritual and exchange of vows lasted less than an hour, with the bride and groom exchanging few words. Married life introduced Yoshitaka to another dimension of samurai hardship, the emotional austerity of family relationships. Public displays of affection were considered inappropriate, with interactions governed by strict protocols of respect and obligation. Masako proved diligent in household management and properly deferential in company, but the emotional distance between them remained substantial. "My mother served my father for 30 years, Masako explained, when Yoshitaka awkwardly attempted more personal conversation. "They exchanged perhaps 50 private conversations in all that time. This is our way." Winter brought another layer of challenge as illness swept through the castle district. The samurai emphasis on stoicism often extended to physical discomfort, with many delaying medical attention to avoid appearing weak. When Yoshitaka developed a persistent cough and fever, he continued his duties until physically unable to stand. The domain physician offered little effective treatment, having been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and supplemented by limited Dutch medical knowledge obtained through Nagasaki. "Balance must be restored between your internal elements," he pronounced, prescribing bitter herbal concoctions and moxibustion treatments that left circular scars on Yoshitaka's back. Recovery took weeks, during which Yoshitaka observed another harsh reality. Illness brought neither reduced obligations nor financial relief. The family's expenses continued unabated, while his ability to perform his duties was compromised. Only the intervention of his new father-in-law prevented a reduction in his stipend during this period of reduced service. "Proceed carefully," warned his father-in-law. "These men have connections reaching to the daimyo's inner chambers. Truth and justice may not protect you." This represented one of the most insidious hardships of samurai existence, the contradiction between idolized Bushido values and institutional realities. The virtues of honesty, righteousness, and loyalty were extolled in official doctrine yet frequently compromised in practice. Those who adhered too rigidly to principle often found their careers, and sometimes lives, cut short. Yoshitaka's investigation confirmed systematic fraud. Rice stipends allocated to samurai were being underreported, with the difference sold at market prices and profits distributed among senior officials. The scheme had operated for years, generating substantial income for its participants while effectively reducing the real value of stipends for hundreds of retainers. The evidence presented a moral dilemma that exemplified the complex ethical landscape samurai navigated. Confrontation would likely end Yoshitaka's career and potentially harm his extended family. Complicity would violate his principles, but might position him to implement gradual reforms. There are many forms of courage, Seaman advised when consulted. Battlefield valor requires only momentary resolve. Systemic reform demands patience and strategic compromise. Yoshitaka chose a middle path, presenting his findings as administrative inefficiencies rather than deliberate fraud. His recommendations included procedural changes that would make continued abuse more difficult without directly accusing the perpetrators. This approach reflected the reality that samurai justice operated through indirect methods as often as confrontation. The resolution brought limited reforms but positioned Yoshitaka as pragmatically trustworthy rather than dangerously principled. By late autumn, he had been reassigned to the castle's administrative offices, a lateral move that removed him from direct oversight of the rice exchange, but maintained his status and stipend. This period also brought personal challenges that highlighted the emotional austerity of samurai life. His wife Masako suffered a miscarriage during her first pregnancy, a loss compounded by the cultural importance placed on producing male heirs. The couple's grief remained largely unexpressed, confined by expectations of stoicism and emotional restraint. The winter of 1646 brought political turmoil to the Kaguya domain. Lord Maeda's health was failing and factions formed around potential successors. For middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka, such transitions represented periods of acute vulnerability, as established patrons might fall from favour and administrative positions be reassigned. Every succession is a quiet battlefield, observed an elderly archivist as they reviewed historical records together. Lives and livelihoods are won or lost without a single sword drawn. This reality contradicted romantic notions of samurai as warriors defined by martial prowess. During the Edo period, political acumen and network cultivation determined advancement far more than combat skill. The truly harsh battles occurred in council chambers and castle corridors, fought with carefully worded memoranda and strategic alliances. Yoshitaka's position grew increasingly precarious as his father-in-law fell ill, removing a key source of protection. The faction associated with Hayashi Nobuyuki gained influence, and Yoshitaka found himself assigned to increasingly marginal duties, a common tactic to isolate officials without the political capital to resist. You investigate reports of unlicensed sake brewing in the eastern villages, announced the magistrate, an assignment clearly beneath Yoshitaka's rank and experience. The matter requires immediate attention. The deliberate slight required careful navigation. Refusing the assignment would provide justification for formal censure. Accepting it passively would signal weakness and invite further marginalization. Yoshitaka's response demonstrated the subtle resistance techniques samurai employed within rigid hierarchical constraints. "I'm honoured by your confidence in assigning me this matter of domain revenue," he replied, reframing the punitive assignment as a financial task worthy of serious attention. "I shall provide a comprehensive analysis of sake taxation opportunities in my report." This method, taking on the task while changing its importance, showed a clever way of working within the bureaucracy that is often overlooked in history, which usually highlights more intense struggles. Similar techniques allowed samurai to maintain dignity and agency within oppressive power structures. The assignment took Yoshitaka to remote villages during the harshest winter months. Travel conditions exposed another physical hardship of samurai duty, the requirement to maintain dignity and authority despite extreme discomfort. Proper appearance remained non-negotiable regardless of circumstances, with full formal attire required for official functions even in bitter cold or sweltering heat. In the village of Miyagawa, Yoshitaka encountered a situation that exemplified the moral complexities of samurai governance. Unlicensed sake production indeed flourished, but investigation revealed it had become an essential survival strategy. Villagers exchanged homemade sake for vegetables and fish protein with nearby communities after official rice requisitions left them with inadequate food supplies. Without this exchange, children would not survive winter, explained the village headman, kneeling formally despite his obvious terror at being discovered. "We preserved enough rice for taxation. The rice is made from millet and other grains." The legal obligation was clear: report the violation, confiscate equipment, and punish the headman for failing to prevent the activity. Yet doing so would likely condemn families to malnutrition, or worse. This tension between legal duty and humanitarian concerns represented a recurring dilemma for conscientious officials. Yoshitaka's solution demonstrated the creative interpretation sometimes employed within rigid systems. He documented the sake production, but classified it as a medicinal preparation, rather than an alcoholic beverage, a technical distinction that placed it under different regulatory frameworks. He then established a nominal licensing fee that legitimized the practice while generating token revenue for the domain. "You've neither violated the Lord's law nor condemned these people," commented his assistant, impressed by the elegant compromise. But such solutions make powerful enemies when they circumvent expected revenue. Indeed, upon returning to Kanazawa in early spring, Yoshitaka found his position further undermined. The documentation of his approach had been presented to senior officials as evidence of leniency incompatible with proper governance. Without formal accusation, which would require specific evidence of wrongdoing, he was instead reassigned to the castle's armoury, a position that effectively removed him from administrative influence. The armoury assignment revealed another dimension of samurai life often overlooked in dramatic accounts: the incredible tedium that characterised much of their daily existence. Yoshitaka's duties now involved inventory management of weapons largely unused for generations, maintaining meticulous records of items that would likely never leave storage. "We prepare for battles that will never come," noted the elderly samurai who supervised the armoury. "Yet neglecting readiness would violate our fundamental purpose. This is our peculiar burden." This observation captured essential paradoxes of Edo period samurai identity. Their theoretical function as warriors remained central to their social position and self-conception, yet practical circumstances rarely called for martial application. The psychological toll of this disconnect, maintaining combat readiness for conflicts that peaceful governance actively sought to prevent, created a unique form of existential strain. The position also placed Yoshitaka near lower-ranking samurai and foot soldiers whose economic circumstances were even more precarious than his own. These ashigaru might have had samurai status, but lived in conditions barely distinguishable from peasants, with stipends insufficient for basic necessities. "My grandfather fought at Sekigahara with distinction," confided one such soldier during inventory work. "3 generations later, my children go hungry while I count spears and polish armour that will never see combat." Summer brought further personal challenges when Masako finally conceived again after several years of marriage. The joy was tempered by anxiety, as samurai wives faced significant pressure to produce male heirs. Medical care remained primitive, with high maternal and infant mortality rates even among privileged classes. Yoshitaka's circumstances changed dramatically in the autumn of 1647. His son Takahiro was born healthy, an event that stabilised his family position despite his political marginalisation. Lineage continuation represented a fundamental obligation fulfilled, with private family records showing increased ceremonial expenditures celebrating the birth despite their financial constraints. A name connection to our 7th-generation ancestor, Yoshitaka's mother noted approvingly when the naming ceremony was planned. This maintains proper respect while acknowledging our current circumstances. The birth coincided with a major political shift in the domain. Lord Maeda died after a prolonged illness, and his son assumed leadership amid factional manoeuvring. Such transitions typically resulted in administrative restructuring, creating opportunities and dangers for officials throughout the hierarchy. What happened next illustrated the opaque mechanics of samurai advancement that formal histories often sanitized. Hayashi Nobuyuki, who had previously marginalized Yoshitaka, found himself overextended in factional politics. Having allied too openly with a losing faction, Hayashi faced potential disgrace but retained enough influence to require careful handling rather than outright dismissal. "You will be reinstated to administrative service," the castle magistrate informed Yoshitaka, without explanation. "The northern district requires immediate attention following irregularities in tax collection." Only later did Yoshitaka learn the full context. He had been selected specifically because of his previous conflict with Hayashi. His assignment involved investigating administrative regions previously under Hayashi's patronage, with the unstated expectation that he would document improprieties that could justify further action against the declining official. This placed Yoshitaka in a common samurai dilemma. Advancement opportunities frequently arose through morally ambiguous circumstances. Conducting a genuine investigation would likely uncover actual misconduct, yet the motivation behind his appointment was political revenge rather than administrative integrity. Proceed with methodical correctness, advised his father-in-law, now recovered and cautiously supportive. Document what exists without excessive enthusiasm or reluctance. The facts will serve their purpose without your emotional involvement. The Northern District inspection revealed systematic abuses. Village headmen had been pressured to report higher crop yields than actually harvested, creating tax obligations that forced communities into debt with domain-connected moneylenders. The scheme generated substantial revenue for its organisers while technically maintaining official tax rates. Yoshitaka's written report presented these findings with deliberate neutrality, documenting patterns without speculating on authorization or beneficiaries. This approach, comprehensive in detail but restrained in conclusion, exemplified the careful documentation techniques samurai officials developed to navigate politically hazardous assignments. The report's consequences illustrated the often indirect nature of samurai power struggles. No direct accusations were made against Hayashi, but 3 of his principal associates were reassigned to remote outposts. Hayashi himself received a health retirement that maintained his stipend and status, while removing him from influence, a face-saving arrangement typical of how samurai governance managed problematic officials too prominent for public disgrace. Yoshitaka's handling of the investigation earned qualified approval from the new administration. By early 1648, he had been appointed to a mid-level position in the castle's revenue office, restored to administrative significance but placed where his activities could be easily monitored. This period coincided with domain-wide economic reforms that revealed broader structural challenges facing the samurai class. Increased agricultural productivity had paradoxically reduced rice prices, decreasing the real value of fixed rice stipends. Simultaneously, the importation of luxury goods through Nagasaki increased living expenses for status-conscious samurai households. "We face the contradiction of our position," observed a senior treasury official during a private discussion. "We require merchant wealth to finance domain operations, yet consider commercial activity beneath our dignity. We cannot sustain this separation indefinitely." Some domains had begun allowing samurai to engage in limited side occupations, papermaking, umbrella construction, or scholarly tutoring that preserved dignity while supplementing income. Kaga remained conservative in this regard, maintaining strict class separation that exacerbated financial pressures on middle and lower-ranking samurai. Yoshitaka's family adapted through careful economies that historical accounts rarely emphasized. Masako personally prepared simple meals rather than employing additional servants. Traditional gift exchanges were fulfilled with elegant but inexpensive items that prioritized tasteful presentation over intrinsic value. Family heirlooms were strategically pawned during financial emergencies, then redeemed when stipend payments arrived. "The true skill of a samurai wife is invisible accounting," Masako explained to a new daughter-in-law joining a neighbouring household. "Maintaining appearance with minimal resources is our battlefield." Summer brought a crisis that tested Yoshitaka's understanding of Bushido principles. His younger brother Ichiro, who had taken a position with a different branch of the Maeda clan, became implicated in a gambling scandal. While technically legal in certain licensed venues, gambling represented a serious breach of samurai dignity, particularly when it led to debt or association with questionable characters. The family ramifications were potentially severe. Samurai households were considered collectively responsible for members' behaviour, and disgrace could affect advancement prospects for multiple generations. Historical records show numerous cases where entire branches of samurai families were downgraded in status due to individual misconduct. "He claims innocence but admits presence at the gambling house," Yoshitaka's mother reported, after meeting privately with Ichiro. "The establishment is known to serve both samurai and wealthy merchants." Another complication. Investigating discreetly, Yoshitaka discovered a more complex situation. Ichiro had indeed visited the establishment, but primarily to monitor the activities of a senior official suspected of sharing sensitive domain information with merchant financiers. The gambling participation had been a cover for this unauthorized surveillance. "I sought to protect our lord's interests," Ichiro insisted during a tense private meeting. "If the information flow is confirmed, it constitutes a serious breach of loyalty deserving official attention." The dilemma exemplified the competing obligations that created moral complexity in samurai life. Family loyalty demanded protecting Ichiro from disgrace. Domain loyalty requires reporting potential treasonous information sharing. Personal integrity necessitated honest assessment of Ichiro's actual involvement. No single principle provided clear guidance. Yoshitaka's family adapted through careful economies that historical accounts rarely emphasized. Masako personally prepared simple meals rather than employing additional servants. Traditional gift exchanges were fulfilled with elegant but inexpensive items that prioritized tasteful presentation over intrinsic value. Family heirlooms were strategically pawned during financial emergencies, then redeemed when stipend payments arrived. The true skill of a samurai wife is invisible accounting, Masako explained to a new daughter-in-law joining a neighbouring household. Maintaining appearance with minimal resources is our battlefield. Summer brought a crisis that tested Yoshitaka's understanding of Bushido principles. His younger brother Ichiro, who had taken a position with a different branch of the Maeda clan, became implicated in a gambling scandal. While technically legal in certain licensed venues, gambling represented a serious breach of samurai dignity, particularly when it led to debt or association with questionable characters. The family ramifications were potentially severe. Samurai households were considered collectively responsible for members' behaviour, and disgrace could affect advancement prospects for multiple generations. Historical records show numerous cases where entire branches of samurai families were downgraded in status due to individual misconduct. He claims innocence but admits presence at the gambling house, Yoshitaka's mother reported, after meeting privately with Ichiro. The establishment is known to serve both samurai and wealthy merchants. Another complication. Investigating discreetly, Yoshitaka discovered a more complex situation. Ichiro had indeed visited the establishment, but primarily to monitor the activities of a senior official suspected of sharing sensitive domain information with merchant financiers. The gambling participation had been a cover for this unauthorized surveillance. I sought to protect our lord's interests, Ichiro insisted during a tense private meeting. If the information flow is confirmed, it constitutes a serious breach of loyalty deserving official attention. The dilemma exemplified the competing obligations that created moral complexity in samurai life. Family loyalty demanded protecting Ichiro from disgrace. Domain loyalty requires reporting potential treasonous information sharing. Personal integrity necessitated honest assessment of Ichiro's actual involvement. No single principle provided clear guidance. This approach, absorbing institutional failure personally while addressing the specific problem discreetly, exemplified the practical compromises that characterized effective samurai administration. Historical accounts often emphasize the dramatic examples of officials committing seppuku over matters of principle, but daily governance more frequently involved these nuanced ethical calculations. The consequences were significant but measured. Yoshitaka received a formal reprimand and temporary stipend reduction, a substantial financial hardship but not a career-ending disgrace. The guilty official was reassigned to a remote post without explicit accusation, a face-saving arrangement that preserved family honour while removing him from treasury access. "You've gained and lost in equal measure," observed Ota. "Your reputation for solving problems without creating unnecessary disruption grows, while your reputation for strict protocol enforcement diminishes. Both have value in different circumstances." By spring of 1650, the immediate crisis had passed, but the experience had deepened Yoshitaka's understanding of samurai duty beyond simplified moral frameworks. The Bushido principles taught to children presented straightforward virtues: loyalty, integrity, courage, and benevolence. Yet practical application required constant balancing of competing obligations and recognition of systemic limitations. This period coincided with a personal milestone that further illuminated the complex social expectations governing samurai existence. Yoshitaka's mother passed away following a brief illness, triggering elaborate mourning protocols that strained family resources despite their emotionally necessary function. The funeral and memorial observances must reflect her station and lineage, insisted elderly relatives, regardless of the current financial circumstances. The death rituals revealed another dimension of samurai hardship, the requirement to maintain ceremonial propriety even during periods of genuine grief. Yoshitaka organised the appropriate Buddhist ceremonies and maintained ritualised mourning behaviours while continuing his administrative duties without interruption. public displays of emotional distress would have violated class expectations of stoicism. By summer, a significant political reorganisation created unexpected opportunity. The new daimyo had observed administrative inefficiencies and ordered restructuring of several key departments. Yoshitaka's reputation for effectively managing complex situations led to his appointment overseeing agricultural development for the northwestern region. A substantial promotion that reflected the sometimes counterintuitive advancement patterns in samurai bureaucracy. Those who navigate difficulty intelligently become valuable during uncertainty, explained Ota when delivering news of the appointment. Your recent challenges demonstrated pragmatic judgment. This quality has been noted. The new position returned Yoshitaka to rural administration, but with greater authority and a specific mandate to increase agricultural productivity through infrastructure improvement. This assignment reflected the evolving nature of samurai governance during the mid-Edo period, when technical knowledge and development expertise increasingly complemented traditional administrative roles. Travelling through the region with agricultural specialists, Yoshitaka encountered both the harsh realities of rural poverty and surprising innovations developed by farming communities. Traditional historical accounts often portrayed peasants as simple and unchanging, but Yoshitaka discovered sophisticated water management techniques and crop rotation strategies developed through generations of practical experimentation. Our grandfathers discovered that alternating these fields between rice and soybeans increases yields for both, explained an elderly farmer pointing to carefully maintained paddies. The land tells us what it needs if we observe carefully. Incorporating this local knowledge into domain development plans represented a progressive approach that balanced traditional hierarchical authority with practical effectiveness. Yoshitaka's reports emphasized collaboration with village leadership rather than imposed directives, a methodology that generated resistance from tradition-bound officials but support from the daimyo's progressive advisors. Autumn brought the construction of 3 new irrigation channels that dramatically improved water distribution to previously marginal farmland. The project's success established Yoshitaka's reputation as an effective administrator capable of achieving measurable results, secure enough in his authority to incorporate commoner knowledge without compromising samurai dignity. This period also brought resolution to the long-simmering issue with his brother Ichiro. The senior official Ichiro had been monitoring was eventually discovered selling information to merchant interests. Rather than pursue personal recognition, Ichiro arranged for his information to reach appropriate authorities through indirect channels, protecting both family reputation and his position. The essence of effective service sometimes requires remaining unseen, Ichiro explained during a rare private conversation between the brothers. Our names matter less than the domain's stability and prosperity. This philosophy, prioritizing effective outcome over personal recognition, represented a mature understanding of samurai service that transcended simplistic notions of glory or individual honor. The brothers had arrived at similar conclusions through different paths, finding meaning in contributing to societal function rather than personal advancement. As winter approached in 1650, Yoshitaka reflected on his journey during a rare moment of leisure, watching his son practice calligraphy with increasingly confident brushstrokes. The harsh realities of samurai existence, financial precariousness, political vulnerability, emotional constraint and administrative complexity remained ever present. Yet within these constraints, he had found purpose in navigating complexity with integrity and contributing to genuine improvement within an imperfect system. The way of the samurai is found in death, stated the famous opening line of Hagakure, the influential samurai text that would be written decades later. Yet Yoshitaka's experience suggested a more nuanced truth, that the essence of samurai identity lay not in dramatic moments of sacrifice, but in the sustained discipline of balancing competing obligations, maintaining dignity amid limitation, and finding meaning in service that transcended personal circumstance. The plum trees in the garden had survived another year, their gnarled branches preparing for spring blossoms that Yoshitaka might or might not witness. Like countless samurai before and after him, he had found his path not in battlefield glory, but in the quieter courage of everyday duty, the unvarnished reality behind the romantic myths that would eventually surround his vanishing class. We will never know the horizon of what his life continued to be, but it was already a harsh timeline.